Hey, what's going on, everybody? Xbox All In, hosted Good Forever here. Happy Call of Duty Day, 25th of October. Wanted to do a quick podcast. Um, Celebrating the launch of COD, man. As you guys know, I'm a huge COD fan. Always have been. I fell off the wagon for a few years, right? That's when Activision was just putting up game after game after game. But for the most part, man, I've actually stuck. I've actually stuck with the game for years. And as you guys know, man, it's backward. The game is back where it belongs on an Xbox console. I mean, that's where it basically started off and got its big push. I think originally, I want to say that it was Xbox, but regardless, too, everybody knows that when it comes to COD, man, it's been affiliated with Xbox for the longest time. Again, we talk about it on this channel. Xbox is known as the shooter box for specific reasons, right? Of course, Halo, Gears, and you can add Call of Duty into that. Call of Duty is probably one of the best shooting games if that I've ever played. I've always been a huge COD fan. It was the game that got me into modern shooters. Halo was the game that got me to play shooters overall. I never played a shooter until I played Halo, and Halo was the game that got me to play um, or actually buy an Xbox. Now, shout out to Halo as well, because it wasn't for Halo, dude. You probably wouldn't have COD because Halo was the first game to get the controller configuration right. They got it right from the jump, man. A lot of people at the time said that you could never play a shooting game on console. It was always on PC. Always had to be on PC, and Halo broke that stigma. And then every other game followed suit, and one of those games, of course, is COD. Right, and we'll talk a lot of stuff about COD. I don't know if any of the guys will be able to jump in. Hopefully, we'll get people in the chat, and everybody's pretty excited on the Xbox side for various reasons, man, which is across the board. For me personally, why I'm excited is because, like I said, I'm a huge COD fan. Always have been. I played the demo about a month or two ago that Microsoft put out there with Activision, and I was able to get my hands on that, play it, and from the jump, I knew that this is going to be probably one of the best CODs that they've ever made. I'm more of a fan of the Black Ops series as well than I am Modern Warfare. Not that I have anything against Modern Warfare. I like both, but if I had to choose one, Black Ops would be my go-to. Always like Treyarch as a developer on the game, and over time, one of the things I do like Black Ops that Modern Warfare I think they do better than Modern Warfare is also the story. If you guys follow me on social media, man, you guys know I'm big into conspiracy theories and stuff like that. Or actually, conspiracy fact over these last couple of years, man. It's been kind of crazy. But I've always thought that Black Ops did a really great job on the story mode. It reminds me a lot of Halo. Like I told you guys before, Halo is one of those games that I actually play the story mode most of the time before the multiplayer. This will be no different. I might do both at the same time because I got a chance to test out the multiplayer, so I'm excited to get into it. I think since I was in the demo that our progress is saved. I'm not sure. You guys can correct me in the comments, or hopefully people jump into the chat and we can have a more robust conversation about it. Um, but yeah, that's all this. That's all this is gonna be, man. This is an all-in chat. I like to do these type of videos, man, with the chat. I know I'm all over the place with times and everything when I do this, so it's hard for people. Not hard, but I mean, people don't realize when I'm doing it. I just kind of try and get it in when I can. I got some stuff to do today, but I got a couple hours to burn, and I wanted to celebrate this, man, because the excitement is palpable. It's been building ever since Microsoft actually got the okay from the FTC to go ahead with the purchase of Activision King Blizzard, and of course, there's a lot of monumental games that got picked up in that purchase. But let's all be honest, I say COD is probably the biggest one, right? Because it has such a huge footprint. Still in the gaming industry, this is the game that dominates. Um, it just dominates the sales charts every year that it releases, no matter if it's the Modern Warfare or if it's Call of Duty Black Ops. Dude, this it always charts. Right? It's a juggernaut. It's a behemoth, man. It's so much so that it's part of the lexicon when it comes to talking about video games. You can't talk about video games without talking about COD, whether you like it or not. For some, not everybody's a COD fan. I know some people that don't even play the game, right? Because they play other type of genres and stuff like that. But like I said, it has such a big imprint on everything that's gaming. As you can tell by all the issues Microsoft had with purchasing Activision King Blizzard and all the trials and tribulations they went in to make that deal happen. Which ironically, we'll hash that out a little bit in the podcast, and if some of the guys jump in, and then we can revisit that because that was an absolute. I mean, if there's any time in the culture and in the culture of gaming that shows how inept government service is, that was one of the biggest ones. A lot of gamers began to realize, less government is better. Right? And the FTC didn't do themselves no favors. European Union was probably the best one on this, which, I mean, I'm not a big fan of the European Union either. But at least they looked at it realistically when it was coming to the purchasing that Microsoft was doing for AKB. Of course, England had its own little foibles and stuff like that, too. But at the end of the day, it was big government versus big tech, and luckily, in the case, especially for us as consumers, not just fans, man. I'm just not talking about this from an Xbox perspective, but as just a fan of gaming, man. That we dodged a bullet on that one, and it was a big win for all of us. Because at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be playing COD today, and one of the reasons they're playing COD today is because Microsoft was um, put it into their Game Pass service, right? And it's a low entry point for a lot of people, especially now, man. Again, I always talk about the economy on my channel, but I talk about it because it's true. Right? There will probably be a lot of people that would have had to, that might not have been able to pick up the game or play the game, no other avenue that they could have done that unless it was into something like Game Pass. And again, Game Pass, guys, there's a monthly fee to that, so you are paying for the game. Again, I like to say that because some people get the impression that it's free. It's not. You are paying for it. You're paying for it over time, right? But the benefit of Game Pass is you get a whole lot of other games that you can play, and there's a ton of them in there right now. In fact, to me, there's just way too much. And I'm not complaining about the quality, it's more or the money. It's all about the time for me. I'm not going to get to every single one of these games. A lot of the games I end up, I'll play it for a little bit and buy it. Some of the games I just buy for the jump because I was planning to get it anyway. Um, but it's always nice to have that option. And for a lot of you guys right now, you'll be playing COD for the first time, and you're going to be doing it because you're able to pay for a Game Pass subscription as opposed to paying $70 to $80, however much it costs, where you're going to get it from upfront, especially in these economic times. So that's a positive, man. That's one of the things I wanted to talk about. Too. We'll talk about. Hold on, let me bring this up real quick. But let me run some. I gotta. So this is a celebration of COD. I'm gonna just run some videos, man. Like you guys know, this is not my forte, so I do the best that I can. But dude, I'm just in a good mood, if I'm being honest. Hold on, let me run this bad boy. Is that the full screen? Is that what it's gonna look like? Oh, maybe I should full screen it on this. Yeah, there we go.
The Cold War is over.
My guess is that they're planning a spectacle of some kind. Something that'll scare the hell out of people.
Coalition forces launched the operation 2 weeks ago against Saddam Hussein. They're taking out as many strategic targets from the air as possible.
Do it.
All stations, weapons free.
Some biological weapon. And they put this in Saddam's hands too?
Isn't that your friend?
The nature of our enemy is unclear now.
We're not alone.
They would kill each one of you given the open shot.
Time we had a chat.
Pre-order the Vault Edition now.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
So as you guys can see there, man, you saw where they had the Xbox logo on there with the Xbox chiming in, man. And I absolutely love that. I play that part over and over again because again, this is where Call of Duty belongs. This is where it cut its teeth. This is where it's got its player base. The only mistake Microsoft made was letting it go to PlayStation. Right? Microsoft, again, I talked about this on the channel. Just reiterate, a lot of the people at Microsoft at the time thought that they actually had fans. Right? When it came to Xbox, that 360, which they do, man. Look, dude, I've been rocking out with Xbox since the OG, right? And I know a lot of other people do as well. But a lot of people, and I can tell you this from experience, man, because when I used to look at my 360 list, the majority of the people on my list, they were my friends because they played Left 4 Dead, the first one and the second one. But Left 4 Dead, Call of Duty, um, and then of course the Madden and all that kind of stuff, right? Which is translated into a lot of stuff that's going on today with video gaming and why these guys are racking their brain about people not buying games, right? Or how the industry's in trouble, all this stuff that's going on. And we can touch on it a little later, but my point being is, uh, Call of Duty, was synonymous with Xbox. So when I see that symbol pop up and I hear that sound, dude, that's the way it's supposed to be. I'm glad Phil made the call. I'm glad Microsoft picked him up, man. I mean, we need to have COD back where it belongs, right? And for a lot of the other people, even some people in the media, man, they talk about this all the time, right? Because of course, when the process that Activision was going through, because some of these companies, man, they saw the writing on the wall several years ago, man. They knew how expensive it was to be making these games. The turnover rate on it, dude, just again, I like to compare it to the movie industry, right? A lot of these studios will see how much money they're making or how much money they're not making. And this determines whether you get a sequel or not, or if a movie is a bust or not, or if a director will ever direct again, right? Or if an actor's career is over. Right? That's how serious it is on the money front. And gaming is kind of the same way, right? You want to make that initial money from the day one launch, right? And that factors into the budget for the next movie. This is why you get sequels. This is how games get bigger, better, faster, right? But sometimes it doesn't pay off that way. And in the case of COD, man, there's a lot of money that they generate, but there's a lot they got to put into the resources. Hey, what's up, Vontae? Playing Black Ops 6, my first real go around with COD since last, like Black Ops 1. I'm liking it. Yeah, Vontae. The buzz I got when I played the demo, a lot of the people, and I'm talking like as we were playing, a lot of people felt like it was old COD, and it was interesting because there's some really good new features in there, like the movement and the controls. Right? There's a lot of stuff that you can do now that you couldn't do in any other Black Ops game, but it still feels natural. It reminds me of the same thing I felt when they put the ground and pound, or not ground and pound, but the ground stomp for Master Chief. I think it was in Halo 5. We got that Halo 4, Halo 5. At first, I was a little bit worried on how that was going to affect the gameplay, but it fit right in. In fact, it made a lot of sense, especially when you had some of the weapons that you would use it on. The ground stamp, sorry. But yeah, dude, and I know I'm probably picking the wrongest time to do it. Um, they released for me earlier this morning, because of course where I live. I had it downloaded and stuff like that, but I wanted to do this video just to kind of celebrate the launch because I think it is important. I think it is a big deal for Microsoft, and of course to give some smoke to the haters out there because there are a lot, dude. There's some of the ridiculous things that have been coming out this last month, man. Because as the build up for COD, you have a lot of people excited about it that play COD. A lot of people on the Xbox side, like myself, definitely. Like, I'm pretty sure you're the same way, right? We want to play the game, and of course you have the people on there that's just hating just to hate. Even the media, man, they never fail to amaze me with what they do when it comes to COD, man. It's just or anything Xbox really, just some of the stupidity they come up with. Like Game Industry Biz has some stupid article of how Sony could actually make more money off of this than Xbox or some crap like that. And that's from a narrative that was running on social media, predominantly X with the ponies right there. Like, oh, yeah, I don't know. A lot of these dudes need to go take a course in basic math or at least one semester of basic economics. Right? There's no way that Sony makes off more money than Xbox in this, based on the 80-20 split, which is I believe is what it is. But not only that, but Microsoft owns the brand. Microsoft owns Activision. They own this game now. Yes, it's still made by Activision. Yes. Xbox does a great job of letting Activision be Activision, right? And we'll talk about that as well because the marketing for this thing was off the charts. I was absolutely impressed with the way um, Activision handled it and how Microsoft allowed them to be themselves and handle it the way it was. Man, they brought back the Replacer, probably one of the greatest things they've ever done. And not only did they bring him back, because I thought bringing him back was awesome, and then a couple of commercials, of course, that first launched was amazing. But they went above and beyond, dude. I'm like, this dude was like on Barstool Sports. He was on Club Shay Shay. He was all over the place, and it blew my mind that they allowed him to do that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is not only is like COD back on Xbox where it belongs, but the attitude of what made COD what it is, especially Black Ops, is back as well. Man. So I'm loving every minute of it. Again, that's why I'm doing this podcast. I know a lot of people probably won't watch it. I mean, I should be playing the game as well, man. But I'm glad you like it, Vontae. Like I said, I played the demo, man, and I knew from the jump. I just played a couple matches, and I was like, dude, it feels like old hat with a modern twist. Right? It was really great. I loved every minute of it, dude. A lot of people did too. So I saw that it got a 9. You know, I'm not a big fan on rankings and stuff like that. But the buzz is palpable, and that's what it is, dude. I mean, a gamer scores aside, I mean, you can just chalk it up with part of with everything that's going on, man. But you know, the buzz is real. Everybody's out there. People want to play the game. People are looking forward to it. I wouldn't be surprised if some people take today off just to play it. I mean, I'm off today. I'm not working, but I got other stuff to do. That's why I took off today, not because of COD. You know, those days for me are over, man. I know that some places did midnight launches. That's what I read on the news, man. That some of these gaming stores did midnight launches, which I think is good, right? You know, we're living in different times. Anything to create a buzz for the game, to get your customers to buy your product, right? To come to your store. Hey, what's up, Faded, dude? Crazy, man. Today's a crazy day, big day for Xbox, man. We're talking all things COD today. Man, I gotta celebrate my brand back on the console where it belongs, back in our ecosystem where it belongs. Right, even more so now, dude. I mean, I'm pretty sure, Faded, you've been keeping up with the marketing for COD, dude. It's been stupendous. In fact, we'll share some more videos, man. I'll go online and look at. Dude, we'll do this, man. Let me unshare this stuff. Again, man, I don't have the wherewithal of unlimited productions. So we do everything that we can when it comes to to my channel. Let me see, man. I'm gonna put up some videos, man, because I absolutely love all of this, dude. Bringing back the replacer, man. Whoever thought of that, dude, needs to get a raise. Oh, this thing is. Let me. Sorry, guys. You know how we do here. You're not gonna get the best quality, but you're gonna get something. Share this screen, man. I gotta, because I love this commercial, man. We're hit from the jump. You know what I'm saying?
Hi, baby. I'm back. You see, I am the replacer. I replace you so you can play Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Really good.
Where's Dad?
I'm your daddy now.
Hello, Daddy.
I like that.
Mittens is stuck again.
Mittens, you did this to yourself.
Sir, can you please just unlock the doors?
Just give me 5 stars. Now get the hell out of my car. Tacos and blessings and gifts for all.
Holiness!
It is your own baby, lady. Baby, bless. Call of Duty Black Ops is back.
Oh man, dude, I love that commercial, man. I watched it so much. You know, so when this commercial dropped, hold on, when that commercial dropped, man, I expected maybe that one and a couple more, right, to hit, and then they just went, dude. They went ultra on that bad boy, dude. There's like so many commercials, and I'll play a couple more, man, because I like it that much, dude. It was just well done. In fact, just the pacing of it as well as the month went on. Like they would feature him. They did some really funny commercials. And like I said before, man, this dude went on like podcasts, on social media. There was I'll try and find it there. I'll try and pull it up on Twitter, man. But he actually did the replace. He did some of the gifs that are on there, and he did replacements on that. Then wrapping it up, like I think ever since last week, they started actually adding replacers from other countries, which I shared on X, man. They did one for Japan. I'll try and find that one and play it, dude. Because the actor who's on there is on this Netflix original show that about sumo wrestling, which is really cool. So they got that actor to play the replacer in Japan, and of course it's Japan, man. It's pretty weird and pretty out there, but it's cool. And then of course the replacer, they got one from Australia. Australia, New Zealand, man, is pretty big down there, right? and England as well, as and of course the States. But it's really cool too, the way that they did it. Um, yeah, but I'll search for all that stuff. Oh, sorry, Faded. What's up? This is exciting news, and I heard more exciting Trump news. Oh, did you hear about Hey, Faded? Did you hear what he said about the income tax, dude? Yeah, I mean, look, dude, he needs to chill though a little bit, man, dude. I want him to make it to to election day, dude. Putting that out there is one thing when you talk about like taking away, or taking away the income tax on tips for people in services, and then he's talking about Social Security, right? You know what I'm saying? So to me, that's kind of like, yeah, okay, I can understand that, right? And then I think what was the last one he did? I think he was like gonna do firefighters, first responders. And I don't want to say there was another one, but those are just, you know, kind of, stick and move kind of here and there. It creates the buzz, right? And I mean, regardless of how you feel about Trump, that's one of the things when it comes to timing and stuff like that, dude, he's untouchable. Like, he'll get hit with some stuff, then he'll come up with something. But that income tax is huge. I'm surprised he actually said that, dude. I mean, the ramifications of getting rid of the income tax, and he talks about his plan on when he's going to do that, or how he's going to do it and stuff like that. But just imagine, Amanda, a lot of the amount of people that rely on the income tax, on the federal side, dude. Then this is actually going to cut into employment, man. And I know why he's doing it, dude. This dude is not a big fan of the government right now, right? Especially with all the stuff that he's gone through. Look at the people he's surrounding himself with. A lot of libertarians are celebrating right now, right? About all this kind of stuff, dude. I'm not a big. I can't stand tax, dude. I have no problem with him getting rid of the income tax myself, or doing the things that he's doing when it comes to the tax, right? I'm no fan of tax. Um, but I don't know, brother, man. That's a big. I'm not saying that he won't do it. What I'm saying is, like, look, just be careful, man. There's some nutballs out there. He's already got, I know he got shot at one time, and then somebody was going to do a second attempt on him. So you have a lot of people in powerful positions that this will affect. Dude. I'm just telling you, a lot of this stuff deals with, government spending, dude. Where do you think government gets its money from? You know how big the federal government is, right? And of course, you get all the deep state stuff. So I understand all that, dude. We can talk about that on another podcast. Right? That's neither here nor there. But yeah, that's the biggest thing I saw that he said, and I was like, dude. Now the great thing about that, right, is, gaming will benefit because then people will have more disposable income. Yeah, you saw it too, right? Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy, bro. Because it's crazy because he'll do it. You know what I'm saying? He's crazy enough to do it, and that's why a lot of people, pro and con, people that are for it and against it, dude. I mean, they know he'll pull that trigger, dude. He just doesn't say stuff to say it. Let's see. What do you say? Tariff China. If it tariff China, most U.S. businesses will leave China and come back here. If effectively, will bring automotive factories back to places like Detroit. Yeah, possibly. Could. A lot of them are going to Mexico already. A lot of them are in Vietnam because of what China's been doing. Right? If you know what's going on with China, a lot of countries have been decoupling. Not just the U.S., man. China just does really, they bully. Right? They're burning down their own. They're burning down their own economy because they're communists, dude. I don't know why people. Like, I watch people, they talk about it. I can't believe they're doing this. I'm like, why don't you can't believe it? It's about the party. It's not about the people. It's not about success or wealth or middle class in China, dude. It's about the president there, Xi Jinping, and it's about their party. They're communists, dude. They're not capitalists. They're communists. Right? There's the trappings of capitalism that they like, but at the end of the day, it's all about power and control. So the U.S., of course, we've always had a beef with them. And Trump was in office in 2016, and even Biden kept a lot of those tariffs on, and Biden kept he actually did stuff to decouple from China. They didn't say decoupling, but that's what they're doing. Right? They were saying, "Oh, we're just going to proceed cautiously." They were decoupling, right? And as the U.S. followed suit, and then China doing stupid things in the South China Sea, there's it's one of the flashpoints for World War III is Taiwan. They've already infiltrated Hong Kong. Right, with Hong Kong, because colonization, right? Colonization's bad. Right? Hong Kong's been a colony under the British rule for the longest time in the 90s. They went back over to China, and then China promised Hong Kong that they will have the what is it? One country, two systems. Because Hong Kong is relatively Western. They're westernized. Right? So then China comes in, they're like, oh, yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll keep that in mind. And then just, right from the jump, man, they started just changing stuff, right? They're just little by little just creeping in, and then now they're going full bore, man. This is why you had all those. If you guys want, man, you just go online and you can see all the protests they had in Hong Kong. That's where the umbrella movement is, all that stuff, right? Because these guys knew, man, because they knew their democracy was gonna get disappeared, right? So yeah, I mean, you're saying, yeah, hopefully, dude. The one main kicker for all of that, dude, is that we need to open up, like, we need to be. I know we're ingenuity is always in the West, especially in the United States, but we need to bring that back. We need to get people out there creating stuff. That's my opinion. If we can get people out there creating stuff, building stuff, right, doing stuff ourselves back here. Yeah, dude, I think Detroit should. I would love to see a resurgence to Detroit. I'm old enough to remember, man, like my dad and my grandfather, dude. I mean, American cars was where it at. Was where it at. But my dad and grandfather are Detroit Lion fans, right? Mainly because this guy from Hawaii ended up playing there. But you know, I remember the power of American automotives and stuff like that. I'm old enough to remember that. I was really young, right? And as I grew up, I saw the decimation of it. So yeah, I'm a Steeler fan, dude. The steel industry, all that stuff. Man, I mean, so we'll see, dude. We'll see what happens, man. I mean, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting, but that's why everybody's losing their mind right now because he can't with Trump, man. Dude, even on his own side, dude, he keep people guessing. But if you notice the people that he surrounds himself with, right? If you notice the people he's surrounding himself with, as opposed to 2016, if you just juxtapose the two, right? He's moving in a direction a lot of people thought he was going to move in 2016. It's a study. Like I said, sorry, we can talk about that on it. This is the COD podcast, but and look, dude, you can say whatever you want in my chat. I'm not saying that we can't talk about it, but I mean, we'll talk about COD too. So, but it'll be faded. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I mean, I'll be willing to. I say roll that dice and see how everything falls, man. Because you got to take into consideration if there's no federal tax, where a lot of people, again, man, a lot of states. I know Hawaii is one of them. Right? We used to have one of the premier senators for years, man. Daniel Inouye. Right? He was second only to Robert Byrd for the longest time. So when Hawaii needed stuff, dude, he would make things happen, and people. That's why he stayed in office for so long, right? So people don't realize how much. People don't realize how much the states also rely on federal funding, right? So then you got to take into consideration that if there's no federal funds coming to the state, right? I mean, and again, it depends on what is he going to totally rip this? Then you're going to have to look at your state and city taxes, and it'll be nuts, dude. Hey, what's up, Gogo? Hey, if you're available, let me know, man. I'll shoot you a link. In fact, I'll just shoot you a link. If you can join, fine. If not, it's cool. But actually, technically, we're talking about. We kind of got off on a tangent, but today is COD day, all day, every day, man. I put that on my X. Today is COD day. Hold on, guys. Let me send this to. Bear with me, man. Let me send this to Gogo. Yeah, Gogo, and I know you'd be good, man, because you're a COD fan like me. Yeah, if you want to come in, I sent the link, dude. Yeah, early show. I got some stuff to do today, but I was actually gonna start playing COD, but I was like, you know what, dude, I want to celebrate today, man, because the buzz and the hype is real, man. A lot of people are excited about it. I know I am, and I've been excited. And the build up, dude, has been amazing. Again, whoever is doing the marketing for Activision deserves a raise. I mean, they've been hitting on all cylinders. I mean, every week, dude, it just crescendos, man, until we hit this date. In fact, man, I'll go back and I'll share another. Am I still sharing? Let me share this, man.
these crazy times, my services are in higher demand than ever. So I've enlisted some reinforcements.
Look, we're not here to spiders. I'm here to fill in for you so you can play Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Let's get to it then.
Today, I present you
This is so funny.
an opportunity to get into the.
Is that the price? I get commission of this, right? Excuse me. Where's Robbo? I'm Robbo. Okay, peoples. In all my years in real estate, I have never seen a property like this before. Gorgeous open floor plan. And al fresco living. Who's buying with mummy and daddy's money? Any overseas investors that probably won't even live here. Negatively geared boomers. Okay, who's paying? Okay. Sold to the trust fund babies for $1 million. Welcome to the Aussie dream. So, go.
That's so funny.
Enjoy.
And a new kind of affordable housing option is now popping up all around the country to bring some relief to Australia.
It's funny because it's true.
Come back later, love. I want Smoko. Here comes a 3-incher.
Dude, I can't believe they did this commercial.
What are you doing?
You need to fix your side mirror.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
And there's been huge delays across Sydney due to gridlock outside a school in Sydney's.
How they did the card game on them. Oh my gosh. Sorry, dude. That is like so funny. I love that. And that's how it used to be, man. At least back in the day, man, when COD first came out. You know, definitely bro shooter, right? But it was that type of attitude, and they've been doing it in spades, man. Like I said, I'll try and find a couple more to look at. But it's nuts, dude. But some of these are kind of a bit long. But hold on. You know, when I hear people talk about Xbox marketing and how they want Xbox marketing to be a little bit more fuller, like a little bit more, you know, out there and stuff like that. This is what I think they mean. Because this has been nonstop, dude. Like, I'm not gonna play this whole thing, but just like this one right here. Oh, it's not too long.
Howdy. I hear there's a lot of work to be done at the bar stool. That's why I'm here. I'm the replacer.
Hey, buddy, you work here?
I do now.
It is part of my take.
Yeah.
What the? Who the hell are you? Where's Max?
Oh, Minimax is off playing Call of Duty Black Ops 6. I'm the replacer, so you're in good hands. Just go on.
Okay.
Surprise, surprise, everybody.
Ooh, KB! KB, you're getting wet. Time to get wet.
No, KB's not getting wet.
Oh, no, KB's getting wet.
No, KB's not getting wet. And you know the rules, kids. I'm going to take one bite. I give you
You do the score
review.
yet?
And what?
You do the score yet?
I mean, Dave, all these houses, what's going on? Can you live in any of them?
Listen, Kirk, I don't want to talk about any of that stuff.
Oh, poor little David. He doesn't want to talk about his mansions. Oh, that's Gino, I think. Gino, Shut up.
Wet, 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 wet.
One bite, then I give the scores, okay?
You're addicted to losing. What's that like?
No one wants to hear you two anymore.
What do you mean?
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, this is our podcast. What are you doing, Replacer?
Hey,
Get Max
Somebody
back
do
here.
something
What is-
about this?
let's play some music. Welcome to Jazz 88.3. What about that boat of yours? Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. You want me to call the Coast Guards for you? What the hell are you looking at? Camera down. You want a taste? Thank you. I hope it's decaf. What the? No, not again. Tastes more like oatmeal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
You have to.
Yeah, you are, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not a dude. You coming with me there, Nicky? What's your name, Nicky? Hey, listen, how's Miss Peaches? I heard she hates you now. Catch!
Listen, Suit, she loves me. I saved her life.
No, she doesn't love you. She loves your money, sucker. Hey, look at that car. Pan over to the car. I'm gonna kick his ass. Where? Dude, get the hell out of here! You want a cold? You got a cold. Frankie! We give it back to Gino. You do have a nice tan, pal.
Thank you, Wit. I do appreciate that.
All right, boys. Anything else?
Can't eat that. First -9. Let's boogie. Another day at the office, kids. Sheila, you come with me. Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Pre-order now, or I will get ya.
Hey, sorry guys, what's up? I'm behind. Sorry guys. I just been loving all the commercials, man. Again, man, it's that attitude era from back in the day. You know, like if you guys follow me on X, man, you know I share a lot of the wrestling clips and stuff like that people share, man. I mean, this is the time I kind of grew up in, that a lot of us grew up in, man. It's nice to see that come back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And he's been doing it. The kind of cool thing about COD and what they've been doing with the marketing is it's relevant to today as well. Because of course we have an election coming up, man, and he did this one video where he's like, he tells everybody there's no people who vote for it, just go and play Call of Duty, stuff like that, dude. This is one of the smartest things they've ever done for their marketing, is bringing this dude back, and he still looks good, bro. You know, this guy is old, man. He's not young anymore. In fact, if you guys go back and watch some of the older Replacer when he first came out, dude, I mean, he looks good, but you can tell he's aged a little bit, man, but he still looks great. Hey, sorry, Dea. Hi, Sega Forever, Faded Blaze, Vontae, and Gogo Pole. Hey, Dea, welcome. If you want to come in, I'll just send you the link. If you can, I know. Please, you're more than welcome. If you can, I understand. You know how my podcasts are. But I loved you on Unlimited's podcast, dude. You guys did a great job. I loved your segment. It was awesome. Hold on. Guys, let me find you. Let me just post real quick. Paste. All right, Dave, I sent it to you on Instagram if you want to jump in. I sent one to Google. I know, again, this is off the cuff. I actually should be playing COD, but again, just wanted to talk about it a little bit. What do we got here? Realist. Hey, what's up, Realist? What's up, bro? All COD day, man. Do you want to jump in, bro? Let me know. I think we follow on Twitter, right? Let me know if you want to come in, bro. Just hit me up. Just tell me in the chat. Hey, what's up, Dale?
Hey, how you doing?
I was like, so yesterday I thought I could play COD, right? Because of where I'm at. But what ended up happening was, I guess because they launched in New Zealand first,
Yeah, everybody was talking about New Zealand yesterday.
Yeah. So then, but what they do is they go from New Zealand. They don't come my way. They go all the way around, right? And so Hawaii is like at the end, right? Because like we're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, right, off the
Yeah.
coast of California, of course. So everybody it moved that direction. It went from
Oh
New
my
Zealand,
gosh.
wrapped around the globe, and now it's coming back to me. So I mean, I have everything set up. I was gonna play, but I wanted to do a little podcast,
This
kind of
is
celebrating COD, you know?
yeah, yeah. And this is what I miss is the celebration.
Yeah.
It's like everything is always doom and gloom. So this is nice. This is very nice.
Well, they've done such a great job. I mean, I'll be honest with you, dude. I think this is what a lot of people in the Xbox community. I think I'm pretty safe speaking for everyone. This is the kind of marketing, right, that they want Microsoft to do a little bit more of. If I'm being honest, um, I'm like I don't have a real problem with Microsoft, and I understand the reasons why they market the way they do. And COD is a bigger COD sucks all the air out of the room, so I understand that as well.
Yeah.
But man, I just been enjoying like all
Oh no, no. I wouldn't mind if they kind of like expanded whoever's behind their marketing to include other divisions of Microsoft. I
Yeah.
wouldn't mind it personally, you know.
Well, I saw Aaron. Aaron was tweeting stuff out, and I was like, "Yeah, Aaron, you know what I'm saying? You know, this is you guys used to do stuff like this. You know what I mean? Sega went through that little transition as well back
That's
in
true.
the day.
Yep,
And then
yep.
when the Dreamcast went out, they revisited the Sega Scream and
Yeah.
the stuff that we loved as fans. You know, hey, Microsoft and Xbox, you know, this is, and you guys own it. You know, you guys own Activision now, so you know, bring it.
I got it. I don't usually play COD or anything, but I might try the campaign. I'm more of a campaign type person. So
Yeah.
you know, and I love FPSs, so you know, I probably try it out.
I
I've
will
never done
say,
one though, so it's nice that it's in my subscription service. That's what I like about Game Pass, because I wouldn't pay all that money for COD when I don't really normally play it. You know,
right,
it's just.
right.
But this is, you know, who knows? They might make a fan out of me. You never know.
Well, I'll say this: I think of all the campaigns, I prefer Black Ops campaigns over it
Okay, they're good. Okay.
because they have all the espionage and Tom Clancy stuff
Oh, that's
in there,
cool.
right? The conspiracy stuff.
Yeah.
Which it was funny because I went back and I was playing Black Ops 2 or 3. Um, I went back and I was playing through the campaign again. It's funny, I was getting achievements, so maybe I played it when I had my older account.
Mm-hmm.
My original account was Sega for Life.
Oh, Sega for life. Okay.
Yeah, I just lost it. One day I lost it.
Oh wow.
I tried to log in and like you can't log in, and I had to create a whole nother. I've never been what do you call that? The hunter, achievement hunter.
Oh, achievement hunter. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that didn't bother me. And then, digital wasn't a big thing. Thank God. I mean, you guys had a great debate on Unlimiteds about digital
Yeah.
versus physical. So
Physical.
I was more of a physical guy back then. In fact, Sega Man mentioned that I was a physical. Yeah, you should. My collection
Mm-hmm.
prior to, man, I'm not on the same level as Sega Man, but a lot of those games he talks about, I have those.
Oh wow. Then you was a serious collector then, because
Original-
Sega Man is a serious collector. Him and Hebot. You know those two.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this: it was just that we were gamers,
Mhm.
so we grew up in it, right? So you just bought,
That was just natural. Yeah, you bought your stuff. Yeah, but trade-ins and selling became big at some point. That's how I think a lot of people lost their libraries, because they was just
Oh yeah.
trading in and selling and things like that.
Yeah. In that sense, I'm a collector because even with my comic books, I have people offer me money for the
Money,
comic
and
books
you
I
don't
had.
sell. Yeah, then you're a
Yeah, I
collector.
never sold it.
Yeah.
Later on, as I became more of a seller, this is where for a lot of comic book guys or guys that collect toys collectibles and
Mhm.
video games and stuff like that, right? Then you started doing the double, right? You buy one for sale, one to keep in your collection, and then
Right, you always buy one to sell, one to keep. Exactly. Yeah.
Then I started doing that, but
Yeah.
yeah, and I made money off of that. I'm not gonna lie, dude. The biggest thing was my Sega Saturn collection. I made a couple grand off of.
Oh
that stuff
wow.
back then.
Wow. Okay.
Well, because it was just, like I know they were talking about it in the group, but that was a great discussion you guys had because I think that's the next that's the
That
next level.
that's something that we're gonna have to tackle, because
Yeah.
almost all the industry now is digital, and that has to be addressed, I think. Hey, Realist, you want to join us? You can
Yeah.
also join too.
I'll just sit. I think
He's
I have one.
very, very good at podcasting. So
I mean,
Google Poll just said he'll join, then he took off again. He must be kind of busy because he said another call. So maybe.
You know what? I think he might be working.
Yeah, he could be working. I think he'll try to get in once he gets past whatever. Because he said he was just coming back. He said sorry he was on call. Then he said, wait, another call. I'll be back. I was like, oh boy, poor Google Poll.
You know, and I'm challenged too. I mean, trying to keep up with everybody. I can't even remember. Like, I want to talk, but I can't remember his name on Instagram. His name is not Tuckmaster on Instagram. I'm like,
yeah.
Who is he? You know, what I'm bad at that. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, this is just like a loose thing that I wanted to do. And again, you know, I'm pumped. I'm really pumped, and I think Xbox has done a great job promoting with Activision.
I do too, and not just Kai. Kai was brilliant, honestly, in marketing, but I also think they've done very well with their partners, like with what's that Fantasio what's that? How you pronounce that one? That RPG that came out from Atlas. Metaphor. Yeah. That's what Metaphor. Fantasio, I think it is. Yeah. And they did a very good job on that one too. That's why it's so well. You know, that's funny that some of the ponies was complaining about the marketing, but it apparently got out to enough people that they were quite happy with the sales. So, yeah. So I think they're getting a lot better at that, and yeah, they've been doing pretty good.
Yeah, you know, credit to Phil and big shout out to Sarah Bond.
Yeah,
she's the one that's been like when she talks about what they've been doing behind the scenes. Now you're beginning to see it because you know it's a combination. Yeah, Xbox and Sega. Sega's all on board with Microsoft. I mean, dude, look, I know I say this all the time, but I will not be surprised if Microsoft that's the next acquisition. I mean, they work so well together. You know that they're working together.
In my opinion, I'm torn between it because I like I said before, I don't think Japanese studios mesh well with Xbox. I just think that, you know, I just don't. But on the other hand, I know the relationship between Sega and Xbox is very, very good. And I don't know. I want them to own Sega, but I don't want them to do what like Shinji Mikami did when he got acquired or anything. I don't want to see a repeat of that. If that's going to happen, I'd rather them just be partners. If they're not going to want to actually join hands with Xbox and work with them and the other studios, because they're like one big happy family. So many studios help other studios under Xbox.
Well, I think the defining thing though is that Sega does want to branch. It's the same thing you've seen with Square Enix. They want to branch out. Because like you guys are saying, and something I say on my channel as well, you know, there was a time that you could do, like, you know, I know you guys discussed the whole thing with Sony. Not surprising to me at all. They've always done that, right? Sony, that's how Sony operates. That's their business, right?
Yeah.
There was a time you could do that where you could money hack things. These are not those times.
I agree with that. I agree. I think to survive now with the cost of things and to get to reach, because people can be a lot of places now. It's not like how it was in the past where you kind of limited. People are not limited anymore. Well, and a big chunk of the world is on PC.
Yeah.
So you have to go there because they're not going to give up PC for a console. They may buy a console as a complementary thing with PC, but they're not going to stop. A PC gamer I've never known a PC gamer to give up PC for console unless they was just old and didn't want to do it no more. Or they just, you know, they like, I'm not really gaming as much as I want as I used to and all, you know, because it's certain things that draw people to PC. It's not that the games are different, it's the experience. Like they might be heavily into modding, they may like to mod themselves, they may be technical, you know. The people who like to do mods, you need a PC for that. Right. So and people they overlook that aspect of gaming. There's people who like to tweak and work on mods and make whole like look at that Fallout London that we saw that was done by a group of people. Nobody paid them to do that.
Right.
They just did it. And sometimes they do that stuff on par with the actual studio that they're admiring, you know. So that's a whole segment of gaming that people don't talk about. You know, that they simply don't talk about. And so there are things on PC that draw people there, right? But
Yeah.
so they're never going to stop that in order to go to a console. That's just not realistic. So you have to go where people are. This part I do understand what Microsoft is saying. On that. I 100% understand that. I even understand most of the games that they sent off, and why. Including Indiana Jones. What I didn't like about the Indiana Jones thing was that Phil told us one thing and then they ended up popping up doing another, and then we find out at the what was that? Was that the Summers Game Fest thing or something? I forget what that was. I think that might have been the Summer
Yeah.
Show.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Shows.
yeah, and then our one more thing is that it's coming to PlayStation. Like what the heck was that? The show should be for your people. They should not be for um anybody that's in your ecosystem and stuff. The show should be for that. And they could have announced that later. That's fine. But to do that at your show, that's ridiculous. And then knowing Xbox can't be blind to the fact that they know how their customer base is treated by the greater gaming industry. They're treated as bad as they are.
Yeah.
So sometimes the fans just need the company to kind of be there for them in those moments when they need to be, excited and they want to look at what's coming next and to be treated like kings for a day. Okay. And there's nothing wrong with that from the Xbox gamer to want to be treated like kings for a day. Because when they get back out in the world, they're going to be told their decision is stupid, that Xbox has no games, that, everything goes to PlayStation and on and on and on. They're going to be told about how horrible Halo is and all this stuff. We hear that on a constant basis. So it's these small little moments that takes us out of it and we can be happy, like the COD release, how successful the release sounds like it's been. And you could just, for that moment, you could just be a gamer. Who cares about what you're gaming on? You can just be a gamer. And those are the little fleeting moments that I look forward to. And we just want at those times for, hey, Xbox, treat us like kings. We're your customers. We kept you going. Especially some of us kept you going through the worst of times. So we just want to be treated like this just for a day, just for a few hours. Give us that little bit. Not to just be looking like you're trying to pimp out to other people, like that you looking for everybody else, that you trying to be, share your bed with somebody too. We don't want that in those moments. That's all. I think the gamer is reasonable and they understand why they're doing some of the decisions they're making, even if they don't like it. But I just wanted to say that because there are times that I even feel like they're not. Look, I'm on PC, but on console, it's Xbox for me, and that ecosystem spreads into PC for me. So, for my experience, it's heavily entwined. PC and Xbox. So to me, I'm just as much of a customer as anybody because I buy a lot of games off of Xbox. In fact, I look to Xbox first because I like the hello 100.
Hey, what's up, 100?
Nice seeing you. But yeah, I look to, I love the play anywhere with the games. I love to have the access to both the console and PC with my games. So I look there first. In some games, I just want on console because I don't want it on PC. I want to be able to relax on the couch and play it. So a lot of times,
That's how I play.
single player RPGs, like especially those little ones and things, or arcadey style games and things like that. I love playing that just on my console. And there's a lot of other ones, but those are just some examples. So I tend to just keep those kind of games concentrate. It's not that I'll ever like not do it because I do buy other games and stuff. Like I have Halo and other stuff like that. But that's what I primarily like to buy on there because I can just be very comfortable and and I can play it on PC or the console when I feel like I have the flexibility. I don't have that with Steam. I don't have that with Epic. So I get that with Xbox. So I buy a lot of stuff from them. I bought a lot of old games. It was stuff I missed from the older stuff that I bought from them. I was like, I never played Quantum Break. I'm going to buy the game. Um, I bought old games in anticipation that they might redress them. Like what's that? It's that Activision game. It's I can't think of the name of it right now. It's
It's an Activision game?
Yeah, it's an Activision game. Yep. They had it on there before they even acquired Activision though. It's Prototype. That's what it was. Prototype. Yeah. I bought that in anticipation that I believe they will improve on the game and stuff like that. I expect they're going to do that. Once I knew I had bought the game before they acquired it though, but I'm looking forward to that, like and they may even do a sequel or do another game or a reboot or something like that. So I'm looking, I really hope they do because I really like the game. But yeah, these are things that, as far as like with Xbox, these moments, that's important. And I'm just glad that you're taking the time to focus on something positive with Xbox.
Because there's a lot of positive things with Xbox, but if you're on social media, especially, or just media in general, right? It's always a negative slant, right? Like I saw, I don't know if it was Business Insider or one of these. It's just a random news thing, right? And so Microsoft, they relaunched their headphones, which is supposed to be.
Yeah, I heard it's a new version of the headphone or something.
Right. But then when you read the news article, the news article says it like this: Microsoft finally releases an updated headset. You know what I'm saying?
They already.
So it's kind of like a backhanded comment in the title.
Yeah, it is. Because they headphones was not perfect. No, there is no perfect headphones, but their headphones are very good.
Well, the last one, the first ones were bad.
Yeah, well, not the ones I have now today that I got today are good. Yeah.
But I remember the first one they had because I had one.
One of those. Okay, I don't have those. Okay.
Yeah, the very first ones that came out, now I like them because they're very comfortable. The only problem is I live in Hawaii, so it's very humid here.
Okay.
So I can't really use. That's one of the reasons. Oddly enough, I haven't been able to play Senua Sacrifice. Right, I gotta wait for the winter time to come when it gets cooler, and then I can play it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you absolutely need the headphones for that game. Yeah.
So, because anytime I wear anything over my head, even if I wear a cap and I walk around, I sweat. So, case in point, at least with the first set that they had, everyone I got didn't work, and I had 4. So they stopped working, right? And that, to me, it's not so much the headphones; it's quality control.
Quality control, yeah.
Yeah, it's Faded Blaze. Is Faded Blaze?
That's a great comment from Faded Blaze. Yeah. And hi, Two Man. Two Man just showed up.
Hey, what's up, Two Man?
Good to see you again, my friend. The tariff thing is a possibility. It might positively. Oh yeah, absolutely. Some of those policies and stuff that Trump is saying, I'm all for. It's very business friendly as well as citizen friendly. I'm gonna tell you what perked my husband's ears up when he said no taxes on overtime, because he does a lot of overtime.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, that would help us out so much.
You know what though? I hope he makes it to election day, because this thing that he came out with yesterday was no income tax.
I heard. I was like, how far is he? That's a libertarian idea. They've been talking about that for a long time. Yeah. Libertarians have been pushing that for a long time.
Libertarians' two big thing is weed and no taxes.
That's
every libertarian I
there
do.
You go, weed and no taxes.
Weed and no taxes. That's
that's true. Yeah. So,
and it's either or. It's interchangeable, right?
Every
time I talk to them, they're like, "Yeah,
those recreational drugs and then the taxes." Yo, you're right. That's very.
Let me tell you why this is not a gateway drug. Let me tell you why. Like, I had one guy tell me, "Dude, aren't you Hawaiian? Isn't there medicinal purpose to weed?" I'm like, "Look, you're gonna go down that route." You know what I'm saying? So I know they was ecstatic. Some of the guys
that shocked me. I was like, where did that come from? Because I haven't been able to keep up with everything with that. So it seemed like stuff is changing so fast. I can't keep up with it.
This is why everybody get mad at him. I mean, this is why people that don't like him get mad at him. They can't keep up with him. And the scary part I said earlier in the video, dude, is he'll do it.
He will do it if he says it, yeah. And another thing that can help us is no taxes on Social Security, because my dad, I'm about to take him in next month. Let's see,
well, he started off with no tax on tips.
Yeah, he's no tax on tips was the first one, which is big for people who rely on tips to kind of offset, because they get underpaid a little bit. So the tipping helps them to maintain a certain amount that they need,
Yeah, and, I'll explain it like this when it comes to the tips, right? For a lot of you guys who do Uber, or if you go somewhere to eat now, this is why they put that little screen in front of you, right?
Yeah.
like that you can just touch what you want if you pay by your card and like, oh here, do you want a tip? And it has 15%.
Yeah, it has it already
Pre.
done in there.
And they
Yeah.
don't even mess around. Before they used to be like 10, maybe 12. They go straight to the 15, the 18.
They go straight there. Yeah. Because pretty much
years.
I think they're trying to stay up to inflation, and I think that's why. Because
Yeah,
the
you're
inflation just
supplementing.
keeps going up. Yeah.
The businesses will do that because you're supplementing their employees' income because the
Yeah.
cost is a
Yeah.
lot.
That's what they're doing.
And they're
Yeah.
having a hard time. Like I know where I live, because tourism is a big thing where I live. So, there's signs all the time, help wanted signs, for
Yeah.
service, right?
Yeah.
So if you take away taxes on tips, right, that's more money in their pocket.
That helps. Yeah, that helps a lot for people who take tips.
Yeah.
For my family, the overtime as well as the Social Security, no taxes on that, is going to help us because, like I say, I'm going to be taking care of my dad. He's coming to live with us next month,
Right.
and then for us the overtime that will help a lot. So that I'm all for that because any more money because to stay especially stay ahead of inflation, it's been tough. It's been rough.
Yeah,
So
it's ridiculous. Like
yeah,
every time I go to shop, it gets more and
it's
more
terrible. The food cost is so bad. Yeah, it's bad. And then in Michigan, like where I'm at now, it's worse for us because we have these long winters, right? So we're
Yeah.
talking about we have to import a lot of the fresh vegetables and things in during that time. And we have shorter, like compared to other states, we have shorter summers and things like that, but longer winters. So that
How's
doesn't help us at all.
how's y'all's heating? Is that
The
really
heating
bad?
costs, oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. Yeah, you do not want to know. Because that's life or death here. Heating costs, like that's something like if you give up other things you really shouldn't give. Water is one, but we don't have problems with water. I think about 20% of the world's fresh water is here, so we're
Yeah.
okay with that. But it's the energy, it's the ability to heat your home and stuff because you will freeze to death here. So that's something you can give up other things, but you can't get that up. You'll freeze.
Yeah.
Now, yes, it's serious here. Like when you living in a climate where you got these harsh extremes, you have to deal. Those are real threats, I guess.
No, I totally understand. I mean,
Yeah.
every state is different.
Yeah, every state.
For
Yeah, you
us,
don't worry about that in Hawaii. You guys
we
have
don't. I
much
mean,
better weather.
one of the bad things here, for at least from my perspective, is definitely the heat.
The heat. Okay.
Normally, we rely on trade winds here,
Okay.
but they're building so much. You know what I mean? So everybody's getting AC. So
Oh.
we've had brownouts on the islands.
Oh wow. Okay.
Because on top of that, they shut down a couple of the coal plants because they want to go green here in Hawaii.
Right.
And that's why I was like, what's his name? My gosh, Zinc. Yesterday on the show, man, he talked about something I've been following on for a long time because I'm into nuclear.
Oh, that's right. With Microsoft, they're acquiring an island for
Yeah,
nuclear.
3 Mile Island.
3 Mile Island. Okay, yeah. Wow. Yeah,
That's
because he
probably why
said
they
they
helping
need
us
the
talk.
data.
I was joking about that too.
Right?
Well, huh?
He said the data centers is the reason, right?
Well, the AI data centers.
Yeah, because he said it's such a power drain. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge power drain.
Yeah.
So when I saw the article the first time, a couple months ago, I saw it, and I pay attention to nuclear energy, right? So, because what's happening as far as politics is concerned, right? A lot of people who are green are coming around to the idea of nuclear energy because they went green, and then they're
You
suffering.
can't sustain like
it's not
Michigan under this crazy Gretchen Whitmer, she was pushing solar everywhere. Why are you pushing solar in a state that is gray for more times of the year than it is sunny? I mean, because we have long winters. So, like, what is she thinking? Like, it's not practical to actually heat and run a house here in Michigan because we just don't have as much sun. We don't. And so it's our summers are fine. We have mild summer. I think the highest we really get, you might hit the occasional 90, but it's 80 to 70, So that's the hottest we get. And then like when we like put the AC on, because a lot of people are adapted to the cold here, right? So like, it starts getting 80, people be turning on the AC here.
Right. No,
we're not used to it, we're not used to it. And then we'll get blackouts from that little bit. because
Yeah,
it's
because
just
the
the grid
grid's
is
not
just not it's
it's not
it's
built
not
to
designed for. So when you said the AC, I understood it, but I think our grid is worse because we don't really rely on the AC as much as some other states do. You know what I'm saying?
well, Hawaii is like getting filled with a lot of different people from different parts of the world. And so if you live here, if you're a local and you've lived here your whole life, you understand the climate, right? A lot of people, this is why a lot of people here locally go to the beach, right? When you get hot, you just go to the
Yeah,
beach.
just go to the beach or a river. Well, for us, we have lots of rivers here and stuff.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we
But
got
I mean,
beaches too. But yeah, yeah.
but they're building so much here, you know, like Hawaii is just going to be one big apartment. Everybody's just going to
I hope
order from
they
Amazon.
don't. They need to save some natural resources. I will say that's something that this state has done is try to preserve places and stuff. You need to do that there because Hawaii is such a beautiful island. You
Well,
don't
we
want to
have
lose that.
we have so many people moving here, right? And the people that are moving here are people with money because you have to have money to live in Hawaii.
Right, right.
And so if you're not like me and you have family, or you got your house when it was cheaper,
Right.
right? But that's why a lot of people are leaving. But the point being is that it was the funny thing I thought about is maybe that's why Microsoft's helping the Stalker 2 guys. Because the reality of it is that you have Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and
Yeah.
Apple, right? And when
Yeah.
they do stuff moves, right? This is why, again, with the if for all you guys out there wondering why the FTC was so hard on Microsoft, had nothing, like you said, they had nothing to do with the gaming,
No,
had
it
nothing to do
didn't.
with us with gaming. It has everything to do with politics, right?
Exactly.
It's big tech versus
It's
big
that threat to the government when these companies get too big.
Yeah.
That's what it is. They can't they fear they can't control them there. Some of these companies and stuff seem like they can run a whole country themselves. That's how much money they
we're
earn.
so like with Microsoft, we're so ingrained to them, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so the whole thing with so you're gonna get nuclear now, and the reason you're gonna get it is because of all the stuff that's going on.
Right, right.
You know, because the whole time I grew up, my entire life, right, nuclear is evil, nuclear is bad.
But actually nuclear is clean.
It's a lot cleaner than it was when we were growing up, but even back then, you know what I mean? Because
Well,
like
it's clean today.
Yeah.
It's a lot cleaner. Nothing is 100%, but you know it's cleaner
Yeah.
than a
Well,
lot of the other stuff they're talking about because you still rely on gasoline and other stuff, you know.
Well, so I'm prior Navy, right? So they've been running nuclear and Navy for the longest time, right? And so of course you have to have your stuff in place, and there's what do you call that? Fail safes and defaults and stuff that you gotta look at, right? But we can do it. I have faith that we can do it. I mean, we've done some amazing stuff as a country.
Agreed.
This is a no-brainer.
Right.
Now, with that being said, at the end of the day, Microsoft wants to make it happen. This is why the ponies, right? The narrative is like, oh, Game Pass is gonna die, COD is gonna die, like you guys were saying, right?
They said COD is going to die. Why? Because of Game Pass?
Because of Game Pass. Nobody's gonna buy the game.
What?
Because it's on Game Pass.
Well,
Meanwhile,
you know what? Even if that's
well, I think Unlimited said it's like the number one game, like pre-order for.
It
for,
is.
For
It's crazy. It's no, because it doesn't make sense for everybody. For people who only play COD, which it is people who only play COD, they just buy it, and Microsoft gets your money anyway.
Yep.
If for people who oh yeah, I forgot to read what Really said. He said the Yakuza show is decent. I wanted to read that.
Oh yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I haven't seen it yet, Realist, but I'm gonna try to check it out. It's on Amazon Prime, right?
Is it Japanese made? Realist? If you're still there, sorry.
Yeah, is it authentic? Let us know. Let us know.
If it's Japanese made, I don't know if I can watch it.
Oh wow. Well, yeah, they're not as no offense. They're not as good as the Korean actors. They Korean
got
actors are fantastic. Yeah.
They have some great movies. It's funny, you know, the Replacer for Call of Duty. They actually used the guy in Japan. They did a Replacer in Japan, and that guy's on this sumo movie that's on Netflix that I like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they got him. They got that actor. I'll try and find it and post it. We can watch it because I played the Australian one already, which I thought was brilliant that they did that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well,
yeah. Hopefully, Willis will let us know, and then let's see.
I sent you the link. I sent him the link. So.
Yeah, he did. Okay. I don't know if he even knows. He might not be there. If Willis, if you hear this, you got a link if you want to join. Google Po's too busy. He's back and forth, you know, so we can't.
Yeah, that's fine.
Pick his brain for anything right now.
No problem. Bonton says that I will say I do like the campaign. Yeah.
Oh,
Campaign
the
was fire.
campaign is good. Okay, that's good to hear. Thanks, Vontae. Vontae is a hardcore gamer too. He's a completionist. I still remember that.
Vontae, man, we gotta do like a pop culture. You gotta join my pop culture.
Yeah, Vontae be good for that. Yeah.
Vontae, did you get the Itzy? Do you listen to Itzy? Did you get their new CD? Let me know what you think. Because I hear that JYP like was putting the hammer down on them. Yeah, they might be one of these groups that they. I mean, they make money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, oh, look what he said. Yeah, Tool Man, welcome, my brother.
Yeah, fire leader Khan.
Yeah,
That's
Fire
how I
Leader
feel,
Khan.
Faded Blaze. I feel the same way. She's actually very, very bad. I'm almost embarrassed for our country to have that woman in there. I really am.
Well, it's our whole system, right? It's like because all of these people again. If you guys didn't know, this is why elections matter. When you elect people, there's people that appoint these people.
Yeah, they
That's how
appoint.
That's how you get these people in office.
Yep.
Or in these positions, not in office, but in these positions, they're all appointed.
Mm-hmm.
Just to let you guys know, if you guys are like, well, I'll vote for so and so, that should change. Well, unless the people you have to, this is unfortunate, and it's unfortunate, right? This is why people vote in blocks, right? And people vote like in Hawaii. Like Hawaii is probably the most a very conservative state, but because unions are so big here, right? We're always blue.
Oh, that's why you're always blue.
We're always blue. Yeah, because of the union pull, and that goes to the plantation days, guys. This is ingrained in our culture, our local culture.
Same, it's the same here in Michigan with the union representation.
Yeah.
So, but you know what? The unions, some of the unions here have not had it because it hasn't been easy for Michigan with the car industry.
Well, at the end of the day, with unions, right? It's just supposed to be about the people.
It is, but they sell them out, man, for these politicians.
Yeah,
it's not always in the best interest of the people that they're working for.
Faded Blaze says, yeah, I was just saying that tariffs could possibly bring back automotive jobs back.
That's desperately needed because you do not want us to no longer have any kind of because we've been losing jobs to automation. Also, we've been losing jobs because like I said, they was pushing electric cars, which we do not dominate here. Ford was trying to they've been trying to play catch up with that because they best selling car is a truck. Okay. It's the F-150. That's the best selling vehicle they make.
Yeah.
And then they have to somehow be able to run everything and come up with a vehicle for electric use. And then and look, we don't even have the infrastructure for that. We really don't. But they was pushing electric cars so hard here. People was not, that means we have to give a lot of business to China because they lead there.
No, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Exactly. And so, Ford was trying to come up, they built an innovative center and all this stuff, really trying to push the EVs because that was what was being mandated. It wasn't the market that was mandating it. It was the higher ups, it was the
policies.
It was right. So and I can
Hawaii's the same. Hawaii's the same.
Yeah. So that's what was happening. So honestly, I think there's people here who are taking a breath of fresh air as seeing that they won't be required to do that. Because the fact is the market is simply not there. It's so small compared to the rest of the market. It doesn't make sense that they got to put all their money and stuff into that. They should still innovate there. They should still, develop there, but on not at the pace that they were being forced to here. And so that disrupted our jobs a lot here. And so the tariffs bringing those jobs back because China, what was they doing? They was building a large plant in Mexico, which would have wiped us out. It would have wiped. There's no way. We were barely keeping up with the EVs that was being mandated. And you talking about now they can just flood the market with all these cheap cars and stuff. No, that just wasn't we wasn't gonna be able to survive that.
So China, what they were doing, because we tariffed them, right? And then amazingly, Biden, not only did he keep Trump's tariffs in place, though they're basically decoupling from China without saying they're decoupling from China. They used another fancy word of political whatever.
Right.
But what China did, China was like smart, right? China was like, oh, okay, because a lot of businesses are moving to Vietnam, other areas of Southeast Asia, and then they went to Mexico. Their people are going to Mexico and building an infrastructure. So China took their factories over to Mexico, And that's why you heard Trump say what he did, right? He's like, yeah, well, whoever.
And he wasn't even the first person I heard that from. It was a Detroiter who was paying attention to what they were doing and warning people we're about to get wiped out. He was saying that, and
yeah,
and
your
then
livelihood depends on
understand that. Yep.
Basically, your livelihood definitely depends.
Yeah,
on
he was warning. He was warning Michigan because he was like, we're about to get wiped out.
Yep. I mean, so for me personally, like with all of this stuff, look, dude. I mean, if you're a capitalist, you got to believe in the fluidity of capitalism, and that's the problem I have with a lot of people, especially on the Republican side.
You mean Ross Perot? Did you mean from the 90s?
What
Ross
about it?
Perot?
Yeah.
What did you say? You sound a little low there.
Oh, yeah. Ross Perot. Remember Ross Perot from the 90s?
Yes, I remember.
He was the one, that did the sucking sound. That moving. Well, he did NAFTA. He was complaining about NAFTA.
Right.
She was right.
He was absolutely right. In fact, in my opinion, we were relieved when Trump was targeting NAFTA for the first time, was nobody did before then, other than when they was first proposing it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what rocked him. That's what rocked him in 2016, right? Because when you saw, one of the best videos I saw that talked about it was Michael Moore, right? Michael Moore was basically telling them why people are going to vote for this guy, and the reason why they're going to vote for this guy is, number one, he was saying stuff that was basically like an FU, right, to the establishment, right? Because people, at the end of the day, people on the ground level, the people that have to deal with this stuff, because it's a part of your everyday life, like you said about the person in Detroit. Yeah. Right. Yeah. This is where it affects you, right? This is why people, like, when you look at this election and people are trying to throw all these things at you about what they believe is important and whatnot, and people are like, dude, I just paid like $200 for a bag of groceries. I don't care.
Right. Exactly.
It's on that ground level. Oh, sorry, Gogo. Go ahead.
Well, hello, guys.
Welcome to the podcast.
Oh, yeah, welcome. I was listening though. So yeah. Yeah, it's the the globalist agenda, I guess.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the future. So
it's a frightening future though, because we're being replaced before our eyes.
Well, I think the way I see it is they sold us on this and they didn't show us the negative side of it. And
exactly.
Yeah, because those jobs don't come back. I still don't. I mean, it's very hard to get that back.
It is very hard. We've been trying, but it's just
manufacturing.
You can't, and then you can't compete with these countries that have like close to slave labor and stuff. You can't compete with that. You have to have a living wage.
But that's the great thing. That's the great thing. What's happening there is because we've taken, like, China. China's a perfect example, right? They've had 4 decades of growth nonstop.
Yep.
But the problem with China is that they've gotten a middle class, right? And they've gotten educated people. And they have actually some rich people in there. I still think they're a third world country, but I agree.
I think they grew too quickly.
Well, they've had a trappings, and we've helped build them. They've had the trappings of all this kind of things, right?
We did,
But the kicker is that the generations that started off, where you could pay them $1 or $2, this new generation that they have, there's a great video online where they have these kids, they're crying, and I'm not celebrating that they're crying, but all these people went to university. And a lot of these dudes have master's degrees, and they're delivering for like food services because they.
I heard. It's heartbreaking.
It's absolutely horrible.
Well, it's because they're being sold. Yeah. They're being sold an image of a middle class, like America.
Yeah.
Well, they have the middle class. They have the middle class.
Yeah, but I mean, the point is that they don't realize that it's a competitive market. You're fighting against everybody else.
The problem
for
with
a
China.
good job.
The problem with China is, number one, they're communists, right? But number two, they have this, like, I say this all the time, they have this warped view of what America is, right? It's just like me watching football. I can watch football. I understand the rules of football. I can enjoy it. I can commentate on it. I can talk about it. I can sit here all day watching football and say what Russell Wilson should or shouldn't have done when he was playing in the game against the Jets, right? Now, if you put me on a football field.
Right. Oh, right. Exactly.
Until you play it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, have you played football?
I played when I was younger. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have an idea. I mean, but
I have an idea, but I can perform at that level, and that's the problem. A lot of these countries that want to be like America or want to be capitalistic, right? They don't understand the history that everything America went through to get where they are.
Yeah. It doesn't happen like that. It was too quick. Their growth was too quick. Ours was not.
And it was shielded, and a lot of the greed on our side, right? because this is where this is why you have this discrepancy.
Yeah,
Like
the
a lot of
world is
people
partly
would
to
think,
blame too. I think, to be honest.
well, a lot of
but-
people in the world, a lot of people are surprised, right? A lot of people just assume Wall Street would support Trump. You know, a lot of those guys hate him, right? Because he's the kind of guy that doesn't support what they want. Like
Yeah, he's not a
him talking, like him killing NAFTA, him wanting to bring
Yeah,
the
they
jobs
didn't
back.
like the NAFTA talk.
Yeah,
That's
because
what-
that affects their
yeah.
bottom line,
Yeah.
right? They're all about the turnover and the money, right? And you have this guy coming in, right? And he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna kill this deal. That's why all these people voted against it, right?
Yeah.
It's nuts, dude. And then when, of course, if you watch the news, how they portray him, right? Like he's this big billionaire. You know, I always say this: there's two type of billionaires in the world, dude. There's the people that earn
Holy
it,
cow.
and the
The
people that
elections are
inherit
in
it.
2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
I know. Yeah, it's almost. Yeah.
But the people that inherit their wealth and the people that work for it, that's a big difference.
Those are different. And then also you have the innovators like an Elon Musk that actually is trying to push humanity forward with his inventions.
Yeah.
But it's being hindered now. You know, they don't like his politics now. So even though Elon Musk is not a Republican, he probably is more
None of these
in a
people are.
centrist or something
Trump
like
is
that.
not.
You know?
Trump is not a Republican.
No, he's not. He never was in the past
he never
either. That's
was.
what people don't understand about him. He had to align with a party. That's what it all is. That's funny that people think that way because he was never no hardcore. I think he's more a centrist. I think a lot of them are. You know.
Well, they're still like look Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard.
She joined the Republican Party.
Yeah, she did.
I can tell you, Tulsi Gabbard, because I know her dad is big here in Hawaii. Right? Her dad's Mike Gabbard. And he was
okay.
the lone Republican. He's one of the lone Republicans in the state.
Oh wow.
This is a one-party state, right? It's all democratically run.
Okay.
And so when she ran, she went Democrat, right? Because in order to survive in Hawaii, you gotta
you have to be Democrat,
yeah.
right?
I've known people that wanted to be Republican and they just went Democrat.
Oh,
with that being said, now she's coming to the Republican Party, but the Republican Party now, why she's coming in, like you have RFK, right? You have
you got it's a diverse mix of thought there now.
Oh, it's a big tent, right?
Yeah, it includes a lot more. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Oh, so her dad was, what was her dad? A governor?
No, her dad was a senator.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I don't know
Senator Mike Gabbard.
Well, that's why she's so. Because she's a pretty good politician.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, she's very good. Yeah.
She's a very down to earth person. That's what I always liked about her. I didn't really care that she supported the Democratic Party here in Hawaii. But she's always been a down to earth person. She served and she continues to serve.
Yeah, she did. She served twice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I commend anybody who risk, or give up some of their life to serve like that. I commend anybody.
Oh yeah, she's a veteran.
Yeah, she's a vet. Yeah.
But if you look at the platforms that these guys run on, these are not Republican talking points.
No, no. None of them people.
She's a central. She's centrist.
She's central. That's what Republican.
She's kind of centrist now. She's more of a
Yeah, I'm okay with that because even Trump, some of his views have changed from the past too. Trump was in the spotlight for years. People act like he just got in the spotlight when he ran for office. That man was all over TV and everywhere.
champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Yeah, that's how I grew up with Trump. Champagne wishes and caviar dreams.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Trump
was like that person you aspired to be like, because he seemed like he had so much success in different areas too. It wasn't in just one area. He could just make everything profitable, but not easy. He had his ups and downs, but but he just seemed to be willing to try different stuff. I remember when he was running the beauty pageant and stuff like that. I was like, why is Trump running the beauty pageant? But I'm like, all right, I guess, and it was nice when he ran it. It wasn't full of agenda or anything. It was just, hey, it's about talent, merit, and beauty. That's what.
Well, he also had the venues, right? Yes. This is where you're talking like Dana White is a huge proponent for him because he helped UFC out. Mike Tyson, because of the boxing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a method to his madness.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna sit over, that's what irks me, man. Because I'm so I just tell you about myself. I've said this on other videos and stuff like that, but just to let you guys know, I'm like Alex P. Keaton. Dude, I am that dude. I'm not. I like to use the Matrix analogy, dude. Like in that one part of the Matrix where they get Neo out,
right?
And then Neo's like, and then they talk to the two brothers. Right. He's talking to one of the brothers, and he's like, "Oh, were you taken out of the system?" And he goes, "Nah, man, I was born in Zion." right? 100%. That's how I am, dude. I've been this way for like my whole life.
Okay.
Ever since I was younger, mostly because of my grandmother.
Born and bred.
Born and bred. So when people come to me and they're like, "Oh yeah, this dude's a Republican," I'm like, "No, you're not."
No, you don't know.
He's
I've
never
got
been.
strong libertarian views along with some conservative, and I say that I don't like crony capitalism. See, that's the difference. A lot of times people think you're for when you say, yeah, I like capitalism. I like people be able to run their own businesses and be able to, you know, pass that on to their kids, and and then their kids inherit it and it contributes to their communities and stuff. And I like that. I really like that aspect about America, is the small business to mid-range business area, and the large businesses have their place too. They employ a lot of us, right? So, but I like that aspect. I don't like the crony capitalism. That's the difference.
Crony capitalism is so here's the thing, dude. True capitalism is fluid, so that means you're gonna have failure. And that's where the crony capitalism comes out, man, because these guys have been rigging the system. Right? This is why I don't like the Wall Street guys, right? Because they don't want
exactly that's the types I don't like. But I like the people who runs a business, and then you find out they've been doing this for a long time, and they just pass it on to their kids, and their kids learn, and then they carry on these skills that they have from, I don't know, 50 years ago and all this stuff. That's great. Like say a person is inherited a winery, right? And their family been making wine for like decades and stuff like that, and then now it's their turn, and they pass their talents and their skills on to them, and their wine is become a big thing now, and now it contributes to the local economy, and maybe their business grows if they're lucky and stuff like that. See, these are aspects that I love about it.
Or
that's
on the
what I
flip
like
side,
about it.
On the flip side, right there, I mean, they could miss a generation, right? You could have that one kid who takes it over that can't carry on the tradition, and then the business fails. No, but and I don't mean that to be mean. I'm just saying that's capitalism.
Yeah, it is. It's not. Yeah, that's true.
And somebody else will come along and I was like, "Oh, he could like." Then they try, and then their business grows. That's basically how it's supposed to work, right?
Yeah,
and
it's
like,
not working out. It fails. It's supposed to be.
Yeah,
you let it fail. You have to let it fail.
You have to let it fail. Yeah, just like Elon, right? Elon, there's documentaries on Elon. Like the one I liked is like he was down to like he had taken. I don't know. He was like there was that one rocket launch. Like if this thing didn't work the way it needed to work, he was dead broke. Like it was over.
Wow.
You know? But that's the risk reward things that's the part of capitalism that I like.
Exactly.
Right, because at the end of the day, guys, like I believe honestly that it's all your work and your effort, and you should be rewarded for that.
Agree, and not be told that now that you've made it or something like that, and say you make it big, say you invented something that people can't do without, and then all of a sudden you make a lot of money from it.
Like Windows, right? That's why Bill Gates is going all
that's
over.
True. That's why Bill Gates got he
buying farmland and making a bunch of e-bucks.
Right. Yeah. But see, then they make you try to guilt you into like something's wrong with you doing that. But we need people to come up with things like that, even and reward them for it, because other people will dream, hey, maybe I can invent something too. Maybe I can.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's what it inspires other people.
Just to give you guys perspective, right? If you look at comic books, a lot of people credit Stan Lee because he created everything. He's the one that kicked it off. But if you just look through the history of comic books, the characters that Stan Lee created has changed over time, and the reason it's changed because other people came in and they added to it. Right?
They added to it. That's true.
Same thing with gaming, right? And you never want to disrupt that, dude. You need that creative process. You need that creative and business working together. You need that conflict too, right? Because that's how things get better. So.
And speaking of which, didn't you say that just talking about contributing and stuff? Didn't you say that you was going to do a show about Microsoft, Xbox, and what they contributed to the gaming? Didn't you say something like that?
I know I wanted to do about PC.
PC? Okay.
Yeah.
Have you done one with Xbox and highlighting just like what it would look like if Xbox never entered the gaming arena?
I mean, I talk about it on the channel. I mean, if it wasn't for Xbox, we wouldn't have a lot of the stuff we have now.
That's right.
Oh,
it's a lot of things that wouldn't even be here,
Yeah, because you know how everybody's flipping. I wish Microsoft never came into the gaming industry. I was like, bro, half the stuff you play it would not exist. That's the stupidest thing. When people say that off the cuff, and they're usually Xbox haters, right? I mean, from the online to the controller, like we wouldn't be playing COD today If it wasn't for Halo,
Yeah. That's true. Halo was the one that brought the FPS really to the console space. That's true.
because I'm old enough to remember. I remember when they was going to bring Halo. The big thing was like, how is this?
That's what everybody was talking about. Exactly. Yeah.
And not in a I hate Halo. I want Microsoft to fail. It was a legitimate question because a lot of people play shooters on PCs.
That's true. That's how I started. That's why I'm so used to it now. Is that they were a dime a dozen on PC. Like they were everywhere.
It's funny because it's like Halo also, since that was so popular in the beginning, they tailored their 360 kind of with that in mind as well. So it's like because I was all PC at that time, to be honest. I've been barely PC until like 360. Xbox 360. I started going back into consoles. Because of so they changed it. They made it big, I think.
Thank you. That's how I always thought. Yeah. They really propelled it. Halo, people they underestimate what Halo actually accomplished.
Yeah, it did a lot.
Yeah, I think people forget. Yeah.
Or how big it was.
And how big it was, yeah.
It was big, yeah.
The way it took over New York, what is it, Times Square? I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
That happened in real time. And we were right at the cusp of that. Because I believe G4 was active at the time too, right?
Yeah, G4. Yeah, G4.
I mean,
yeah, that's right. Yep.
All I know is that it was all over the news, and the biggest thing was one of the biggest things that were coming out of that is Halo actually surpassed. That's when they realized that the game's surpassing movies.
I wish we had a G4 again because I used to.
Me too.
That was under.
I don't know.
I would love to, but it's not going to be the same. Though.
Unbiased, you know what I mean?
They were unbiased. It was fun too gaming was fun back then because it just wasn't as toxic, I guess, as it is today.
That's what I like.
I wouldn't be able to watch it if they had one. I can't even handle some of these guys talking about games online. I probably wouldn't be able to watch their show.
Well, if they,
have you watched their show? You should go back and watch some of them. They're pretty good. They're funny.
I mean, you could never have Attack of the Show now, bro. Let's be honest.
No, you can't.
That's true. You're so right. Attack of the Show, yeah.
The hosts are too good looking. Oh my god.
Yeah, they would say some stupid stuff like that. Stupid. Yeah.
The one great thing about Attack of the Show is that the girls were pretty. They're attractive, but they're down to earth and they could hang with the dudes.
That's true.
They were also like for social progressives because they always talked about. I know they. I remember them talking about stuff, but they had writers obviously that did like the reviews, the shows, the skits. It wasn't bad. I mean, it's not what it is now, is what I'm saying. That's all. Right now, it's just a wasteland.
I'm just gonna say, dude, that all changed in 2016.
Oh, it changed. Gamergate changed everything.
Gamergate.
Yeah.
Well, but it's that's the sad thing about it. Yeah, because everything's political now, unfortunately.
Yeah, it became big money got into it, and they wanted to make a message.
Big government. Like
somebody. Big money, not big government. I'm sorry.
But some people, well, they go hand in hand. If we're being honest, right?
They do in a way, yeah. But
there's a reason why these politicians vote the way they do.
Yeah, and then as I saw that one documentary about Soros and his son. His son is the one. He's the big head of it. Because after he was big into Gamergate on the other side, and after he got into it, they put a lot of money into all these progressive causes, which is fine. But when they hide it and they influence games, it's like something that was like $30 billion.
The Soroses have been known. They like to remake things, and they're in.
Yes, they're social engineering. Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's how they made a lot of their money, right?
They're one of the big. Yeah, they're one of the big ones. Same with BlackRock.
Yeah, BlackRock is one.
Yeah, BlackRock, the new kid on the block, though.
They are compared to that's true.
Yeah, but I think they're stopping because they know that it's it's bad for a lot of these businesses. They don't care though. I mean,
well, at the end of the day, it's funny to me because it takes money, right? And that's why this is why the economy being bad. This is probably the best thing that's come out of the economy being bad, right? Because when the economy, I'm telling you guys, like Mike Tyson says, everybody got a game plan to get punched in the face, and right now everybody's getting the jab, getting the uppercut. Right? Reality is just smacking them left and right. right? Because it's all yeah, sure, everything is fine when you got money in your pocket. But when
Yeah.
you start having to nitpick little things and then you start to have to look at stuff and everything, this is why, look, I don't like DEI and stuff like that. But one of the causes of everything that's going on is just people don't have disposable income and are broke, right? So of course you got to look at things like close. Yeah, that's all of us actually.
Yeah, that's true.
The amount of cutting I have to do on stuff that I always that couple years ago was nothing, right?
Yeah, I would have been able to buy. Yeah, like take this cod, that cod merc. Man, I want all of it. You know, I can't
Oh,
do
did
it.
you get the Vault Edition? I got it.
What is the Vault Edition?
For the Vault Edition is like, you know how they have this. You have the game, and then you have the game with the first season pass.
Yeah,
plus
like
extra
you
skins.
get the
Yeah.
extra content and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Look,
an
dude,
incentive to buy the first season. Yeah.
maybe it's because I'm old, and then I mean, I'm like some of the other guys at NX, and I'm not hating on COD, but when I open up the COD game, when I open up, it's like a app. Where you open that bad boy up, and I'm like, dude, what's going on?
Well, that's the thing.
Headquarters or something. I'm like, dude, what is this, man?
They're all doing it though. All the big games like
Oh, yeah, all of
Fortnite, Overwatch. Yeah. Yeah.
But COD is like in a whole nother. I guess because I'm used to just jumping in my game and playing.
Yeah, you ain't
Oh,
doing
yeah.
that with no
Fortnite's
cod.
the worst.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Look, this is why I always talk about. I want them to actually build like a service off of this stuff, where they take all these things into consideration and make it user friendly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they need to kind of make it
yeah.
streamlined. I think that's what you
It's
mean. Like,
It's a work in progress for them. They're always changing it with COD. Yeah.
That's why
I think it's good.
Microsoft.
Yeah.
That's how Microsoft's like, look, dude, LCD, bro, lowest common denominator, man. Just keep it simple. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have a lot of people that because what happens if people don't want to deal with it, they'll just check out. Unfortunately, that's the way.
No,
it is.
you're right. Exactly.
Yeah.
They're like the big thing now is that people are complaining how big it is the install. So they're making it where you don't need to install all the games.
Yeah.
Because it's basically like MC's Master Chief Collection.
that's what I was gonna say. Master
yeah,
Chief
yeah.
Collection is like that. Yeah.
But so like tantalize me a little bit with your dashboard. Do something, man. Just bring me along for the ride.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You want to be wined and dine before you go into the bedroom, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Don't
just
give me
crazy.
something, dude.
Yeah. It's crazy how they have it set because they're really all three different games. And then within the game, there's different modes that are almost different games too. So
Yeah. I know somebody was really excited about zombies.
Oh yeah, I was.
Yeah,
I like
okay.
all their modes. The zombie, I played it all last night. I
cool.
moved to New Zealand and I played it.
Oh, you say you went to New
Oh,
Zealand?
look at this Peter. Look at this guy.
I'm like level 20 now. But
Oh wow, dang.
mostly from zombie. Yeah.
Wait, did you get the key? Did you get the demo? Did you play the demo?
Yeah, I played the beta. Yeah.
So did you get to keep your level?
No, you don't keep the levels. You keep. They gave you extra. Like if you finished a beta, like at certain levels, you get like extra, just like little trinkets. It's
Oh, okay. Well,
to show that you played it. But
crap. I thought I had.
I know
doing the
it does.
podcast.
It doesn't take long though. Really, you can do in one night. You can get to like 25. I think easy.
Yeah, you get some time when all the noobs are all coming in there and stuff like that. You get some.
Oh
support.
wow, yeah. I played like two out of the 3 matches. They were all like sweaties. I was like, oh my god, feeling so good. Then one match I did really good, and then the rest of
Like no more.
I think it's good though. Their balancing is good. Their matchmaking.
Yeah,
I heard about that. That they're pretty good with that. Yeah.
You have to play at least 10 matches though, because it has to gauge your. They're gonna gauge your level of skill.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then
okay.
the more you play, it'll know how good you are, and then it'll keep you in there. And then every like 3 or 4 matches, it'll move you up or down.
Okay.
Like so, it'll test you. It has like an algorithm, which is good because then you'll
That's
get a really
actually
easy.
Really.
Yeah.
Imagine, I can easily imagine that improving with AI. If it's not already,
yes. I
like,
think they're
using
using it.
already.
Yeah.
They're using it already.
I can imagine they are using it already.
Yeah, because AI is thinking, right? So like it can constantly follow your gameplay and all that, and see if your skill is improving, if it's kind of staying stagnant. Maybe you need to drop down a little bit, so like you can kind of pick up your skill a bit more. But I can easily see how that could fit in. I
When
know
I played
people hate
the,
AI, but that's a good use of it. I
oh
think.
yeah, when I played the beta, you could tell because like you're saying, Global Man. When I was playing the beta, so like only a couple matches I got totally destroyed. And then the
Yeah.
next match, I was just like with guys that are like, because I don't know what happened. Like, okay, maybe I did good on this match, but like you said, you can tell it does a base. What's his name does that? Dark Tide kind of does that. They need to get better with theirs. Right?
Oh,
'Cause
okay, they do
Yeah,
it too. Right,
yeah.
right.
I think most big games will do it. It's just I think it matters. I'm not matters. It's better when you have a higher population because then you have more range to
Right, I
play
agree
with.
with that.
And just really quickly, guys, to let you guys know, this one of the reasons why I don't worry about Microsoft is this conversation we're having right now, because Microsoft is on the cutting edge of AI.
That's true. That's
So
true.
that's money, right?
They're investing heavily
they're-
there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Microsoft at all. Everybody's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, they're gonna die." Xbox.
I know.
Oh, they're
I'm
putting their
hearing that
games out.
again. What are they talking about? They talking about it's dying again. Xbox is dying again, you guys, and
They're projecting. That's what they do because they know.
And all these articles, like, yeah, I think weren't you guys talking about earlier about they're saying COD it's a benefits PlayStation because they get 30%. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's
is
less number.
insane asylum talk there. That like, I was like, where are they numbers? What? How can you even get from 20%?
That's fine. I'll take the 70%.
That's
Oh
that
my
new
God.
math. That's that new math they was teaching these guys in school.
Yeah.
Now that they're adults, they're like, oh yeah, man, if you take 30 and then you switch it with the 80, bring in an 11.
It's straight jacket time for them people, man. Like how? You know, how you even understand? I don't even know how you even stretch your mind to think that they're somehow benefiting more than Xbox, who actually owns the IP. Think about this before. They can only take home 20% or something like that. We know this from the leaks from the court, right? The court case with ABK.
Yeah.
But now they're taking home 70 to 80%. I don't know what the cut is, but that's what they're taking home now. And
I've heard 80-20 for some.
80-20, some people said that, yeah. So I think that the other pricing was different because it was factoring in marketing and stuff like that. So but yeah, I'm thinking like, okay, so how do they think Microsoft is somehow they getting way more than what they was getting off of COD? Way more. They cut was almost non-existent before because they was being taken advantage of.
Yeah, that's the story they're forgetting. Yeah, the story was that ABK told Microsoft there's a chance that we might skip. This was like in 2019 because the numbers were dropping because they were all going to PlayStation for COD.
Right.
So they said, well, we'll take 80-20, meaning we'll take 20% instead of 30. That's the number that people think about. But the 70-30 is standard, I think, for most games.
That's standard.
Yeah, that's standard.
But for if you're talking about Xbox, they went from collecting 20%, okay, to getting 70.
Exactly.
I don't know how and then all that Xbox is doing is just giving PlayStation what they would have gotten before. It's nothing different. So they don't gain more or less. In fact, they will lose more for the people who will go to Game Pass to play COD. Okay, we're in a tight economy. Money is hard to come by. So imagine if you got the option to play this game and maybe get all the extra content just for $30 rather than spending $100 and something, whatever. You probably like thinking like, you know what? And I like some other games they got. I like what they showed in the showcase and what's coming down the pipe. So I might as well just get this. And a lot of people in my household can play these different games. And so this might be a better option for me. So they're gonna lose those type of people.
Oh yeah, you mean PlayStation's going to lose those people.
PlayStation, not Xbox. Yes.
I think over time, yeah, because Microsoft's just going to keep adding games. It compounds it. You know what I mean? It just keeps adding every quarter. They're going to have more games that are Microsoft. They're going straight to Game Pass.
Straight to
like
Game Pass.
You already have Diablo and COD.
And I heard that really boosted a lot of player base.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. We don't know the true numbers because they don't want to like.
They never share the they never share the numbers. So.
Yeah, they don't share the numbers until you buy Sega and EA and Steam and.
Exactly, they're being modest. I truly think they are being modest about it because they can't if they start talking about the big numbers, then it's going to make it look really bad.
Yeah.
Well, and the blowback too, right? You know,
Microsoft,
these guys would just jump all over the media and all these guys.
Yeah, they're old.
Lena Khan would use it against Microsoft too. I also believe that because until she fully goes, I think that's also a thing because she was even trying to hurt Microsoft with an acquisition with something with Bethesda or ZeniMax. It was it had nothing to do with COD, but yet they was trying to use that to resurrect the court case when they was losing. You know, when they completely had lost, and I'm like, how are they like retroactively going back to something that already passed? But apparently they have that right to do that. I don't know where that is in the law, but apparently they can go back and revisit stuff. So they were trying to use something that Microsoft, I can't remember exactly what it is now, but I remember that shocked me because I was like, they're going to something that they're doing they business stuff with their properties that they own, and they making decisions with that stuff. I think it might have been it may not have been with the games. It might have been when they raised the cost of Game Pass. It might have been that. And then they was like, well, you're never going to raise them. That no business can promise you that. You're in a bad economy and you're paying out all this money, and you got, people that you have to service to keep them. Let's say you're not growing, you have to keep your business afloat. They have a better business model than PlayStation, but they expect Xbox to take in less.
Yeah, it's just they're moving the goalposts every day. They keep moving the goalposts.
Unbelievable.
But
look what happened to the the CMA, and how that blew up in their face with Ubisoft.
Oh, that did blow up in their face. They could have now Ubisoft is falling apart. And I don't know what happens to those cloud rights, but I don't think Microsoft is going to sit by just easily. If Tencent picked them up, that they just take their cloud rights like that. I don't think Microsoft is just going to sit there and take that lightly.
Yeah, that's funny though. I just find it hilarious, you know what I'm saying? When you try and navigate or you're trying to break stuff.
Right? Yeah. They don't know what they're doing. Them people over there do not understand the market. They don't know what they're doing. That's the CMA was trying to make a statement, and they just came out looking like fools.
Yeah, this is why they have government jobs. Because these guys won't survive in like the private sector. I'll just be honest with you. There's a reason why people work in these departments. Because if they did this at a regular company, dude, they get fired.
Yeah.
Because that's a big thing, dude. I mean, they did the cloud rights. Now what's going to happen? Everything could unravel.
That's not good because I think Microsoft is not going to tolerate their competition, and they do view Tencent as competition. They're not going to sit up there and let their competition take away something that belongs to them like that. That's not what they agreed to. They agreed to Ubisoft. That's fine, but I think that will have to be renegotiated. There's no way someone can come in and swoop up and then take Ubisoft and then take those rights too. That's not going to happen like that.
If Tencent is allowed to get Ubisoft, Microsoft will probably sue.
That's why I think they will. They better.
Yeah,
because cloud is the future. People don't realize that cloud is the future. You be giving away your future rights for 10 years to Tencent. That I wouldn't stand by and do it. The heck with it, CMA.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
They're not going to, and there's no court that's going to say, "Oh, they have to." Tencent doesn't even need it, so like, there's no point in doing that. You're taking away something from one company that's a lot smaller than Tencent, okay, and then giving their rights away over to them for 10 years. And that's not the original agreement was Ubisoft. They would have to go back to the table and renegotiate. That's what they would have to do because I don't think Microsoft would tolerate that.
Oh, you're talking about the Ubisoft deal, right?
The Ubisoft deal with the cloud rights being taken from them for 10 to 15 years. Heck yeah, and then by what? So anybody can swoop in and take Ubisoft and then take those rights, and that could be PlayStation or whoever. No, get out of here. No, that would have to be renegotiated because I wouldn't go for that.
Yeah, I think all those deals are like 10 years. None of them were past 10 years.
Oh, so 10 years, okay.
That's my guess. I mean, that's what I assumed because, they did the one for the UK as well.
Yeah, that was 10 years. Yeah, because that's long in the business world. 10 years is a long time.
It's very long. Yeah.
So you don't really want to do anything much longer than that. Yeah.
Dude, it's funny, man. Just watching all of this. Let me read the chat real quick. Let me
Okay,
catch
go
up and
ahead.
then we can get back. Fonte says, I am very much a fan of ITZY. Their new project was all right, but I can't get into them. I was very much not a fan of ITZY.
What's ITZY?
It's K-pop.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I think this is probably one of their better albums, Fonte, if I'm being honest. But I know that they've, like the K-pop groups don't last a long time, right? The way the industry is, dude. I mean, it could just end. I don't know, or some of the most popular groups, Fonte, that they have. Like they're on cloud nine, and then boom, they're done. It's amazing to me to watch it. We need some of that here in America. some of these dudes just hang around a little bit too long.
Yeah, they be all old and junk. You're like, gosh, why are you still here?
T Reaper already beat the campaign yesterday. I knew. When I was loading my stuff, the first thing that popped into my mind was, I bet you T Reaper beat this game already.
Well, that's good. He gave it a 10 out of 10, so that's really good.
Yeah,
and he's a COD fan, so
he was in New Zealand with me. I saw.
He was in New Zealand.
You guys made the trip.
Yeah, we took the same plane. Same
Oh,
flight.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been loving every minute of this. This is why I did the podcast, just to revel in all this greatness of COD, because it's like a throwback, right? Because I see people doing that, bro. Everybody's like, "Hey, you can." That was all over X, right? They were like, "Hey, man, you know what you can do? You can play it now because it's in New Zealand," and people were doing that. Like we used to do back in the day, right?
Oh, right, yeah.
Dude, Bo, I don't know if you saw
a lot of games coming out.
I was playing the Replacer videos.
Oh, I missed that.
Here,
I know what you're talking about, though. Yeah, the guy from.
Here, real quick, I'll share another one because I love this
Swedish guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Before you continue, guys, I have to go. I have to cut it off here.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Because I have a short amount of time because I still got things to do. But I wanted to get in and share in on the celebration of COD. I want to say congratulations to everybody who was involved with COD. Who did? What studio did COD this time? Was it Treyarch?
I think it's Raven's the big one.
Raven did it this time. Congratulations to Raven. You guys did a fantastic job. From what I'm hearing, a lot of people are very happy with it. And so and to Microsoft and everything, and for the marketing too, whoever's behind the marketing, they did a fantastic job. And so I just wanted to say congratulations to them, and congratulations to Game Pass owners, because you get it for nothing down. You just get to play it while the ponies pay for it. So that's a big celebration. So I just wanted to say that because this is a great time to be an Xbox gamer. Great time for a game that big to hit Game Pass, and this is just the beginning. So I'm looking forward to it. This year is going to end on a big note, and it's just getting started. But now that first nuke has just hit, and I'm very happy.
It's like a match. Really ready.
Oh, Vontae said it was both Treyarch and Raven. Oh, they had two studios on this one. Oh, okay.
I think they all work on them. I think they all work on each COD. It's just one is more.
Oh, one takes the lead.
Yeah, basically. But this one might be it could be Raven Treyarch.
Raven and Treyarch. Okay. Yeah. Awesome.
And just to let you guys know, this was one of the reasons I wanted Microsoft to buy Activision King Blizzard, because as you guys can see, the products that are being produced when there's no stress.
Yeah,
worry about the little things.
That's true.
Yeah.
What is the?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because what is people generally saying about the game? I'm hearing good things, but are you guys hearing the same things? Before I go real quick,
IGN gave it a 9. The campaign.
Wow,
so that's pretty good. Yeah.
Wow,
that's pretty high for the IGN. Yeah,
that is because with the Xbox tax, man, that probably would have been a 10 without that.
I think they're gonna be. That might be an indication they're lessening their anti-Xbox.
Their biases.
Yeah, but I think. They're probably being told, let's stop doing that, because they're going to lose money. They keep losing money. They lose.
Well, I still believe the Xbox version is going to be taxed to heaven, high heaven, but the PlayStation version will probably be rated high. That's what I believe, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know if they might have reviewed it on a PS5. Who knows? But
although that should,
yeah.
It's the same game because it's parity. It's the same thing. That's why the pony's thinking that PlayStation, they's like, oh, the Pro is going to be better. There's no way Microsoft with half a brain will make your version better than their own. They're not going to do that. It's going to be on parity to whatever the Xbox can do.
But didn't
That's
Phil
what it
complain
is.
about that, there?
Huh?
Didn't Phil say like they didn't even get the kits, right?
Um,
I remember doing the Activision King Blizzard, man, like for the PS5.
Yeah, they didn't get kits for the PS5.
oh
I
yeah,
think
that's
for
right.
Minecraft.
That's right. They didn't. Now that I
But
think
they,
about that,
yeah, Minecraft they finally updated Minecraft for PS5 though. I think just
yeah,
like a
because
month
they
ago.
refuse to give them the kits. Like
Yeah.
Xbox care about their tech. They tech is,
I think you're. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No.
No, I think you're right. Well, I think they were making a protest. That's why Sony didn't like that they own Minecraft. So in a way, they were saying we're not going to give you this kit. I mean, why wouldn't they give them the kit? It's stupid.
It's dumb, and they got a lot of players over there that play Minecraft. I can tell you that. So that was hurting their own people, you know.
Yeah, I can't stand this. The Sony's just.
I don't like Sony either, man. That's
yeah, I don't like. Yeah, they're just.
It's not the average gamer. I don't have no problems with them. It's that leadership I don't like.
Yeah, they have this thing with the brand. They run like, you know how some companies they're very extremely brand conscious.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Sony is, and it's effing annoying. It's like nobody gives a shit, really.
Right.
The only people who care like that are ponies. That's
it. Ponies.
Even people who like PlayStation don't give.
They
a shit.
don't. The average PlayStation person, they might prefer it, right? They might have a preference because that's what they've always played on the sun. But they don't go. They don't care. They just want access to the games and stuff, and that's it. It's not even a big deal to them, you know.
Yeah. So they I mean, I'm not a customer for them anymore.
I'm not either. I don't have anything, so you know.
So it's just annoying.
Unless I buy a game on PC or something, I'm not a customer. I don't own a PlayStation 5, so.
Last thing I had was their Walkman.
Dang, you was
for
like
Sony? Yeah.
you abandoned them ages ago.
Oh no, yeah. So CD Walkman.
They're like a mummy in your world, you know.
I had my CD Walkman until 2010.
Oh wow!
Because it was still working. Yeah,
wow,
that's back when they used to build quality stuff.
Yeah, that's high quality for something to last.
Is it from the 80s or 90s?
90s. It was the first. It was the first disc Walkman.
Wow.
With the no skip.
I had two headsets from Sony, and they both like died within like 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sony probably saying what they used to.
Yeah.
They started outsourcing. They weren't building it themselves, and that's why.
True.
Yeah. Well, I think they just have. There's like, I think their TVs are fine, but they're like overpriced.
They're way overpriced.
Yeah.
You can get better TVs for less.
Yeah, they're not. They're about almost on par with Samsung, but they're
That's
not.
crazy. And
That's
Samsung does make good products.
Yeah,
I like Samsung. I like them and LG. That's why I have.
That's crazy.
So
Sony, it's just crazy because like 20 years ago, that was totally not. Everybody was like, you have to have a Sony.
Yeah, you did.
Sony Trinitron. You gotta have a Sony.
Sony was just
Vega, Sony
not
Trinitron.
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was me. That's the guy. I was that guy.
Yeah.
No, because that's how I know them so well, right?
Yeah.
So now you look at what's more funny to me is that I remember LG was Lucky Gold Star.
Yeah.
Like if you guys want to go look Lucky Gold Star up, and you know that they was like Yugo back in the day. Well, maybe I'm dating myself. Anyway, there was not the Lucky Gold Star brand. Look, I just put it this way: South Korea has come a long, long way.
They have. They beat the shit out of a lot of Japanese companies.
They did.
The
They
last
pummeled
10
them
years,
down
yeah.
into the ground.
They
Yes,
have
they did.
LG and
Samsung.
Samsung. Oh my
Yep.
god! And then even the Taiwanese companies too. They just
And Taiwanese, they take their stuff seriously too. People should never underestimate them.
You know what it is that's the problem with Japan. I'm not hating on Japan. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. Right? They're Western averse, as opposed to South Korea and
Taiwan, they're much more accepting. Yeah.
So for me, this is why I've always wanted Microsoft to go to South Korea. Like when everybody's like,
they're
look,
there.
They're there, but I'm like, this was like 7 years ago, right? Because again, like if like Vontae will talk about this as well. But you know, if you follow their pop culture and you've been into their pop culture, you know that they're up and coming.
They are. That's going to be the next big place over there. I'm telling you, it's going to be South Korea.
I remember like when I came back to Hawaii. So in '99, 2000s, I remember watching. Oh no, like '97, '98. I remember watching some of their stuff and thinking to myself, "What is this? What is this?" You know. there's almost like a mimic of the stuff we do here, and then fast forward 5 years later, they're on it, and then as the generations have moved on, they just basically caught up and now even surpassed some of the stuff that we do.
They just have to avoid our mistakes, and they'll be all right.
I don't know.
That's what they need to do. They copy the good, throw out the bad. That's the key.
Wow.
But they're not doing it though, because
I mean, they're not perfect, but they have good quality, yeah. In even their entertainment, you know.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
Well,
like,
their societal is based on certain institutions, right? And so what's happening with them over there is that they're getting Western influenced.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say.
I'm not worried about it, but
they're the most Hollywood influenced, like
they
movies,
are,
but they're Asian. That's
it's an Asian version of it. Yeah.
What keeps them in check? What keeps them in check is the cultural norms.
It is, and
exactly.
Yeah, their culture.
Right? They don't go off the rails like us.
Like man, well, we were forced, kicking and screaming, and we're gonna swing this back because I don't think it's not meshing well with a lot of people. Just let you know they gaslighting you to believe that it is, but it's not.
It's not. You're right. You're right. It's just there are only big cultural differences. I think that like Asian media is very sentimental. I've always noticed. Anything outside of Hollywood, not just Asian, but any non-Hollywood, because Hollywood is so postmodern and you know what I mean, like ironic and they kind of like self-defeating, like the tone.
I like to say
like very dark.
I like to say
you know what I mean. Yeah, it's like it's amoral sometimes. Yeah, some of the higher. Yeah. Whereas, the other not the other countries are not that. They want to be a little more moral, I guess.
Moral. Yeah.
I think Europe is ahead of us, and we're following suit of Europe.
And we are, and if we don't change course, we're gonna be in some trouble. Yeah.
Hopefully, Asia does not follow us.
Yes, that's
I don't think it's that bad in America yet, but it's headed there. I mean, well, I think we're overall headed for dark ages.
I agree with that too.
But I think that's just the nature of humans.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm heading out.
Sorry. Yeah, thanks, Dale.
And thank you for having me. And you know, I love you too. Take care of yourselves.
Take care, Dale.
And thank you
nice
to
chatting
everybody.
Again.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure, Google Boy. I love listening to you because you have a lot of knowledge. I learned that early on.
You make great takes. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're. Oh, the whole podcast you did with Unlimited.
Everybody here in this group has great takes.
You were in the zone, yeah.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, you guys. I really do. I try to learn from everybody, and that includes you guys too. I do. I pay attention. Like Realist, for instance, he has really good takes on things as well. Actually, a lot of people.
Awesome. Yeah.
David, I've seen him come up with really good points. Vontae,
David Cohen, yeah.
Different aspects though. Faded Blaze, of course. So I learned from a little bit from everybody. And I learned, from Zinc Business. Oh my gosh, listen to him sometimes talk about business, and you'll think like you can start trading tomorrow. he's so involved in that, really deeply involved in that. So yeah, but okay, you guys take care. I'll see you next time. I'll listen to the rest of the podcast.
Yeah, thanks, Dea. Thanks for coming.
Okay, bye.
Take care, Dea. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right, thanks, Dea. Just read Vontae's stuff. It was both Treyarch and Raven this time. Oh, okay, yeah, thanks, Fonte. And then he said South Korea has a real aversion to foreigners, though. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like Japan as well, right?
I don't think it's as bad as Japan, though. Is it? I don't know. I'm just guessing.
They're kind of, it's weird. It's like I think they're both the same, but in their own way.
I mean, it's the same everywhere these days. There's the immigration thing everywhere in the world. So I mean, but I know I know the Japan is very. That's their culture, though. Yeah. We've had that talk. Their culture is very. They want to stay the same.
Well, yeah. I mean, and I'll be honest with you, rightfully so. Right, they are 99.9%.
Yeah, but I don't think China's like that. China's not like that at all. Well, I do think they're the same too, but not as much as Japan.
Well, China within itself, right? They got so many provinces, so even within themselves, they have their own
But as a culture, even in history, they were more open. You know, with the British, and they were. You know, it's funny if you read the history of China. Like they were really open, and then after I mean, you heard about the Opium Wars, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
they basically drugged up China so they can take advantage of them. So ever since then, they've been less. You know, they're more skeptical. Obviously, why? But they were. Yeah, they've always been an open culture compared to Japan. But that's just their history. They could change. Who knows?
Yeah, yeah. David
Yeah.
says, so is COD Black Ops on Xbox Game Pass, which I knew Microsoft were going to put it in on Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, David, 100%. I didn't have any doubts that they weren't going to put it in, like you said. And I'm
He
glad they
says
did.
it's more. Yeah, Jake Fonte says Japan, from my experience at least, it's more subtle and quiet. South Korea, it's more in your face. I could
Yeah,
see that. Yeah. So
South,
I don't know, but because a
South
lot
Korea,
of.
from my experience,
Mhm.
because we have a lot South Koreans living here now. They're a lot more. Oh yeah, they're a lot more emotional than
Oh really?
Japanese. Yeah, Japanese was
And showing
suppressed.
their emotions, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I could see that. Yeah.
They're kind of reserved, but they're more emotional than Japanese.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to be too much stereotyping, but I know what you mean. Like as a culture, they're different. They are different than Japan, though, for sure.
Yeah, that's why South Korea. I think they're more passionate about stuff.
Yeah,
You know, so
and
if something
also,
bothers them,
yeah,
they'll let you know.
and I think there's more Christians, and there's a little more Christians in Korea. I think they've had
Yeah,
presidents that were Catholic.
I
Yeah,
think the Catholic Church is the biggest.
yeah,
Conte, were you in South Korea? Were you stationed there? Conte, I think you're in the military.
yeah.
Were
He
you
was. I think he was in the military. I remember him talking about that. How old is Fonte? Is he in his 30s?
Yeah, I think Conte's in his 30s.
Because he said he has kids, so I know I'm saying
Oh,
he's older. Because he looks young in that picture, but I always think he's like in his 20s.
oh yeah. See, I knew. Yeah, you're Navy, right, Conte? Yeah. So you were in port. What year was that though? What year was it? Because you see on YouTube, man, what's happening is a lot of these influencers are going over to Japan and
Yeah,
Korea.
he's still young. He's 29.
Oh, he doesn't have kids. And 29 next month. Hey, man, happy
Oh,
birthday.
yeah, you're still a kid.
You're still a youngin', man.
Oh man, I wish I had a body that was 28.
You and me both. I went to the gym this morning, man. I was like, dude, this is like too much.
Yeah, I did. I was on a bike, and oh my god, after like 10 minutes, I'm like,
On to
so
2018 to 19. Ah, okay, that's when you were there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean,
Yeah, so that's
the
pretty
problem-
recent. Yeah.
The problem I have with a lot of people that go to these countries, from this is my perspective, right? It's just like, you know, they have their own culture and their own, you know, they have their own way of life, right? So when you have a lot of foreigners move in, like I just watched a video the other day where this Caucasian dude was like complaining that when he goes into a store, right, these guys don't speak English, and I'm like, yeah, dude, you're in Japan, learn their language. Just like I'm the same way here in America, right? I'm like, I think you should learn English.
It's America's and there's only America. There's nothing like America.
Yeah.
Not even Australia's like America.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
So, cause I think Americans, if you live here long enough, we kind of accept different people. I think more
Well, we
than
don't
the other
put
countries people
we don't put like an emphasis on that. I personally think we should, for communication's sake. So like but when Japan, everybody is Japanese, right? So when you go to Japan, right, you have to speak the language. So
No, but I mean, you know what I mean. I'm just saying there's good and bad. Well, I mean, you know what I mean by people different. I'm like talking about how you look and your status and where you are in your life, etc. Your age.
Oh, in America?
In America, yeah. I think because like if you go to other countries, there's like standards that, like you said, we don't know, and so whereas in America, we just learn to live with it. The differences.
Well, because we're so mixed here. You know, we're such
Exactly. That's all it is. Yeah, it's not. I think. Yeah, that's all. But I can see if you go to like Japan and then live there and you're not used to it. But see, I'm Asian, so I kind of know you should. I shouldn't say it because I'm Asian. I just say it because of my parents. that you have to like respect other people's cultures. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
Americans, I don't think are taught that. So I don't want to say it's like a like a like a. It's just it's. I think it's an American thing. You know what I mean? We're kind of loud.
Well, I know when I was growing
You know
up.
what I mean, right? Like, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm
Are you in
50.
your 40s?
I'm 51.
Oh, so we're about the same age.
Yeah, we're about the same age. Yeah.
So I remember growing up, right? Like
Mhm.
like in Hawaii, and well, Hawaii was kind of transitioning, but like definitely in Florida, right? But people wanted to be American, right? It was a point of pride to be an American.
Mhm.
Um, and of course, there was a time in the country where people didn't want you to be American, right? If you
Well,
weren't.
it's still like that, I think. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
So when I was growing up, that was the thing. It was like I'm an American, and then now, right? And then you can tell, like when we introduced all the hyphen stuff, right? I'm this an American, or I'm that an American, right?
Well, yeah, I think since 9/11, it all changed.
So for me, right, that's something like that's a struggle I think we have here that's unique to America. Where in other countries, because they're 99% of what that culture is, and this is why they have so many issues with when you have people, big masses of people immigrating into your country. Right?
Yeah.
On paper, it's like okay, you can benefit from this, or this seems like the right thing to do, or it's very nice if we help these people out. Then when they show up, right, it's just a big culture clash. Right? Whereas in America, right, this stuff happens, right, and then it's just like it gets absorbed. I mean, not on the level that
Yeah, I know what you mean. You become it's accepted already.
Yeah.
Just because that's how it is.
Yeah, because it's a nation of immigrants, right?
Exactly. Which is a good thing, I think. I mean, I'm not talking about immigration. I'm just talking about immigration in general. Yeah.
I mean, this is why
you
people
have to control it.
Well, like there's this one lady, this girl. I follow her channel. I follow her channel. It's cute.
Who?
Her and her parents go and eat, and so they were in California, and so they had a lot of Hawaiians are moving, or local people from Hawaii are moving to California and Vegas.
Yeah.
And so the lady was there. The mom took her to like a lunch place that's real popular in Hawaii, but is new into the mainland. And so she had meat June that we make it our style here. And then the mom was like raving about it. She goes, "Oh, this is so good." But what it is like the way we make food here. It's a mixture of all different cultures, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you can get a certain dish here that's part Filipino, part Japanese, part Korean.
Oh wow!
It's like that kind of fusion, right? But then sometimes it doesn't work out. Like my friend I worked with, she's from South Korea, and then she went to go eat Korean barbecue here, and she didn't like it at all.
Yeah, because it's more westernized, obviously.
Yeah, very, very right. Because the way we barbecue the meat is not how they would do it.
Yeah.
Right?
And plus, most Asian food is all fish.
Yeah.
You know that already, yeah.
Yeah. Well, fish is big here in Hawaii too. Dude.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It just blows my mind how big. Well, I mean, it's just so big. It blows my mind how big poke is. Poke is basically raw fish. And you got tourists coming there eating it up because they watch people on Instagram, which is cool, right? You get to try something new and you might like it.
Exactly.
Like I'll go to my poke spot that I go to, and I'm just like, there's like all these lines now, and I walk up, oh, what's going on? And I look at the people, it's like a bunch of people that are tourists, but they see these people on Instagram put these places on blast, and they go try it out. Then you always get the questions, when you're standing in line with them. It goes, oh, so what kind of poke do you like? Like they don't say it properly, right? It's always like, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, the ahi is probably the best one. You're like, ahi, what is that? Is that the dolphin? I'm like, no, it's tuna.
It's good for you, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean, but it's cool.
No, I know what you mean, yeah, because they don't know the culture.
And I'm all for I'll do the same thing when dude, if I go to like when I went to In-N-Out Burger, when I was in Vegas, and I actually went and had my first In-N-Out Burger, and I was just eating that as the most delicious thing, and people were just looking at me like, dude, it's In-N-Out. I'm like, yeah, dude, we don't.
Wait, the population of Hawaii since you were like in the 80s, did it double, or what has it been like? Has it like gotten huge fast?
Oh, definitely from when I left. I mean, we're like over 1 million people, you see? On Oahu.
Wow. Yeah.
That's on Oahu.
Just in Oahu, yeah.
But a lot of people have left there because of the cost of living.
Oh, I could imagine that. Yeah. Is your family mostly in Hawaii, or are they?
Oh yeah, my family's got roots.
Oh, that's cool.
Most of them, like I have a niece. I have one niece that lives in the mainland. I think another one's gonna go to the mainland and live because she wants to live there because they went to school. But most of my family, like I want to leave here. I want to go to the mainland.
Oh, you do? Where do you want to move?
Vegas or Texas, possibly Vegas.
Vegas is cheaper.
Yeah.
It should be cheaper. Yeah, Texas is. Oh man, everybody's moving to Texas. It seems a lot of California people move to Texas.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so let me read David real quick. David Cohen said, "I never been to Thailand, China, or Japan or Korea's. Too much war and dictatorships in all those Asian continents." I mean,
I think
David,
he means in general.
yeah, in
I know
general,
what
yeah,
you mean.
yeah. I think, but David, I think Korea and definitely try Korea and Japan. I think you'd like the experience.
Some of those countries are even better than America, like their GDP. I think Singapore and Malaysia are really doing well.
Oh yeah. Well, they have all the isn't all the
All the
manufacturers-
electronics. Yeah, manufacturing is all in those countries.
It's an interesting. Like I remember watching a video about it. It was a couple years ago, but it was interesting how everything.
Oh, it
grew.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a great thing, guys. Like, look, dude.
It's good and bad. Yeah.
Yeah, good and bad.
Yeah.
But I mean, but this is why China's having so many problems now, right? Because a lot of these countries are pushing back on China because China has no chill. You know, they just show up one day, it's like, oh yeah, we own this whole ocean.
Well, I think I think they moved a lot of their manufacturing to like other countries, China, like Vietnam and
yeah, a lot of the companies did.
Cambodia. Mm-hmm.
I think one of the big ones I know was the security stuff, right? They were just labeling companies like, okay, you're spies, and let's see what you're doing, and you know, look,
yeah, like some of the very high labor but low knowledge, like you know, like clothing. I think moved away from China now.
Look, dude, I'll just tell you this, man. There's a reason why the stealth fighter in China looks the way that it does.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that if China actually created a stealth aircraft, if they could, that stealth aircraft would look exactly like it does.
Oh, like ours, you mean?
Or then now or kind of a mix of ours and Russia's, right?
Yeah, they completely rip off. I mean, they're changing though. They used to. I mean, that's the general thought that their stuff is just updated Soviet stuff, but I've been reading some of their stuff is a lot better now, especially their missiles.
Well, what they're doing now, right, is well, they're getting hurt now.
I don't know though. I'm not an expert on it, but you know what I mean. I mean, what I'm saying is that you're right though, that like you're hinting that they're like copy paste type of design.
This is why I
which
don't.
Which is true. Yeah.
I remember I was taking this class and I was so not against, but I took a different perspective from the people in the class.
Mm-hmm.
I was taking, and I was like, look, dude, at the end of the day, man, a lot of the stuff that the West creates, it's unique to the West, right? And I can say that as a person of my ethnic background. There's a lot of stuff that people, and I'm just going to be honest here, who are Caucasian, stuff that they create would never cross my mind. Right? And the stuff that they do, I would never do. Like, why do I want to go to the moon? Why would I want to sail the seven seas? Why would I want to go dig in a
That's not a cultural thing. I think that's just science. But I know what you mean. I know what you're saying though. That it's not part of your.
To get to the point where we are now, right? Like a lot.
I agree what you mean.
A lot of credit goes to a lot of Polynesians that navigated the South Pacific, but there were specific reasons why they navigated the South Pacific. One of those reasons, like every other culture,
is
space, resources. Look, some. Look, I know everybody loves Moana. That's a great movie. I enjoyed it as a Disney movie. But you know, some of those people weren't on those canoes singing, right?
No,
some of these people.
Tough. Yeah.
Well, they had like there's reasons why they left.
Yeah.
A clan or a tribe, you know.
Well, like war and.
Yeah. So to get to the point where we are now in our society, like a lot of things had to happen, and that's
you're talking about like European culture. I understand what you mean.
Yeah, Western.
Right? Is that what you mean? Western, yeah. Western. Which is Western culture really is like if you look at the history of Western, because it has so many roots. It's basically Greek culture, you know, even
but
Egyptian.
There's a specific thread.
Christian, yeah, you're gonna say Christian, right?
Oh no, just culture in general. There's a specific thread of you could say religion.
That's part of it. It's huge, yeah.
But science and all that one into one. But
yeah,
it's just the mind thought. It's the mind processing of people that are like that. People of that ethnicity. And I know we just.
I know what you mean. I know what you're saying, but like living in America, because you're American. We're both Americans, so it's like I wanted to go to. I mean, when I was younger, I wanted to be an astronaut. I thought that would be cool, or a jet fighter pilot.
Yeah.
But that's not like a Filipino thing. It's just an American thing. You know what I mean?
It's
So
not even a Hawaiian thing, bro.
exactly. So but I mean, it's part of our culture because we were brought up in that culture. So I think that, but like rockets weren't big in American culture until after World War II. It was really big in Russia and China. Not China. I mean, Germany. That's why the Russian. My point is that it changes, is all. But
Well,
I know what you're saying. You're saying that the Western culture is that something that's not of
there's roots.
Asian cultures. Yeah.
There's
Which is
roots that
true.
go
Yeah.
back. So the only reason I say that, right, is because when you look at a lot of, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing
About China, you're saying, right?
about China, but then when a lot of people tell me like they're building this, they're building that, I'm like, okay, that's fine that you're building it, but how are they creating it? You can build something, but how are you creating it? Like, where are you getting this from, right? Just look, Dubai, probably one of the greatest cities. I want to go there and visit it. And I was like, oh my gosh, dude, because a lot of their people are educated. They sent them to college. But I was laughing this one time because I watched this documentary, and then they were building
toilets, right?
No, it was they're building something that it was like a super freeway or something like that.
Yeah.
And the laborers were either
I have something
Indian.
to tell you about. Yeah, go ahead.
The laborers were either Indian.
Oh yeah,
or
they're Pakistani.
Filipino.
Or Filipino, yeah. Filipinos work a lot in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. And then, of course, you had the people running. It was mostly the Saudis, right, and the people there.
Those people loaded.
But then it was interesting because it came to this part where everything had to be checked. So I was like, was this something that the prince does or the royal family does? Like, how does this happen? And so they go to the airport, man, and here lands this. To your point, actually, and here lands this like private jet lands on this runway, and all these white guys from the Netherlands come out. Come out of the plane, right? And then it was funny because I seen that and I was like, oh wow, that's interesting. And they're the ones that went to the site and they checked everything. And they were telling the people like, look, this and what to do. No, that won't work.
Oh, you mean they're like the managers for the workers?
Yeah, because like
to
your point, like Germany, the Netherlands.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
I watched.
Okay.
Yeah, there's one YouTuber I watched. He's this guy from America, and he moved to Saudi Arabia, and then mainly because he married a Filipino woman that he worked with, and then but his home now is in the Philippines, but he works mainly from Saudi Arabia.
Right.
So he has like interesting takes on what's happening in the Middle East.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple people I follow. I'm just blown away by, and especially MBS, the crown prince.
Of Saudi Arabia?
Of Saudi Arabia, yeah.
Yeah.
I watched a great interview with him. And he's all about them, because his concern, I guess they're concerned about his oil, and they want to diversify their economy. And that's why they're doing what they're doing. I think the engineering on it is amazing. That's why I love that kind of stuff, like housing and the buildings that they build and the highways that they've been building. Those.
Oh, you mean in like the Middle East, like
in Saudi.
Like the Burj Khalifa?
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna bring up. That they designed that, and that the plumbing is so bad. Not bad, but they.
Oh, really?
It's so high that they have to. They didn't have a proper what's it called again? Toilet. What do they call that? The plumbing. The plumbing for that. So they actually have to have trucks that export the crap.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The sewage. Their sewage was not prepared for any of these big buildings. It was just too small.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, they're learning, right? So.
What?
Yeah, they're that's
fast. That's the problem. That's the story though. The story is that they built so fast there's stuff that they missed.
Well, but that's what I mean. Like.
Yeah.
Like with China and other countries, right?
Exactly.
A lot of the stuff we do in America, we've been through those processes. And I'm not saying we're perfect. We fail.
No. You're right though.
We fail a lot.
Yeah, we hit. Yeah.
Part of the process as well. So a lot of these countries now, they just want to, and then look, dude, I'm just be honest with you, right? Some of the way we do stuff to help these countries, right? We just want them, like we're a doting parent a lot of times, right? And I'm like, no, don't do that. They have to learn how to fail, right? But then when you have politics and money involved with all this kind of stuff, right? Because that's the only way sometimes you're going to learn, right? You're like, then you'll know better next time.
Yeah. My worry is just that it doesn't, because there are pockets, like if you go around the country, in America. Like, because I I had to travel. It's like I went to parts of like Mississippi and Alabama, and it was really bad. Like the towns lost big businesses, and it was they just devastated. The towns are like ghost towns. It's like mini Detroits and around the country.
Well, you mean like the industry, like the industrial?
Oh yeah, the industry. Because we shipped all those jobs out, man.
Yeah, that's why.
That's my.
Yeah. Oh, go
I
ahead.
mean, the damage is already done, but I mean, I just don't. It can't. It might. That's what worries me about the future is that it gets worse. You know.
That's why, like when you saw in 2016, if you follow the campaign, I had to follow the campaign. I was taking courses.
Yeah.
So I had to follow it and I had to do it from an analyst perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting because I was following.
Was that for your job?
For my class, yeah, because what I want to do, like.
For business?
Class.
Are you taking a business? Oh yeah, that's good.
No. Intelligence. So.
Data analyst.
Yeah, analyst. Yeah.
Nice.
So but the interesting part about it, right? When I'm watching this, and I'm like, I was looking at it, and I was like, oh, it's interesting, but you could see it in the look when Trump showed up at these blue collar.
He's a nationalist, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. But it's this Rust Belt cities, right? And you can see the look in the people's faces, man. When he came talking,
man, I gotta send you this video. Did you know who Michael Moore is, right?
Yeah.
Did you see that big video? He wrote this. He made this prediction that Trump was. It was a big video that blew up after he won because a lot of people were surprised that he won. And
that's the one. Yeah, I don't think you were in that group yet. I was referencing it earlier.
He was right though. He understands why Trump is popular, and he doesn't like him, but he gets him, which is important.
Well, because he's actually from those parts, right?
Yeah, and he knows that he speaks to them because he doesn't believe him. That's the thing, but I believe him. But he believes that he knows how to talk to those people because he understands them. You know what I mean? And he's right.
Well, I did.
They don't want to lose their jobs, man. It's so simple.
I did a read of his autobiography on Trump, and a lot of that he gets from his dad.
Yeah, he's also doesn't drink. People don't forget that. You know, that's a huge thing to say.
Everything for him is predicated on success, and in order to be successful, he's geared his life in that way. Like, so I read his biography on him. It's interesting because his dad was the kind of guy that would go back to the construction site, and then he'd pick up all the loose nails that were on the car.
He's a little strange. I mean, that's strange to do that, but I get it. That shows how they're very driven. Yeah.
No, so a lot of people will say about Trump that he came from money. The reason he comes from money is because of his dad, but his dad was frugal, right? His dad did things like, and this
frugal,
is yeah. So this is
a lot of those rich people are. They're like that.
So what it is that's how he built his business, and that's the ethic that Trump has.
I mean, it's a good trait. Yeah.
But the thing about it was that it was interesting because the dad didn't want him to be the success. Not was trying to stop
real estate. Yeah.
Well, so Trump wanted to take it to the next level, and the dad was like, "No, we don't do that. We just stay here. This is our business. This is what we do. Take care of our people. Take care of our community." But Trump had bigger plans, and that's the only way I saw where him and the dad kind of disagreed. Not in like they had a fallout or anything, but Trump was wanting to do more, and that's why he became the person he became. It was an interesting read. I was like, wow. And after I read that, and then some other stuff I found out about him, I was like, that's why I didn't believe a lot of the media on him.
Yeah,
because it goes against everything that, like if you tell me something about Microsoft and Game Pass, right? If you're telling me something about Game Pass that I own a console, I have Game Pass and I play the games and I'm in the ecosystem, and you're coming from the outside trying to tell me something, if it doesn't match up with something I know to be true, right? I'm like, okay, well, I can't take your opinion. Right? And then normally, if you just do a little bit more, just do some of their other comments, and you realize that you just hate Xbox, right? That's what I'm talking about. But Fonte says, In-N-Out, when I first moved out here in Cali, was trash. Had it again earlier this year. They definitely revamped how they cook the food because it was much better. Oh, okay. My first experience was a way later than that, Fonte. I had the one in Vegas. And the line, I remember the line being backed up, and then when I finally got my burger, I was like, there was a part of me I was like, I don't know if it's gonna be as good, like the hype. But as soon as I bit into it, man, I was like, holy cow, dude! I couldn't believe. Like I've always wanted one to come here to Hawaii.
Mm-hmm. So it was a good burger, you're saying?
Well, I liked it that much.
Yeah.
Most people I know like it, but the
Mhm.
problem in Hawaii is it's so expensive to run a
No,
business here.
yeah, because all the import prices and stuff.
Yeah, like I worked for Domino's when I first came back to Hawaii. I
Mhm.
just needed a job, so my cousin, or sorry, my uncle was working at Domino's. So he said, "Hey, you want to work here part time?" So I went in and worked there, and
Mhm.
Domino's has to order everything from the Domino's commissary.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so when you guys come to eat pizza, when people would come, and this is like back in the '90s, late
Yeah.
'90s, early 2000s,
It's probably
people come.
hasn't changed much,
Well,
right? I
people,
mean, the supply chain because it's like all the different.
yeah, you can't. I mean, and there's a reasons why you need the uniformity to taste,
Hmm.
but because you're getting it from the mainland and
Yeah.
from Domino's, right? Because it's a franchise here.
Yeah.
The pizza was like where like you guys would have like a $9.99 deal.
Yeah.
The pizza here would be $14.99 deal.
Yeah. There's an interesting story about that though. I should tell you, but anyway, that I remember reading
Oh
about
yeah,
McDonald's when McDonald's went to Russia.
yeah,
They because McDonald's stresses supply chain for their restaurants. You know that they have like an on time delivery of like food and all that to keep
yeah.
it running. So they had to build that in Russia. So from there, a lot of the Russians learned about that from McDonald's. You know
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
so crazy.
Not surprising. The impact that American culture has had,
Hmm.
both business and pop culture has had on the rest of the world is
Oh
amazing.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
See, even Japan. The story. I remember taking classes about learning about how Japan copied our. Like they learned from Ford and all the
Mhm.
car companies. Because you know how in the '80s they overtook us,
Right.
Toyota and Honda, to become more popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were competing against America, so they were like doing better. Like they worried more about quality, like very super conscious about that. So
And then you also factor in the fact that they were a lot more hungry, right? They were a lot more affordable to
it's
do.
true. Yeah, I mean, well, they had something to prove. I think as a country, they wanted like you know what I mean. Like it's like look at the baseball. Like look at when they take so much pride in what's his name, Shohei, or any of the Japanese players.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're not. Do we care what happens to the players that go to Japan? No, we don't care. That's how the Japanese are. They're so. But I think that would be like any. I think like any country that has people in the pros, they like look up to them.
Well, I definitely like the way they do in Korea too.
Yeah.
It's a culture that and I don't say baseball doesn't have a culture here,
Hmm.
but baseball's not as popular as it was when I was growing up.
Oh yeah, it's big there now. Yeah.
Yeah, and then and baseball here is very big business, right? We have a
Mhm.
lot of back in the day, of course, right?
Yeah.
Local boy does good, right? You had a lot of
Mhm.
people representing you, your hometowns, the teams, all that stuff. But now, it's international now, so you get people from all over the place.
It's
So
like
a lot of sports are like that in America, right? You don't have that one-on-one connection.
what's also that Hawaiian quarterback for what's it? I think the Dolphins, Tua.
Oh yeah. To
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, he lives in. I think he's a Samoan though, but he's brought up in Hawaii. He's basically Hawaiian. Just his. I mean,
Yeah,
how
I mean, his yeah,
Hawaii's a bunch of Pacific Islanders. Yeah.
yeah. He grew up here. I know somebody asked him that because they thought he was Hawaiian. He's like, oh no, I'm not. I grew up in Hawaii. But
Yeah, I just remember reading about him because he was just a couple of weeks ago because he was out and he's back in now because he's.
yeah, I don't know. It's those concussions, man.
Oh yeah, that's people don't. That's exactly it because like people don't realize they're like why do these people get injured? They're so expensive. I'm like it's football. Don't you realize?
I think it's a concern because of his size already. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well,
He had a bad hit. I think a couple hits that
Yeah.
were really bad. Yeah. It's dangerous, man.
Yeah. But I mean, this is why, like, and then as far as Polynesians and stuff are concerned, it's just the representation. Well, amongst Hawaii too. We have a lot of people playing in Hawaii, but we're so
Big.
mixed. We're so mixed
You're a
here.
big guy too. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're so mixed here now. You can't really tell. Like most other Polynesians, like when you meet a Tahitian, a real Tahitian, and
They're big, aren't they?
Tahitians are more on the leaner side
Yeah.
because they have a
I don't
French.
know. Yeah.
They have a French.
They have
Island
French blood, though?
like French Tahiti.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they might have some French in them if they were.
like Maori's another one. They of course with New England. I mean with England. That's the connection.
Yeah, Hawaii wasn't discovered until what Cook, and that was in the 1800s.
Yeah, well,
Isn't
Hawaii.
that crazy? That's crazy when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, once it was discovered, though, it became a big thing. You know.
Oh yeah, because it's a big island. Those are big islands.
Well, the location was prime, right?
That too, yeah.
I mean, so like in Hawaii, we're of course we're states or we're more affiliated with America.
Oh, you're America for sure.
Yeah. So there's this mixing of people. So that's for me. This is why I'm not saying I'm passionate about cultures and stuff like that. Like what you call. The thing I don't like is when people.
China. We were talking about China. We
But
because. Yeah.
But for me, like videos of people like, well, they should learn English. I'm like, no, dude, you're in their country. You should learn their culture. And if you don't like it, you should leave. That kind of stuff. Because I know what it is. Like a lot of people want Japan to take in all these immigrants. I'm like, no, don't do that, dude. Keep Japan Japanese. Keep China Chinese.
Yeah.
Keep Korea, South Korea Korean, or Korea in general, just Korean.
That's a big debate with Japan though these days. Not just Japan, but like a lot of even Korea, because the birth rates are they're actually worse. I was reading the birth rates in China and Japan and Korea, they're worse than America.
Well, there's also an agenda behind that though, right? They want to dump people.
No, I understand what you're saying. I agree. There's agenda to it, but there's also fact to it too. I mean,
yeah,
it's not good or bad. It's just a fact. That's all. It's because you know what it is. It's really because prices are. It's like supporting a family, and people are educated enough to know that it's a struggle. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So their economy, right? Yeah, South Korea too. Their economy struggling. So of course, to me, like I studied this graph, dude. It was really cool. To me, this is just their natural progressive curve, right? And so you should let it follow its natural flow. What you have is a lot of people, What you have is a lot of people trying to come in and change that flow, which actually is none of their business. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, right? Like a lot of these international globalist pieces of trash, right? They're like, oh, you know what you guys need to do? You need to introduce this culture into there, and then you guys don't have to worry about. I'm like,
Elon's one of the big ones. He's the one that's talking about that, and but I think he's talking about it because a lot of these countries are doing the opposite. They're putting in policies of overpopulation when it's like that's not happening except in a few countries.
Yeah, that's why. So this is in the sociology course I was taking, right?
Yeah.
And so there's and that's the great thing about sociology, because I didn't think I was gonna like the class. What they base everything is on that's the reason I was taking the class, right? Because if you're gonna be an analyst, right, you gotta look at patterns.
Why don't you read what Vante said? Go ahead.
Well, so they there's like natural highs and lows, right, when it comes to this kind of stuff, right? And where Western culture right now is we're in the dip phase, right? But that doesn't mean that there's not going to be another high phase. But what you see people
you're right. A cycle, it's like a
But what you see people doing now is they want to influence.
They're overreacting.
And for their own.
I think there's an agenda too, though. I agree with that too.
Yeah. Well, for their own personal
immigration agenda,
and it's multiple people across the board, right? Whether it's the prick that's on where's that in Manhattan that wants bigger profit, or the businesses that want new people to exploit, right? It's or the new world order losers all the way over there in the European Union.
Oh, the globalists,
globalists, all those guys. Right? They have their own. And so that's why they're pushing this crap. I'm like, no, dude, let nature take its course. And then some people are like, well, what if? So people are kind of like, well, so what if this is bad? I'm like, well, it's a natural progression, right?
Let's say those guys are like, they're control freaks. The globalists, the people, the elites, they're very, they assume that they know what they're doing. You know, they're out of,
yeah, they need to be stopped. So
full trove.
2024.
Well, at least it's going to be hard for him. I'm not expecting him to change everything, but he's a better choice then.
Dude, I just hope he makes it to the election. Honestly, that income thing.
Oh my God.
That income thing.
You think he's going to get assassinated or something?
Dude, I was like, okay, well, you know, no tax on tips. That's pretty safe. So security, okay, yeah. That's a dual party issue. All right, but when he did the income tax thing, I'm like, come on, bro. You just have 2 more weeks. Just like
Wait, what did he say about the income? I missed that.
Yeah, he's
Did he say
thinking
something?
about getting rid of the income tax.
Oh, that's awesome.
He said one of his, then people questioning him on it, and I'm like, and then he went to his go-to, which is tariffs, right? And I'm sitting there looking at this dude, and I'm like, everybody, like, look, everybody, whether you're pro-Trump or hate Trump, one thing
know
we
how
all
the
agree on is he'll do it, right?
You know how the
Right.
income tax? Yeah, he's talking about the Fed, basically.
Yeah, the federal income tax, right?
Well, I mean, that started with the Federal Reserve. They came in at the same time.
Okay, so the next line, because that's what me and Dale was having a good laugh about this. Because the libertarians libertarians haven't been this excited since like 420, right?
Oh yeah.
So libertarians was like, oh, let's go other, and
Well,
then
that's
right,
one of their big party lines is
exactly
the Fed. Yeah.
But it didn't take long to go from federal income tax. They didn't even look at state and city. They went straight to Federal Reserve. Right? These guys were like, yeah, because
That's
you
a
do
huge
that.
thing,
And
though. Yeah.
it is a huge thing, but you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
they didn't stop at they didn't stop. They went straight through go. They didn't stop and go. They went straight through and they went bam straight to the Federal Reserve. And I was like, oh boy. And I'm not saying I disagree.
Yeah.
My point, but my point is like look, dude. There's people right now that are not happy.
I don't think that's going to happen, but they have to think about stuff like that because.
Dude, but that's the problem, right? There's people right now that are like, we can't
They're
take that chance with this dude.
Oh, because there's a lot of money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you know how much money? Yeah. People don't realize how much people rely on federal dollars, and that's a problem in the country. That's why we have
the interest rate. You know how they
interest rate, all of
it
it
gets
the whole
complicated, but there's a lot of I mean, like just like inflation is that's an exact tax. They say it's a tax. It is a tax. It's a tax. Yeah. So people think, oh, we're getting paid more, but when you see what we pay for and what we're taxed on, we're making less.
Yeah.
Ultimately, so
this is why people aren't working, right? Because it's like, why should I bust my ass, right? And then you just take all my money.
It's depressing. Yeah, like I was talking to an ex-coworker, and he's older than me. He's in his 60s, and he's still working. He has to, and
we're of that generation. Yeah.
What? Yeah,
yeah.
He's a baby boomer. He's born in probably like late 50s, early 60s, and he has to work still. It's just him and his wife, and he's like, I have enough savings, but it's so small. It's not enough, if I live till he's like 80, he's saying it's like it's not enough to last that.
Yeah, because all these years they kept on moving at goalposts, right? Like when he was coming up, savings, right? Then he's depending on Social Security, right? All this stuff, and then these dudes just jacked it all up.
Yeah, and the problem is that when you I've just learned this now that when you're looking for jobs, it's hard as you get older. It gets harder and harder. You know that, right? Well, I don't know. Because people will look at your resume and they'll see. I mean, this is a different subject, but I was just talking about how it's harder now.
Yeah.
Because people live longer and then they're working more because of the tax, the inflation, and then the cost of living is just out of control.
Yeah.
In my opinion, yeah. And plus, we pay for more stuff. Yeah.
One of the best videos I saw was this young girl. She goes, so I get taxed. And she went down this whole thing of how she gets taxed. And she goes, that doesn't make any sense. I was like, well, somebody's awake. And she looked like she was like 19, 20.
And that's the thing. Like now, like kids don't, like the millennials are not buying housing. You know that? They're not purchasing houses. It's like 5-10 years later than Gen X, which is crazy. So that means it's like my nephew, he just graduated college and he has a good job, but he's now living with other. He was living alone, but he's like, it's going to be cheaper if I just move into a house with some other friends.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are doing that now. They're not buying housing. They see it as like a detriment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's just
it's so expensive. Exactly. It's like like the average cost of a house or a condo. Is like $250. So you're looking at like $2,000, $2,500 a month. You know what I mean? Whether it's rental or mortgage. That's insane. That's just for average. That's average.
Right.
Yeah, it's really bad. So anyway, yeah, it's depressing.
No worries. I mean,
let's just trash PlayStation.
Yeah. Everybody's gonna be like, I thought this was a COD podcast. Sorry.
But
We'll get back on. We'll
Andy
get
Cohen says nudity, for example, is part of every culture in America and outside of the USA. It's more accepted, I guess, yeah, in our media.
You know what's funny, David?
Compared to like the Middle East and
Yeah, it's how they, but it's also like it is, and it's also how they process it, or how they deal with it. You know, it's interesting.
But it's true. But America also has a Puritan side too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had it for a long time. So like, you know what I mean? They had like, you know, censors and stuff like that until I think it changed in the 80s. But because if you go to other countries in Europe, it's way worse. Not worse, but I mean it's more risque. You know what I mean? You've seen those commercials they have at night in France, right? They're nude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was stationed in San Francisco, and that's like Sodom and Gomorrah.
It's even worse though, is what I'm saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
But to some people, that might be acceptable. But
what you? Yeah. Oh, you mean San Francisco culture?
Yeah, because it's the city itself. You know what I mean. So people are not bothered by certain things there.
Well, I think San Francisco has that because of Stanford and what's it called, Berkeley. They were the headquarters of all the, you know, the feminist movements and all that. So
yeah, hippie power and all that.
Yeah, it's Portland. Yeah, they're very liberal.
Fonte said they keep letting Tua play. This is like his 5th concussion in like 2 years. It's negligence at this point. Yeah. I don't know. It was 5. I thought it was like 3. But I mean, any concussion's bad, dude. After one,
That's really. Is it this 5th?
That's
That's crazy. When you have one concussion, you know what that is? You're basically, it's like you get like knocked out, dude. That's until yeah. Have you ever had a concussion or been knocked out?
No.
Yeah, I've been knocked. I was in wrestling in high school, and I had something close to it. I was slammed on my head on a match, and I was out cold for like 2 minutes.
Oh dang!
But I had a really terrible headache when I woke up.
Yeah.
Like they were like, and everybody was like around. Are you okay? It's like, holy shit. Yeah, but I mean, that's like, that's not a concussion, but that was close to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Concussion, people are like, yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah, any type of trauma, right? To the brain, to the head.
To the brain, yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vontae, man, I don't know, dude. Hopefully his family steps in. I mean, it might be him wanting to play. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy. He's young too, still. So.
Fonte says the birth rates are low as hell because the dating culture in those Asian countries is
That's what I was.
Yeah, that's part of it.
I was watching this, because for some reason I got like all these because I watched one of those Japanese culture things, but now there's a lot of them now. Well, at least I get the algorithm recommends them to me because I'm interested in it, and it is weird like how the Japanese culture is now. They're so it's changing, but it's changing in that they're becoming more and more even like solitude. Do you know what I mean? Like they're
this is why I tell people
they just don't want to be bothered. It's strange. Yeah.
Oh, so you know how like a lot of the Xbox guys.
But I think that's but the world. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So all of the Xbox guys would be like, well, you know, why don't they, you know, and in case in point a game or whatever about their culture. And I always try and tell them, I was like, dude, they're not like that, dude. They'll go more inwards. You know, like in America, dude, if your team's not doing well or if the company's failing, for the most part, right? This is what you normally do because we're capitalists, right? We're like, okay, how do we they do what it needs to make it successful? But in Japan, that's not the focus, right? Like, no, they like money, they want to be successful, but if it goes against, like, they for some reason they
retreat.
They retreat.
Yeah.
That's what. So yeah,
that's what I do. Yeah.
And another thing, Vontae, is like just the way their structure is, right? It's just like it's not just about like here. Look, dude. Look, it's not just about having sex and getting pregnant, dude. Over there, it's just like marriage, family. You know, how are you going to support? They think about that kind of stuff over there. It's big. So you gotta have like a certain amount of. You have to be in certain points in your life, man. And
yeah.
At those points, they don't participate. And then you have a little bit of a feminist thing coming in now into some of these Asian countries, and so that's because a lot of these countries are patriarchal, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I actually like patriarchy. I think it's important.
Here, what do you think of what Plop Monkey says? Kamala Harris in a skin-tight leather suit, smash or pass?
Look, Plop, I'll be honest with you, dude. I can't. can't stand that cackle, man. I can't even watch her. That laugh she
Kamala?
has, dude. Kamala, yeah, dude. I'm like,
I think she's good looking. She's good looking for her age.
Oh,
She's almost 60. She looks pretty good for her age.
no. As soon as she opens her
No.
mouth, I'm out.
I know you just don't like her politics.
No, not her politics, dude. Just the way she, just her person.
Yeah, she could come off like a Karen.
Dude, that's just like, you just didn't fall out of the coconut tree like that.
Karen, that stereotype soccer mom Karen. You know what I'm talking about?
She just looks irritating.
Like self-righteous.
In Hawaii, we say iris. She just irritating. I just can't.
I can't. But she is. I think she's good looking. I'm not gonna. She's a MILF, in my opinion.
Really?
I'm not saying she's like gorgeous, but she's good looking. Yeah, she's not bad looking.
Yeah, she's not ugly.
No, that's all.
I
don't like her politics either. I'm not. Well,
dude, I wish. I
don't
wish,
even think. I don't. Yeah, the way I see Kamala Harris is that she's like an emergency. They needed somebody but Biden was doing so bad, so they just put her in there.
Yeah, he was.
I don't think they expect her to win, to be honest. But that doesn't mean she's not going to win. I just don't.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
If they pull the you know how they call the October surprise?
Yeah.
Some major event or.
They said they had an October surprise, and they said that Trump was Hitler. That was their big October surprise.
They said Trump was what?
Trump is Hitler. That's what their big thing.
They've been saying that for like 8 years since 2015.
They went to the well one too many times. Dude. People are numb to that stuff. And
some people believe it still. I mean,
and you can definitely. There's definitely people that believe it, but at the end of the day, right? People are looking at stuff realistically now. Right? This is why games aren't selling, guys. Games are not selling because people are looking at this stuff realistically.
Well, I think it's not selling because also there's an overglut and like if you see a title, like what's a title that you were looking at buying and you didn't buy?
Bucky Squire.
Now, why didn't you buy it?
Because I want to buy 4 other games.
Exactly. There's other games to play, or you have already games to play that are like it. Do you know what I mean? That's what I was gonna say.
If my electric, water, state tax, and food bill didn't go up, then I would only have Bucky Squire. I would have like 4 games on top of the 4 games I want to buy.
Yeah.
But these are not those times.
I was gonna say what they should do is just drop the prices of games, full games, but they're never gonna do that. I think they should drop. They should drop them to like $40.
Well, I think what they'll do is you're right. They won't do it. They'll just keep it at the price, and then eventually it'll drop when it goes on sale.
Which is what they do already.
Yeah, which is what
I think they should all do that. Yeah.
This is why I don't get on board when all you people are jumping on Xboxes, thing like that, and I'm like, dude, people do what they always do. Not everybody buys games day one. That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
A lot of you guys are telling these companies these are the games you want. They go out and make them, cost all this money.
Nobody buys it,
and nobody buys them, right? Because
which I understand why. Yeah,
the economy's bad, right? So you
bad,
have
and it's we already have so many games. Exactly.
So as a gamer, right? A lot of times we say this kind of stuff, right? But there's a reason we have backlogs. Right, something out of the passed by. Maybe something was like instead of being $59.99, it was $53.74. And like, oh, okay, it's on sale. I'll buy it. Like when you have disposable income, those are the kind of things that you can do. Right now, a lot of people can't do that across the board, and this is why I didn't freak out when Microsoft decided to move the games back by a year. Right, because a lot of the stuff that we're getting in Game Pass and that Microsoft is bringing over. If you guys notice, a lot more Chinese games are coming into the store and are being advertised on ID at Xbox, on X, on the YouTube channel for Xbox, right? Because this is stuff they put into play that Sarah and Phil and Matt put into play for the last couple years. So you can't stop that flow, right? It's just trickling out. What they can do is control this stuff in real time. And this is why you had, what's the 2 games that go? There's 2 games that got pushed to next year.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't mind that.
Which?
Yeah, I forgot which one.
Wait,
Avowed.
Oh,
and,
for Xbox that are still coming.
Xbox, yeah.
Well, for sure, Avowed and Fable.
Yeah, Avowed. So they can do that because they own and they control the studios, right?
There's gonna be more. Yeah.
And like you said, brother, there's a glut of gaming, right? And so they make deals with these people, right? They're trying to support these people. There's all of this stuff going on with them. They just can't step on people's toes. You gotta tread lightly with this stuff.
But Xbox is working on a different model with Game Pass. Game Pass is it's supposed to offshoot that less sales is because you have.
Oh no, not about the sales, but like they make deals with people to put their games in Game Pass. They make deals with people to advertise. They and not just in our country.
Yeah, they do everything. Yeah,
they do everything. So like they own the game and they own the studio, so they can push back their games where it's harder for them to do the other ones, right? Because this ecosystem is alive and is thriving. This thing, it's nuts to me when you look at the machinations of all this stuff that Xbox is doing. That's what I like to do.
I think that's one of their big goals is to keep it, to grow it, gaming, especially with consoles, because I think they see the numbers, both Sony and Microsoft, even Nintendo, because it's just those three. They don't want it to die, I don't think, but they know that it's limited because I think it's only because consoles. The idea of a console is not, it's foreign to most of the world outside of, America, Japan, parts of Asia, and parts of Europe. Outside of that, they don't buy consoles, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I look at the numbers of the revenue, it's like 50% American for consoles, Yeah. And then it's like 25% Japan, and then 20% Europe. So it's like really, it's only America and like the Western world, you know what I mean? So it didn't catch on as big as but that's what I think Microsoft is trying to do, whether it's console or a device that plays more advanced games other than mobile. That's what they want to do. They want to grow it or keep it alive. Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I think. I'm not 100%, but I'm assuming because the way they come off, because especially with the games going to PlayStation thing, yeah.
Well, I say like when I look at it, right, it's just interesting to me because there's a lot of this stuff going on that a lot of people are kind of missing, right? So a lot of their commentary, that's why I don't listen to a lot of people.
Yeah,
right? I'm not saying I'm right, but again, a lot of stuff that I look at has to make sense, and a lot of this stuff that they're talking about absolutely makes no sense. Like for me, when I look at Game Pass, I think I know Microsoft is thankful that they have Game Pass because it's always producing income. It's always producing income. Because a lot of other businesses right now are either stagnant or they're going backwards, and that's not good.
I think income is half of it, and the other is engagement. Like they keep talking about engagement because the engagement drives spending. Yeah.
Yeah, and they can they can even monetize that.
It is. They have a number for that, probably.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like a quotient. So.
I mean, so guys, like, so a lot of these times, I know I come across as flippant, but guys like me and Gogo, we look. And I know you did it.
There's a few of us too, like realist, and it's only in our group, yeah.
But we tend to look at the minutia of stuff, right? And when I look at the minutia, I'm like, dude, profit is profit. Just like the whole thing again, so ridiculous how Sony some way is gonna find a way to profit more than Xbox when it comes to Call of Duty sales.
You just have to ask, like the big question. I'm sorry to cut you, but the main thing I think the biggest thing is that. Why Microsoft and not Google or Apple aren't in it? There's that's what I asked myself because Microsoft doesn't have to be here. You know what I mean? They could have left consoles or gaming. I don't think they're gonna ever leave gaming because it's just been part of the business. But consoles specifically, they could have left it like in 2019. They could have been like, "We're done. This is kind of a stupid business," but they didn't. And Google never went in. Amazon's not going in it. No Tencent's doesn't care. They don't give a shit. No South Korean company wants to go into it. So that's what you have to ask, and I think it's because they care. Actually, that's what I mean. It's kind of like it's not an altruistic thing. I think they just think it's a good business and it has value. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
that's a big thing. I think that other companies don't see it. Is what I'm saying.
Like this thing, Microsoft is like you said, right? Microsoft is just good at monetizing everything.
Yeah.
Right. I'm telling you right now, guys. I mean, I know a lot of you guys. So I just want people to understand that never feel bad about your Game Pass subscription because you're paying every month. If you want to feel better about yourself, just take the amount of money you spend every month on Game Pass, regardless if you're getting it on sale, CDK, any of that. Just take that money you spend every month, multiply it by 12. and that's your yearly bill. Now think about the
That's
35
nothing.
million
Yeah.
people that are also doing the same thing, right? That's
Mhm.
money for Microsoft. So don't feel bad. Like I know people are trying to shame people, like it's welfare gaming. It's nothing like that. Anytime they
Oh,
make
it's not.
you know,
It's a service,
it's
just
a
like
service,
Netflix. Yeah.
right? And Microsoft understands how to monetize this stuff. So don't, dude, you're paying. You're paying. This is why I always say
Oh yeah.
it's not
Making
free.
people feel guilty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you're
Yeah.
not supporting
Don't-
the industry.
If
No,
you
I'm
want to
not.
feel happy about your purchase, I mean, you can look, and this is why Microsoft
You can always
offers
buy
you pay
more if
for
you
it one
want
time.
to.
Yeah, you can pay for it one time, and then just own the game.
Just buy what you're gonna play. I mean,
Yeah.
or what you want, what it's worth to you. You know what I mean? It's that simple.
Yeah. Or if you don't want to go out and buy the game, or maybe you can't afford to buy the game, and you want to play other games, then Game Pass is
Yeah.
is perfect
Like
for you.
I bought what's that game, that Fantasia, and I haven't touched it yet. So I'm kind of like not mad, but I was like I didn't have to buy it, but I bought it because I kind of wanted to support it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
But
see, that's what I mean. It's a
all
value thing. Yeah.
and it's all about choice.
Choice. Yeah.
If you don't want Game Pass, don't get it. Like this one jackass that made a video. I'm tired of these. I'm tired of Xbox. I'm like, well, leave.
Because they know it's a threat to their console warrior soul about ponies. You know,
He had one legitimate point in the video that he made that I could understand. But other than that, I'm like,
exclusivity.
yeah, I'm like, dude, obviously, if you're not enjoying it, dude, just step. Dude,
If it's that bad to you, yeah.
yeah, if it's that bad. But then if it was really that bad, you would have left. You wouldn't be doing this video.
It's like if you just look at them, like a lot of the ponies, especially, and there might be a few on the Xbox, but I don't think so. I think it's mostly just ponies, really.
Right.
They take like super pride in exclusivity. Like it's weird. It's like nobody cares really. You just want me. It's just the ability to play it. That's all. And you like a product. That's it. But they take pride in they don't even buy the game. They'll just be like, well, it's exclusive to my ecosystem. It's like it's just stupid when you think about it. You know what I mean? Like nobody buys Cinemax and says, or Disney and says, "Oh, I feel so exclusive being able to watch Star Wars and a shitty Star Wars series now." But you know what I mean? It's like nobody thinks that. It's only for console, PlayStation.
Yeah, dude, it's
I mean, yeah.
It's a sickness with those dudes, man. They need help.
I don't think. I think it's very small. Luckily, I think it's just the people online. You know what I mean? Because I have people I know that like PlayStation, except for my coworkers that are hardcore ponies. But like my nephew, he just likes PlayStation because I gave him a PlayStation and he likes the games on it. That's it. It's that simple. It's like he doesn't care about the ecosystem, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody does really. That's what I'm trying to say. But anyway. But we like Xbox because we know what they're providing a great service. You know, like what Dio was saying before she left, that Game Pass is good and all that. So
Yeah, Vante says the economy is so bad. I almost moved back in with my mother, but I got too much pride and ego to go through with it.
don't suck up the pride and ego. If you're okay to live with your mom and save money, I would just say move in.
Yeah, Vante.
In this day and age, who cares? Unless you value your freedom. So I get that too. So
Yeah.
don't worry. Who cares?
Yeah, just weather the storm, man, and then you can
Yeah.
save some money.
I would
Get back on your feet. Yeah. Be ahead of the game.
I'm actually close to because I just got a job recently. So if I didn't find a job very soon, my alternatives were moving in with family, and I'm not too proud about that anymore. I don't really care. I mean, because I'm over 50 and I don't give a shit. But you know what I mean, right? You can't think like that in this day and age. It's really, in my opinion. But I'm not going to tell you what to do because I think some people value their pride. I do get it.
Yeah, Vante, if you were living in Hawaii, that's a no-brainer. Because a lot of families live together because it's so expensive. Man.
Yeah.
But yeah, do what's right for you, man. I mean, you're not trying to tell you what to do, but don't feel bad about it, dude. Don't feel bad.
Yeah, don't feel bad about it because a lot of people are doing it.
Yeah. I mean, and then you'll be ahead of the game, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. If the economy gets better, then you would have saved money, and you wouldn't have to. That's what we all trying to do, right? We're all trying not to spend. Like I have to cut my yard, dude. But I gotta go buy a weed eater. But the weed eater I want to buy, man, is like it's supposed to be like on Amazon. It's like $199, man. Here in Hawaii, that thing's like $325.
Yeah, and when I think about it, the happiest days of well, not the happiest, but the most fun I had was when I moved back home from right after college. After I was living in a room with roommates for 2 years, I moved back home. It was so awesome because my mom was cool, and it was just me and my mom in the big house because all my brothers and sisters left.
Right.
And she didn't care. We kept to each other, so it was awesome.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and I was able to do like bring dates home and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like we were cool. That's what I'm saying. And I didn't really care about what people thought.
Well, at some point, your
Well,
parents-
no, I know. I moved out later, but
no, but I mean, you're still the child, bro. I mean, that's your mom.
oh yeah, no, she was also I was help take care of it as well. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff, but I'm just saying. Yeah, I understand the pride and ego thing because you have to be out on your own, and plus you do want to be alone. You don't want to be, you know what I mean? You live alone, right? With your kids.
With my kids.
Yeah, with the kids. So.
But like my brother stayed with me for a time. That's just the way we live here in Hawaii.
It's like Asian. That's how it is with Asians. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're gonna hit some bumps in Hawaii. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're mega rich, like some of the mega rich people got living here now. But.
Yeah. If you have a job and you're able to save and weather out times when you're tough, then you don't need. But yeah, for a normal person, I think it's Anyway, I was just don't worry about it.
Yeah. David said, "What's scary is how smart AI are becoming." We were talking about that earlier, David. I kind of like what they're doing with AI for now. But like I always say, I'm more worried about the people who use AI than I am about the AI itself.
Which one do you use? Do you use it? Do you use the Bing
AI?
Copilot?
The Copilot. I've tried it. It's okay.
Or Grok from
X. Yeah,
Twitter.
I'm not that dialed in to be using it. I think later on when they actually start doing stuff where I can, actually use. ChatGPT. Yeah, I mean I do it. But
you know what I used it for? I used it for redoing my resume. I was amazed how good.
That's what I was looking at.
Just stuff like that. Just if you write like a letter, you can actually just plug it in there and then tell it to what you want, and it'll give it to you.
Well, here's a good thing. So we were at work and we had a condolence card going around, and then one of the ladies said, "Oh, let me ask ChatGPT," because she was having a hard time finding what to say.
Mm-hmm.
And then ChatGPT gave a and it was good. I was like, "Dang, that is pretty good."
Exactly.
So there's uses for it, right? And I think it's look, dude. I think it's interesting. I think it's great. I do like technology. But I love Elon, but I'm not putting nothing in my brain, and I mean I'm not gonna go that level. I understand the way Elon thinks, and then later on when this stuff becomes better and commonplace, and when it actually makes shit, right? That's when I probably won't be around by then. So who knows?
You don't like Elon?
I do like Elon. I don't agree with everything he does, and I'm not saying he's bad. I just think he's a futurist, right? He just thinks things like when he sees something, he's just locked on it.
Because you're more like conservative Christian. I get it.
Well, yeah, I mean, even if I wasn't, I just don't like. I wouldn't put any. I'll say this, bro. If I just wouldn't.
About his Mars stuff.
No, Mars, I'm fine with. I just don't. I'm just not gonna put no chip in my head.
Put what?
How he wants to unlock the human potential.
Oh yeah, you mean like futurist stuff? Yes, some of it is weird. Yeah,
dude, it's sci-fi, and on paper, possibly in a movie, I'd probably enjoy it. But I have to open up my brain to get something put in.
Yeah, I think he's getting older. I think he's changing a little, not a little, but I think he's becoming more. I don't know. I don't want to say. I mean, because he's our age, you know that. He's just a little older than us. I think he's like in his early 50s, mid 50s. So it's kind of the same generation. So
one thing I like about him, right, is he has to constantly be in a creative state. So
yeah,
the whole thing.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I think he's naturally like that, though.
Yeah. So for me, it's just like, yeah, dude. I think it's important
Mhm.
But I think it's an extension of Western civilization to
Mhm.
explore. And
Yeah,
I
we
think
need
that
people
that's
like
big.
him.
Yeah, we need that as
More.
part of the culture.
Yeah.
Uh, because we need to explore this Western culture is based on exploration, right? So I think that's the next big frontier.
I think actually that's American more. But I know what you mean though. Yeah, whatever culture. Yeah, it's that exploration because to solve the problems that we come up with, come into.
I just say it's a classic Western thought process, right? Is when you're busy, you're less prone to do things that are dumb or evil, right? Idle hands of the or what did they call it? Being idle, something like
Idle hands are the
or the
hands of
tools
the
of the
devil.
yeah,
Tools of the devil.
something like that, right? And I
It's
think the reason why that's
lazy.
so
Yeah.
yeah, but I think that's apropos to Western civilization because when you're doing something, you're engaged, right? And so that's why he's always doing something, right? Because of his focus.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, Eastern. Yeah, Eastern. I mean, what would you consider Eastern then? The opposite, not the opposite, but not Western. Is probably the Chinese. Confucius.
Um, yeah, I mean, it's more
They're
philosophical.
closer than we think. I think that's my opinion, though. They're
I
just
think
different.
I think the mindset can be.
I think the difference in the mindset is Judeo-Christian. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, because this is why I don't trip over like people are like, well, India's surpassing us in this or China's surpassing us in
I
that.
don't worry about that. But yeah, I
Yeah,
know
I
what you
don't
mean,
care about
though.
that, yeah, because I'm like,
The intelligence agencies do. Yeah.
but I'm like we're sitting here, goes, dude. If we look at all the people that ever did anything, they weren't like the brightest people. You know what I'm saying?
When you say that, like they never did anything, I think that's like most of humanity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, I
And I
know what
think
you mean, though. You're saying in terms of like society, but that's it's a construct. You know what I
so.
mean?
Like you look at Bill Gates, right? I don't think he didn't even finish college, or I don't even
No,
think
but he
Steve
went to
Jobs.
Harvard. He was smart. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
know what
was
you mean,
smart,
though. He didn't
but
need college, is what you're saying.
but this is why when I look
No.
at India, right now, like China especially, they're putting so much emphasis on degrees, right, and going to college and going through the
STEM,
process.
yeah.
That a
Science.
lot of times, but then you look at Singapore, right? And Singapore is kind of like they just
They
do
did
it.
the same thing, though.
They
But
do,
that
but they
was in the
just
past, yeah.
yeah. But Singapore just does stuff, right? They're looking okay. How can I get to here to here? That's more of a Western thing, right? Like they're like
Yeah,
so
I know
like
what
the
you mean.
Westerns, yeah.
Yeah,
The
but I think
ingenuity, being inventors, creativity.
I mean they just got to it first. That's all. I don't think it's a domain that they only have now. But I know what you mean. The influence of it because some of the inventions that they got were from the East too. But I'm not trying to make it sound like like oh you're being wrong. You're right. There's the Western. It it was inherited from America, the business China, but
No,
it's
so
changing fast.
even in China, right? That they did
Yeah.
have certain things, right? But they never really did anything with it, right? It took Westerners to take it in because this is what I'm saying. Like in Hawaii, dude. Like
I know, but it's
like
yeah.
surfing was coal boards. It was just a certain way that it was done. It took like white people to come here and was like on the wave, and they're like, oh,
Well,
I
to
want to break for
support,
the
yeah.
wave. Well, no, but they like you would just kind of cruise on the wave, right, and glide and stuff like that. But then they come over here and they want to ride the wave a certain way. And then when they did, I was like, oh, how can I make the board from this to something else? You know what I'm saying? I'm
It's a
not saying,
mindset. Yeah,
yeah,
you're
I didn't say
you're
like, oh,
improving. I
right.
know what you're talking about exactly. It's true. You're right. It's
And
true.
I'm not saying like Hawaiians weren't involved in it or local people weren't involved in it, but it's that
It's
like
because
the
it's a
exact same.
business. That's a business
Well,
mindset.
it's just the way they are. It just amazes me. Like my entire life, I've always noticed that about, especially when I grew up in Florida, right? That's just like it's almost like they just can't sit still, or they're just not happy with a certain thing being a certain way, right? And I'm not saying other cultures can't do that, but they are the pioneers of this stuff, right?
So yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I know what you mean. But you're kind of making it sound like it's like only Western thing. I don't think it's like that though, because it's been in the East. I know what you're saying though about the Western the process like of continually improving. Right? Is that what you mean?
Just it's just breaking the barriers and breaking outside the mode, right? So like a lot of other cultures, right? You have to fit in to those cultures. You have to fit into those cultures, right?
You have to do that here too. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I get
No,
you.
well, I mean, you know,
I mean,
if you're
yeah.
an NPC, yeah, right, or if you're comfortable with the
But they
whiskey.
wouldn't. But see, that's why. But like, say for China, for example, they wouldn't have done what they're doing now, like get all this technology from the West, unless they
Well,
were open to it. So they were already. You know what I
well,
mean? So
they couldn't do it because they're dynastic, right?
no, they're communist.
No,
No,
no, no.
I mean,
Back in the
I know what
day,
you're talking. Now you're saying about their culture, like before.
yeah, they're a dynastic culture. So just like in India, they were.
Well, yeah, that was like the West too. They had kings and queens. They had monarchies.
Yeah, but they had a
They
lot
were.
of turmoil and war and disease.
They went through that
Yeah,
exactly. So
yeah,
that's different. Yeah, they're
yeah, but it's
I wouldn't
different.
say it's advanced. I would just say you're right. They went.
Uh-huh.
We know this because we lived through Western culture
Yeah,
history, and we
but
know it.
because that's who they are, right? And
It's
I'm not
not
saying
because
the
who they
humans.
are.
I'm
It's not
saying
because they. I don't believe that. I don't believe that it's
no,
who they
it is
are.
exactly who they are.
It's a
So it's
culture.
not the there's a human experience element. I think that's what you're trying to say. If I'm mistaken, I'm sorry.
No, I think it's just because of the culture that you come from. That's
Well,
where you're at.
so like for me, is like if I'm Hawaiian,
Yeah.
and was there evil Hawaiians? Probably yes.
No,
Right?
but you're saying
It's
it's
human nature.
inherent only in the Western cultures. It sounds like.
It's their experience, and it's also just their drive.
Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying it's not. It's in a world today now where everything is on the internet. It doesn't. That point doesn't matter anymore. Almost.
I mean, it does
I'm not
matter.
saying. I'm just
It's
saying. I
history.
understand what you're. Yeah, my point is that it changes. Things are changing, but I know what you mean about the Western culture, like where we come from in the West, because we live in this world. Because nobody. It's like saying if you're am I American or am I Filipino? I'm fucking American. I don't really, you know what I mean? It's so stupid. That's my culture. That's where I'm brought up. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So, but then you're anyway. I don't want to get too, yeah, because I know what you're saying about Western culture because it's specific to the West, right? So, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll read this real quick. Did I read this? Oh well, I'll read it again. The
Yeah, go
feminist movement bigger in Korea than Japan. Women still want to get married in Japan. Though if you read some of the stories of crimes against women in that country, it makes sense why. You mean in Japan or Korea? I think you're talking about Korea, yeah, Bante? Yeah, there's a feminist movement. I mean, but it pretty much got smacked down though. So I know women went to like what did they call that? The 4Ds or something? Right? Because the feminist
Korea?
movement was trying to come up, and then like even other women in Korea were like, because they're more traditional, so they're like, no, we don't agree with that.
I just heard that I do know that most of the work, like the blue white collar work now in Japan is actually women more than men. I heard that. I think I read that somewhere.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Yeah.
I mean, I don't sweat it. I think there's a part. I think there's like with America as well, man. I mean, to me it happens in cycles, like I said earlier. So a lot of the people will just go back to. Well, a lot of people will just go to root.
Is that Western culture?
About what?
About what's happening now? Is that Western culture? I don't know.
What in Japan?
No, all the woke stuff. You know, like advancement of women.
Yeah, it's definitely Western culture. It is Western culture. That's a very
totally.
Western.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, 100%.
But it's changing because it's going to the west, east, and vice versa. Stuff that we got from the east too, but mostly Western.
Yeah, but my faith is in Asia to stamp it out because it's not going to benefit them at all.
Well, yeah. I don't
it's just like us giving them. It's just like us giving them fast food. It probably won't be.
Well, you're saying, yeah, you believe in the traditional. Yeah, I get it.
I think because I like their cultural norms. It's very important to them to have those cultural norms. Right? You know, like
I know what you mean. Yeah,
when there's an earthquake in Japan and nobody just loots.
Well, Japan is abiding by it though. It'll be interesting to see where they are in 150 years.
Yeah. Trust me, I'm watching it. Well, I'll say it'll be interesting for 10 years, right?
I think we're seeing it right now in some ways because they were kind of there's a lot of stuff because I have been watching some Japanese YouTubers, and it's interesting how they view it. They're very pessimistic about their own culture, but they're very proud. about what it stands for. And these are like younger people, like in their 20s and 30s. Yeah, like some of the ones that remember we were the videos. So, and but it's funny that they're different than their parents, but they still think it's okay. You know what I mean? Because it's what they believe is what their country should be. So my point, you know what I mean? Like it's fatalistic, is what I'm saying. Like we'll just take it as it is because this is how it should be. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like if you have a family that's alcoholic, then you'll be like, well, that's just how it is. So I drink anyway. I shouldn't. That's a bad analogy. But I'm saying in terms of like when they ask them like how should it change, like wouldn't you want to like some of the questions were like kind of loaded. They're like, well, wouldn't you want more immigrants? That's not the answer, but they're like kind of forcing that issue on them, and so then they're like, no, we don't believe in that. Like almost 90% didn't want that, which I understand why, because their culture is they want to keep it the same. You know what I mean? That's what they're taught. So
yeah, like to Vontae's point, right? Like South Korea is that way, Japan is that way, China to some aspect is that way.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good though for the future, but because the world is so small now compared to in the past.
I mean, I personally hope they keep it that way.
I do too, only in terms of culture, because once you start, yeah, but why not do it in America? That you know what that means, right? If you really think about it, right?
What's that?
That you separate people, you keep them to their separate cultures, don't mix.
Well, but then they're one culture, right? They're one ethnicity. That's what it is, and it's not just Japan or like there's European countries that are like that way, that are suffering as well, right? Because they only know, like there's some cultures where there's some places in Europe where the majority of people are still the culture of that country.
Yeah.
So America. This is why I tell people all the time, like every time somebody complains to me about diversity in America, I'm like, bro, we are the most diverse.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Country on the face of this earth. There's nothing like America. That's why they called it the American experiment. This is why
it's still got going. Yeah.
Well, this is why core principles, American principles, are important. Like this is why our motto is.
Where did you go to grade school? You went to grade school in Florida, right? Like
here too. I even learned this here. I learned this here with a dash of Hawaiian. But
you went to high school in Pennsylvania, did you say?
No, Florida.
Oh, Florida. Okay.
And on top of that, I learned from a Christian perspective, right?
But when you went to high school in Florida, was it like it was very mixed, wasn't it?
No, predominantly white.
Oh, it's predominantly white. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was in Kissimmee, dude. It's a cow town, bunch of rednecks.
Oh, okay.
And then there were the thing about Florida, it was diverse, but
I can see that. Yeah, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just
No, so like the diversity in Florida, they're predominantly white, but the diversity, except you're in the southern part of Florida, Hispanic was big there. Mostly Cuban, some Haitian. Well, Cuban, yeah, mostly Cuban. But so what ended up happening, and then people from South America. So what ended up happening is like the white people that I was around were from different parts of the country. So I got that diversity in that sense, right? Because there's a difference from somebody from New York, somebody from Indiana, somebody from Kentucky, somebody from Virginia, somebody from West Virginia.
Yeah.
Right. Like white people are just not monolithic, right? In that sense. And then I got a lot of people from Europe. I met a lot of people from Great Britain. Met a lot of people from France. Met a lot of people from India.
Yeah, so you met a lot. That's no. My point was that it was probably more mixed as well as not just in school, but like in.
Not when I first got there and I was growing up there. Right when I got
if you went to certain towns, it's mostly white. Yeah.
Well, I was in Central Florida, so most people were passing through, and then at Disney World. When I left Florida,
so it's a small town. It sounds like.
Well, it had grown so much. Orlando just blew up. So by the time I left Florida, like I joined, like I got my first duty station, and I only went back on leave. And the last time I left for leave, it had changed. Like there were so many different people there. So a lot of Puerto Ricans, New Yorkers from New York came down. So you have Puerto Ricans that were living in Florida then. A lot more people from South America. You had Bahamas, right? Jamaican, Haiti. some West Indian people.
Oh yeah, it's everybody.
Yeah, so it grew like right, and they just weren't in pockets anymore. It was like all over, and the economy in Florida was good. So a lot of people from up
But what
north.
you just said there, that's like that's only America. That's the whole the whole point being that it's just so mixed up. But there are parts where it's more one or the other.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Florida is like Florida, like New York, like California. But
Yeah.
Florida is more like Hawaii than any other state I've been in. Because Hawaii is a complicated a lot of different culture. We're so mixed in Hawaii that we've created our own culture here of mixed people.
Yeah.
This is
I
why a
think
lot
it's
of
the most
people.
mixed. I would assume it's the most mixed because
Yeah.
you have a lot of more Asians than I think any other part of the country.
Well, and it's changing again, right? Because you have more people moving in now. That's disrupting that mix.
Stop it! No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, well,
I was kidding.
this is why it's a point of contention for me, right? Because I'm Hawaiian.
But that's the thing. You're the Hawaiian culture. It's
Yeah, we're gone. We're done.
well,
Right.
it's not.
So no, we're done.
No. It still
So,
lives, but it's not. It
no,
changes.
no. Like the
Why
Hawaiian
do you
culture, a
say
lot of
that?
us have now.
It's so grim. I
So
know
a
what
lot,
you mean. You don't. I know what you mean. The lifestyle, like the life of
so my grandmother who raised me,
hmm
even she speaks Hawaiian differently than our people. They're trying to learn and they're trying to resuscitate the culture,
Yeah, that's
right?
just
But it's still not the same because sometimes you can't go backwards, bro. So this is why I
not
harp so
going
much on.
backwards. It's just
No, you can't go back in time. You just can't.
exactly.
There's
But
so
it's
much stuff that's lost that you can't do it. So like if you're Japan or if you're the Netherlands, right? You can move forward a little bit, but as long as you got the core group of people there, right, you can always kind of revisit it. Right? There's nothing wrong with progress or moving forward, right? But if you lose all of that, dude, you're done.
yeah,
No,
but the nature of humanity of like cultures is it already changes anyway.
yeah,
So
there's changes, but there's still. This is why there's certain
throughout
things
the
in
old and
Japan that blow
what's
people away when they go over there. They're like, oh wow, I never thought it was. They comment on it on their videos, and I'm like, yeah, that's ingrained in them.
like this like one of the I'll give you an example. One of this Japanese guys, he's like a lot of Americans or Westerners will come to Japan and they'll go to parties and dressed up like in kimonos and shit. And he's like, nobody dresses like that in Japan. Nobody cares about that shit. He's
Yeah.
like, that's already over with. It's only like in museums or like tourist spots. He says, and nobody like reveres that or anything. That's just him saying it. So it could be just him. But my point is that that's like the perception though from us that their culture is like still the same but it's not. It's changed as well,
Yeah.
which is sad. That's kind of sad because it's like, like when, my Lola, she would tell me stuff about her culture in the Philippines,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not part of her. I don't care anymore. And it's kind of sad, but that's just, I'm not saying it's progress. It's just the way things are. That's all.
So,
Do you know what I mean? Because things change and you're like, yeah, like you said, your grandmother doesn't speak the language as like how it was spoken.
no, she speaks it the way it was. They don't speak it that way now.
Exactly.
It's a proper version of what the language is.
Exactly.
Right?
It's
Just
the
like
same
if
thing.
you're learning Spanish and Castilian Spanish.
But that's just how it is. It's sad. But I mean,
No, so here's my point with all of this, right? Here's my point. Is that you still have a country that's Japan. Regardless if if a Japanese person moves to Hawaii, which a lot of them do, and grow up over here.
I mean, there's no argument here. It's what is. That's all I'm saying.
Or if a Japanese person moves to the mainland and becomes westernized.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, right, they don't have to worry about it because there's a whole country of people. There's a whole country of people that are still Japanese. When for me, right, that's gonna go. That's gonna go away. And I'm not crying about it. But what I'm saying is this is why my viewpoint on diversity is the way that it is. Right? Because I'm on the opposite end.
Yeah.
I'm on the opposite end of the diversity debate. How people want diversity because they think diversity is good. Well, there's a also not good side of diversity. Right?
I mean, but yeah, I'm not trying to politicize or make it.
No, I'm just. It's not you. I'm telling.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But I don't. That's what I don't like about that issue because it's a natural progression. I don't hate that word too, progression, because you're saying it's better. It's getting better. It's not a better or worse thing. It's just a thing that is. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So if you move into a neighborhood that's all rich people and you got rich, then naturally your kids are going to be that culture. I mean, that's just how it is. It's not better or worse. It could be worse if you want to keep your old culture from where you were from before, but it's just how it is. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no right or wrong in terms of accept what you believe, you know. So, but I understand what you're saying. You don't want to lose what they are, is what you're saying. I get that. I completely, and I think it would be bad too. But you could say that about any culture too. But Japan is specifically is big culture. Like who is culturally like Japan, right? In the past, is there's nothing like it really. Because if you read their history, they're very different. Some people say they're like Germans. I'm like, nah, I don't know, not really. They're not an island. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm trying to compare like to the West. If you try to compare it culturally, because now in the West, everything is it's only by nation, not culture. There's a difference because even nations are different. You know what I mean? Like you'll have cultures within an, you know what I'm saying? Like Ukraine and Russia, a lot of them are very close, but there are specifically things in East. Anyway, I'm jumping around, so.
Yeah, that's that whole.
But I know what you're talking about, though. But because originally we were talking about like about the West was different, but that you want to keep. You think that Japan shouldn't change too much because they're advantageous being what their culture is.
Not just Japan, any other country, any country.
Yeah, but it's a hard. My point, my only argument against that, not against it, but that it's hard because in this world now, it's like things people move everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's hard to keep that culture, not just Japan, but especially smaller cultures. Like you said, Hawaii. It's because the only thing with Hawaii is because it was a smaller population. That's it. Not because if you had 20 million Hawaiians, it would be different. You know what I mean? So, but the difference is that it was a smaller population, and then you had a bigger populations come in, and naturally you're gonna, whether it's Hawaiian or Filipino or Aborigine, whatever's the more powerful culture, it's gonna take over. You know what I mean?
Well, it's just like you said, it's the numbers game.
It's not just but also there's other things too. I mean, that's just to simplify it. I'm just saying it sucks, but it's how it is. And but people try to keep onto their culture, whether it's Japan or, which is good. You know, like they have Independence Days of, like Irish Independence Days, or you know what I mean, like all those. In America, at least, there's like because they want to keep their culture, but these people their families have been here for like 5 generations, and they're hardly Irish anymore, or even like say Filipino. Like Filipinos, they assimilate so fast, they lose a lot of their culture already when they get to America. But anyway, it's interesting. It's just it's hard. But the issue with Japan is that they are very, what's the word? Like, they're nationalistic. You know what I mean? You know that already. We've discussed this. So
yeah. Well, most nations are, honestly.
No, Japan. You know what I mean, though. Japan is more. Korea's like that too, but not as much. I think. That's why
China's that way.
I don't think. Well, China's.
I mean, it's changing a little bit, but they still have national pride there too.
But see, it's a culture thing. But the culture, like that's why I was bringing up the old Chinese from the 18th century, pre-communist, pre-CCP.
Mm-hmm.
They were open. They made trade with the West for centuries. So they were open. Now they didn't change their culture though. They don't have to. No, but they were equal trade partners. When what's his name went for the spice, the Silk Road. You know what I'm talking about. What's his name? When he made the road from the east to west to east.
Marco Polo.
Yeah, Marco Polo. There you go. Yeah. So from that, they that's just to show you the trade, so that it's a symbol of the East meets West. So they kept their cultures. It was not even a discussion. It's only a modern discussion. You know what I mean? But it's a modern discussion now because it's only something we worry about because we've suddenly realized, just like animals, things go extinct. That's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, which is kind of sad. That's all. It's sad that like there's animals that were on New Zealand. They're not there anymore. Like those birds, whatever. You know what I mean? So anyway.
And plus, we have the time to do it nowadays. So
yeah, we have the time to complain about.
Yeah, because back then they actually had to.
Exactly. I mean, yeah. But I was just, yeah.
Yeah, that's
but
cool.
Anyway.
That's cool. I like conversations like this.
It is. It's interesting because it's reflecting. You know, Americans don't reflect a lot sometimes, but it's good to just think about shit like that because I mean, but I just hate when it gets politicized. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
It
everything.
bugs the shit out of me because it's like, but I understand because there is like that thing with woke stuff because that's something fairly new. But I remember seeing it in the '90s too. I remember I was talking to a girl at a party, and she was really feminist. And it was like somebody now, you know, when I was discussing with her,
Mm-hmm.
I had no reply. I couldn't. You can't fight with these people sometimes because everything is evil. You know what I mean? Some of the things.
Yeah.
But it's amazing that it's gotten that far now. When I think about it.
They only know what they know. Their experience is lacking on a lot of things. Because
Yeah.
they're not in that times that
I mean,
time we grew
yeah,
up.
it's the bleeding heart thing. I mean, I think there's good intentions, but they don't look at it completely. Sometimes some people
I think they also want to matter, which is
they
something
want to
that's
what?
they want to matter. People want to matter nowadays.
Yeah, they want to make changes. They want to be special, different. Well,
They
I
want
mean,
attention.
yeah.
They
Well,
want to be liked. You know.
well, I don't want to. Because I was like I knew people like that in college, and I didn't think they were evil, like self-centered. I just think they thought that they wanted to do the good thing, and they might have, you know what I mean? They learned something, and then they only look at it from that point of view, what they're taught in college. It's ridiculous when you think about it, but it's still like that now. I don't want to. Just like you could tell when you listen to some of the people online when they're defending it, it's like they don't get why people don't like DEI. You know what I mean, right? Like about DEI, they don't get it. Like some people really seriously don't get why it's such an issue for some people.
Right.
Yeah. Which
I
we
mean,
know. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, they're basically raised in it, right? And that was the point of everything, right? They
I
want
think
to be.
I hate to use the word, but they're indoctrinated into
Yeah,
a specific. Yeah, and it's.
that was the goal. It always starts off with good intentions, right? And then
Yeah, but
it snowballs.
yeah,
So,
but I mean, it is something that is part of the conversation now, so we can't. So I mean, because to me, it's like it's an issue that is like far below on the issue scale. This is me personally, like what I think is important to this country, or just in general. It's like it's something, of course, because it's all identity. It's all It's like people should know that already, their identity. And I understand that people have identity issues, like who they are and their sexuality, but that's not what everybody. That's not an issue for a lot of people because we have other things to worry about. Is what you know what I'm saying, right? So to push this to the national agenda for a lot of things is ridiculous. It's almost, even Elon Musk has been saying this for the last year and a half, ever since he bought Twitter, that this thing that they keep going on is just, it's killing discussion of other shit that is important,
and his personal experience with his kid, which he talked about, right?
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah, because they gave these hard drugs, whether it's, what do they call them, I mean, that's a whole other subject, but yeah, it's because it affected him personally,
That's why he's on this crusade.
Yeah, I don't blame him either. But I mean, it's not up to him at that point because it's his daughter's son. I mean, they made the choice. They were young though. That's the point. He's very young. I think he was like 19, 20 when he changed. That's young, dude. What? That's so young. But I mean, what are we gonna? I mean, that's the point though. Is like that's like such a drastic thing, and they're trying to make it normal. You shouldn't normalize that because it's a very big thing. You know what I mean?
Well, up until recently, this was like a disorder, right? That I know because where I work at.
Well, no, I understand. I mean, you could look at it that way, but you can't say that. You know what I mean? Because then people.
No, what I'm saying is
I understand. Yeah.
I work for a doctor, right? Journal of Medicine, right? I have to pull notes for this.
It was seen as, you're right. No, I agree.
It was a disorder for decades, and all of a sudden, right? They're like,
no, it's acceptable.
No, it's not. Now it's acceptable. Right?
I know, it's crazy.
So my point the reason I tell you that is because I'm like, so where are the studies? I have over all these decades of studies to indicate why. Where was the studies to indicate that it's not? and there's none of that, right? Because they don't want to do the studies, right? They don't want to be challenged. They don't want to look at the history, the medical science, none of that stuff, right? They just want to. They're just like, no, this is how it is, and that's where people have a problem as well, right? Because what it is it's not about what they want. It's about them wanting what it's about them wanting you to want what they like, and that's where I have a big problem with this.
Do you want to hear what I really think it is?
Oh, what's up?
It's just a method of control to keep people
thinking
about other shit. Because I don't think they give a shit. They really don't. I think it's just something to keep people occupied. That's just my opinion.
No, I think there's people doing that, but I think there's a lot of true believers in this stuff, right? Because like you said,
I agree. Yeah, there are people.
Some of them are indoctrinated, and then a lot of them are just allies, right? This is why they use the term allies.
Yeah.
Like the majority of the people I argue with are not trans or not gay or none of that.
There are people. I mean, I've met people. I'm thinking going back to people I've met. There are people that they're bisexual, or I don't know what to say what they are, but they are not normal. They're not normalized. They're not common, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying they're worse, but they don't know exactly how to label themselves. You know what I mean? So I understand that thing, but they're still one or the other in terms of what they were brought up. I think that's the argument. I don't even know. It's so confusing to me. But you know what I mean? They're trying to put this issue to the forefront when it's only like less than 1% of the population that has an issue, which we know. Like you said, they've done studies on this, and it's already. There's no definitive answer. It's not about answers. It's just about treatment of when they have like issues. You know what I mean? Right? Like if you're depressed, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a whole myriad of.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like the DSL, the psychological. I remember working in my old job. They had that handbook for all the symptoms, but that thing's changing all the time. That's the crazy thing. Like psychology.
Yeah.
That thing is. I don't know. Sometimes when I think about it, it's only 100 years old when you think about it.
It's funny. The doctor I work for is one of the reasons he retired. Was because of. It wasn't known as DEI back then, right? But because of this kind of stuff, right? Because
it keeps changing.
Well, it's the way that they were changing. Medical science is, it's like it's a science, right? You have to constantly test and prove things, right? Just like everything that's going on
through the scientific process. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So like even like if you take medications, right? What they thought was good at one point, that changed over time, right? Through the testing, and then you get results and all this kind of stuff. So that chain was broken with all this stuff, right? All this DEI stuff broke that chain. Even as something as minutiae, we can get back on this. Because I was actually going to talk about this. Actually, we're going to talk about this with COD.
I know we always go off on tangents.
Yeah,
I like it though. It's kind of cool, but yeah. So what was this about?
Yeah. No. So
I think COD Black Ops 6 will end up doing well.
Yeah, David said, I think COD Black Ops 6 will end up doing well. Hey, the beta did really well, and also more PlayStation games are coming to Xbox, which is a good thing in my opinion. David, I agree with that because I played COD, and when I was playing the beta, everybody was on a high. So of course, you're always going to have a few problems with the game, like some of the matchmaking, some of the stage stuff. Like some people are saying, "Well, I wish they changed this or that," but that's how you know they're COD players, right? But overall, dude, I would say upper 90 percentile happy.
Their beta numbers were the most ever.
Yeah, it was crazy.
So those numbers alone will tell you. Yeah.
To me, bro, it felt like COD, but it felt like COD that was updated in the right way, in my opinion. That's just me. Like I didn't care. I was dying. I was having so much fun. Normally I don't care if I'm dying, but it was in a good way, right? It's just like when people were playing and I got killed a certain way because of whatever the gun could do. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a beta, so I don't know all the foibles of the game now. But I was like, oh, dude, that was pretty cool. And you got that type of energy from the people in the group, right? Like middle school, like people like, oh, that was cool, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like you got that kind of energy.
Yeah, I played the beta. I'm playing it now. We'll play last night. It's really good.
Yeah. But do you feel that though? You know what I'm talking about?
The hype.
No, the energy, man. The people was very positive.
Very, with the beta.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
totally. It was really high.
Yeah.
It's because the movement is the new thing, and it's true. It changes the game a little. Not a little, but it changes it. It adds something that you don't have to use it, but it helps if you can master it. So it's something that adds to the game without taking anything away, in my
Yeah.
opinion. Yeah.
Vontae says, I saw an Asian Jamaican last week for the first time in my life. It was such an interesting experience. Hey, Vontae, you should go and Google Chinese Jamaican, and because there's a lot of like in Hawaii. Hawaii got a lot of people from China for the plantations. So Jamaica and South America also got the
That's
same.
what's Kamala. Kamala's dead. Oh, let's not bring that up. Anyway, go ahead.
Come on. But I mean, yeah, it's really cool because it's interesting. Like they had a restaurant, and I know in Miami there was one where the restaurant the people are Chinese, but they're from Jamaica, and they make Jamaican food, and so so they moved to Florida, and then the Jamaican people living there is like, dude, what do you mean you make jerk chicken and the oxtail and stuff? And then they were eating the food and they were blown away by it. Because even though they're Chinese, they grew up in Jamaica. Just like when you come here, dude. Like, there's people that can make Hawaiian food that are not Hawaiian, right? But they grew up here in Hawaii. So
it's America.
Yeah, America, right? So, but
America.
yeah, I know how you're feeling, bro. Like the first time I met, like you meet people of different races for the first time. Yeah, well, when I met French, right? A lot of people told me. Well, a lot of people told me French people were rude, right? And then I met some French people, and they were right.
What?
Yeah,
honestly,
dude.
I didn't think that. I had the opposite.
Dude, this was in the 80s, dude, they would come to Florida to go to Disney World.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And the majority of the people I met, dude, I mean, there was like one or two nice, but they, it's not just they're rude. It's just they have this high.
I could see that. Yeah.
They were just,
but
like they just the way they talk to you, and like they were mad that you couldn't speak French, and that they had to try and speak English to you. And I was like, this is America.
I just think some of the tourists that actually come to America,
Yeah.
they're usually like the really rich, not really, but more well-to-do from another country. So compared to what Americans, because Americans, at least in the past, I can't do it anymore. I can't just go to Europe, but you could have like everyday Americans. That's why they call them ugly Americans, because they're loud.
Yeah.
But
well, I know, like,
yeah.
Well, this lady, dude, she was like just too much, right? And I'm just standing there, but I'm working at the store. She's a customer, so I'm trying to be nice. And then she said something off and walked away. And I don't know what it was. Like it was kind of like this French English thing. I don't know if she knew what she was saying, but I know it was an insult. And then this British lady comes behind. She goes, "Oh, don't worry about it, love. That's just the way they are. You get used to it." Because she's from England, right? And then she just come back and said that to me.
Were you working there?
Yeah, so I worked at this grocery store called Publix.
Oh, okay. So you're working there. Okay.
So it was in Kissimmee, St. Cloud area. So a lot of the tourists, there's timeshares that people could rent instead of apartments. So like if you're coming from Europe, I guess you want to stay someplace for more than just a week. So they would rent out these villas. Because I lived at the villas at an apartment. I lived in one of the villas and we rented it out, and these guys would rent it out for like a month, and then they would spend the whole. So because Florida's a big state, they go to Disney World, Epcot Center, they go to Circus World we had at the time, Busch Gardens, like all these places, right? And so they would travel around Florida, which I thought was cool. But yeah, they weren't really cool.
Florida's beautiful too. It's so nice weather.
That humidity though. Oof.
Oh yeah, it's a swamp too.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's like Hawaii. Hawaii's a swamp too. The thing we get is we get trade winds, so that helps. David Cohen
says, "Yeah, French people are dickheads."
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
David said, "That's politics." Yeah, David. Yeah. It's been around for a while though, but it went on steroids.
But I worked for a French company for about a year. And so I met a lot of French, actually a lot of French people. And I'll be honest, the French people were, once you got to know them, they were nicer than the British people. But see, that I can't judge it all, the whole nation, just on those people. But because the French people I would drink with, and they drank a lot. The only people who didn't like to drink a lot were the British people. It was weird. So I drank a lot with Finnish people. I drank a lot with Germans, with French, but not British. But see, it's only because of the people I met in these jobs, so I can't say, because I know there's a lot of British people who drank. So They were just very uptight, the British people I met, compared to the other Europeans. That's all. But that doesn't. I know the stereotypes though. Yeah, French people can be. That's what they say. So I wouldn't.
That was just my experience.
Yeah. No.
I'm sure
Yeah.
people come to Hawaii and they have a bad experience with the local people there. So it takes. I was stationed with this chief when I was in the Navy, and he hated
He hated French
people. No, so he came to Hawaii. So this is what. So I was stationed with him, and he always would say stuff to me. And he was a chief, and I was like an E2, right? And then so then I would go to so he worked in this one department. I have to go back there because I was in the admin department. So I'd have to take stuff every once in a while and route it. And every time I see him, dude, he has something to say about me. Like one time I walked in, and he goes, "Hey Trip, hey Seaman recruit Trip." I go, "Hey chief." He goes, I heard Hawaiians are gay. Because they dance.
Oh,
he said that to me. And I said,
asshole.
Well, and he always had he'd always say something to me, right? And then one time I had this OS2, and he's a cool guy. And one time the chief said something to me, and OS2 Tazinski said something to the chief. And later, as I got to know Tazinski, man, you didn't mess with this dude. This dude was a tough guy.
Yeah.
And one day we were hanging out because he was a Steeler fan. I'm a Steeler fan. And then we're talking about Pittsburgh, the Pirates, because he grew up in Pittsburgh. So we talked about the Pirates, the Penguins, and the Steelers. He actually went to games. It was cool.
Yeah.
And then one day he goes, "Hey, you know about Chief Kreider, right?" And I'm like, "No, what happened?" And he's like, "Yeah, when he went to Hawaii, he got beat up. Called him a holly, beat him up." And
Wait, what was this chief? What was he?
White guy, German probably. His last name's Kreider. No, not Chief Kreider.
But I mean, he's an American from the.
Yeah. But he looks like he looks like he could be from he looked white. You know what I'm saying?
But he's a dickhead. That's so.
No. According to he was just in the wrong part, and then.
Oh no! I mean, but he was a dick to you. It sounded like.
Yeah. So that's what Kaczynski was telling me. Like when he was in Hawaii.
Yeah, that still doesn't mean you'd be mean to Hawaiians, though.
Well, but that's how some people get, right? I didn't think
anything. I get it.
You know why I felt bad?
That's an excuse, though.
Well, I'll say this, right? I felt bad for him because he tried to insult me, but I grew up in the mainland.
Yeah.
So some stuff he was insulting me, I didn't know how to take it. Like I was like, oh, I guess is that bad? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
because I was already mainland style. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he's basically insulting all Hawaiians.
Yeah, he can, but I didn't get the majority of the insults. I didn't get because he was.
You don't know.
Yeah, because I didn't know. So I knew it was an insult, but I didn't know how to take it because I'm like, all right.
So what? I mean, yeah.
No, so after
these days you couldn't do that. He would probably get fired.
Oh yeah. So after that, my friend talked to him, and after that, there was no problem. But then my friend told me why, and I felt bad for him. And after that, we were fine.
So you became friends? Yeah.
Well, not friends, but I mean, because he's a higher ranking. He's a chief.
Yeah, you have to. He's your boss in the military. Yeah.
There's that ranking structure, but I mean, after
that's
that,
hard. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I remember one time because I was hanging out with Tazinski, and then he was there, and we were listening to country music because I grew up in Florida. And he's like, "Oh, dude, do you have and then he saw my tape collection, right? Because I had Garth Brooks and Clint Black and Alabama and Oak Ridge Boys.
You were that country? Wow.
Well, I mean, that's back in Florida.
That's popular. Those are popular guys. So yeah.
Yeah, and then they blew up, right? But you go to you go to Orange festivals and you go to hay rides and stuff like that, right? You just become a part of that culture. Just like if you come over here, dude, and you're like from the mainland, but you grew up here all the time, you probably learn how to surf, how to spear fish, how to eat raw fish.
I know what you're saying, yeah.
And so, but when he saw that, he goes, "Oh, you like who was it? The dude that Travis Tritt was big at the time." He goes, "Oh, you like Travis Tritt? He's pretty good." And I was like, "Oh yeah, Chief, you want to listen?" And he's like, "Hey man, thanks." And then we started listening to music, and then it was cool.
So cool, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, dude, no harm, no foul. It probably helped that I didn't grow up here and I didn't know what he was talking about.
But that's so antagonistic. But I could see that if you're like the boss, not the boss, but like your military. What do they call it? You're the one above you. They're not your boss, but you're.
Yeah. So yeah, he was a higher ranking.
He's the higher ranking. Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, the chief.
You're supposed to show respect. Yeah.
I mean, I could kind of, and you know what, dude? The one thing I loved about that place, I actually got a taste of the old Navy because a lot of those chiefs were older, man.
Yeah, you're old enough to know. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, there's this one section, bro, off Philippines.
So my brother talks about the Marines. He's like, I was part of the old Marines. Relax.
No, so like in our supply section, all Filipinos from Philippines.
Yeah.
And so what it was is, they were all khakis, chief
Mhm.
and above. And what it was is that, they closed Subic Bay.
Yeah.
And so they were Filipino nationals, but they could serve in the military, right? But when they closed the bases down, they weren't ready to retire, so they came to the mainland. And then they
Also,
were
Filipinos, you mean?
yeah, they're nationals. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how my dad came to America.
Yeah.
He joined the Navy.
It was cool too, man, because it's like you got to hang out with them, and they always have food, and they were cool because they had been to Hawaii, right? They knew I was from Hawaii. And I was like, hey, Chief, you like Hawaii? And I was like, oh, but I grew up in the mainland. He goes, oh,
Yeah. My dad learned to cook from the Navy. He was a better cook than my mom. That's why.
yeah, a lot of them.
He learned how to American food. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, when they had their potlucks, man, it was massive, dude. They had everything. It was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would go back there. It's just like if I needed something, they would be like, hey, Chef, come here. You needed a strip. Here.
But your job is with the Air Force, you said, right?
No, Navy.
Oh, Navy still. Okay, that's cool. So you have you have a history working.
Oh
with
yeah.
That's good.
But it's just that and then plus it's California, so if you go to Daly City, right, big Filipino population. So.
Oh, is that where you live in Daly City?
I was in Treasure Island, right down the freeway. So.
In Oahu, right?
No. So I was in the Navy in Northern California.
Yeah, Daly City in L.A. You mean?
Oh no, Daly City, San Francisco.
San Francisco. Oh yeah.
So one of my uncles was living there, a good friend of my dad's. So I just call him uncle. Him and my auntie Mafalda and the two sons. And yeah, well my uncle's like he's so my dad says he's not Hawaiian, right? So it's funny. And so my uncle's like Hawaiian Chinese, and then my auntie Mafalda is straight up Filipino.
Hawaiian Chinese. That's what's his name? The actor. What's his name? The guy with the handgun. John Wick.
Oh, Keanu
Reeves. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like probably Hawaiian Chinese. Howdy.
No,
I know
he's
his mom,
Hawaiian Chinese. Yeah.
I think his mom's from Idaho.
Yeah.
The mom's from the mainland, but
he might be like white Hawaiian and Chinese. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
or European. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why he's able to get those roles, man. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just kidding.
That's true though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Too. It's weird. He has a weird history. He's like,
where he grew up, right? It's just like me, right? Like I just told you I listened to country.
you listen to country and you play basketball. That's like,
yeah.
And you're Hawaiian, and you're 6'2".
Are you like from Indiana? It's just like, so, but
Indiana's weird. Anyway, yeah.
So you go to Daly. So I started hanging out with my uncle, man. I didn't realize how people told me because they call Daly City Little Manila.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But when you go there, like when I went to hang out with my uncle, dude, that's like, yeah, dude, the Filipino community there is huge, which was cool, man, because you got like it kind of reminded me of Hawaii, and they had canoe clubs. There were local people, Filipino people that were from Hawaii that lived
in San Francisco. You mean, right?
Yeah.
That's where the biggest. I think isn't that where the biggest Japanese too are, or is it Seattle?
I don't know, dude. But they do have the Japantown. I used to hang out there all the time, and they do have a Japanese population there. Definitely a Chinese population, bro. Like Chinese
for sure. China's number one for sure.
Chinatown there is massive. It's awesome too, man. I love the town.
They have like since the pre-Civil War when the Chinese.
It's weird because I just assumed like Chinese food was the same because of where I grew up in Hawaii, and so when I went to Chinatown in San Francisco, like I wanted to eat like a wonton min. I hadn't had wonton min in a long time. That's a big thing here in Hawaii. So when I went to this restaurant in Chinatown, I asked for that, and they're like, kind of looked at me, and they brought something. It was kind of like wonton min, but not really. It was. It was different, right? I think they had egg in it or something. It was just a total
more
different
westernized, yeah.
No. So it was very like these guys were like, you can tell they were like it was Cantonese style, right? And I was like, oh, so the way that they flavored it, and so like I ate it, and I was like, okay, it wasn't what I wanted, but I was like, dang, this is delicious. And then like had their hot and sour soup was different. You know what I'm saying? Like you can tell it wasn't like westernized because like I grew up in Florida, so like you go to Twin Dragons and have beef broccoli, orange chicken, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But like here, dude, you can tell like this is them from the country. Like you can tell they moved here, and these are their dishes that they eat from where their hometown or where they're from. in China, man. But it was an experience, dude.
China has
Yeah.
a lot of different dishes depending on where you're from. Yeah.
So I remember my friend telling me, because he's the one that took me there, and he's like, I think he was saying it's like more northern style cuisine. Like he was trying to explain it to me, but I was like, dude, I'm just gonna eat this food, dude. It's good.
Yeah,
Because
there's.
I haven't had like that type of food in a long time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like Filipino, like my mom. She's technically my stepmom, right? But on her side of the family, there's Hawaiian Spanish, and Filipino. Right? So
Oh yeah.
yeah, so that's a big mix. So when like my grandmother passed away, right, and so it's sad, but then my family all came together, and then you go to the family's house, dude, it's all Filipino food.
Yeah, Filipinos like to eat.
Yeah, and it's massive, dude. The family's big. Already, like you have Hawaiian, and like the Spanish side, not too bad. Like Spanish, Spaniard, Spain.
Yeah.
And so yeah, but the Hawaiian and the Filipino sides are huge, dude. So you have like a couple hundred plus people, you know, and then the food is just massive, dude. I mean, I can't eat like I used to, so it's crazy.
Yeah. Isn't it suck getting older? It's like because you're what is it called again? Oh god, my mind. What is it called again when you with your your energy? What do they call that? When they talk about how you burn calories, what do they call that?
Oh, metabolism. Yeah.
Your metabolism, yeah, your metabolism. It's like less. It just grows less. But I think around like my late 40s, it just dropped. And I'm sleepy more, and I don't burn anything. Before I used to burn shit I mean, because I eat the same as I used to be. You know what I mean? But I gain it. I don't. So you have to cut back what you're used to. It sucks.
No,
I hate that. That's just getting old. It sucks.
Yeah, it does. Oh, David, sorry. Go read yours. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we keep going on different subjects.
Yeah. Well, for example, there are people against vaccines now. I believe that some vaccines, however, there is a danger to taking certain medicines, and vaccines always choose prescription medicine. Yeah, I mean.
Let's talk about Fauci now.
Yeah. Yeah, David. The only problem I have with vaccines is when they force people to do it.
Yeah, they should. Oh my god, that's another subject.
Yeah, especially when it affects your livelihood. Yeah, I wasn't down with that. And then I have a condition as well, dude. I have vein issues.
Hospital. In your area, did the hospitals require it? They do in some of my. They used to. I don't know if they still do though.
I think they were going to, but they were afraid to get sued, so they stopped.
See, I had to take a job. I remember. No, my old job, they required me to be vaccinated. And then 2 months later, like, oh, forget it, because a lot of people didn't want to get vaccinated. So they're just like, forget it. I'm like, you assholes, I just got vaccinated for your stupid freaking policy. And I didn't want to, because I was like, I don't know what's going to happen. But
I was against that from the jump. I mean, I was just like, no, dude, I don't trust you guys. I don't think you guys are the smartest kids on the block. I mean, you guys look at me the way when I look at my kids, asking them to prove their math homework.
Yeah, no matter what, it should always be a choice. It shouldn't.
Yeah, it should always be a choice.
It's stupid.
But when you would listen to their answers and why they're requiring it, there was no definitive. They didn't know.
Yeah.
They were in the same.
That's the sad thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, so that's fine. I didn't mind that, but what I minded was like, oh, that's why you need to take this. I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to. Well, you have to. And then they weaponized it, right? And then they politicized it. And then they were like, okay, well, we'll just take away we'll just destroy your livelihood.
Yeah, and then what's funny is, do you know what Walgreens is, right?
Yeah, we have Walgreens.
Yeah, the Walgreens I was here, they were like, the way they talk, they were making it talk like I have to get it. That's their tone to me was like, you have to go here, you have to take it. I'm like, what do you? It was kind of annoying because it's like I don't have to take this, you know that. I didn't say that to the lady, but I was like, her tone was like, this was like the year after the, you know what I mean? Because they just found the vaccine supposedly, and here, take it. So it was like in July, and I was like, dude, I can't stand it there. So, but I had to take it supposedly, so it sucks. But
there was nothing about anything that they did during this time that made sense. Yeah. Like you could tell they're just making it up on the fly as they.
I think, yeah. there's some weird shit that I think there's something happening.
They were not prepared for this. I think a lot of people. I was disappointed. I'll be honest with you guys. I was disappointed with a lot of that stuff. There's
reaction?
institutions. Yeah, all of it. Like the institutions that we're supposed to trust. I'm like, I don't trust any of these guys.
Yeah, like look at it. Yeah, like look what happened in North Carolina. It's like, dude, it's just bureaucracy. They don't do shit.
Yeah.
It's just sad. Like, and people are like trying to politicize it. Like with the North Carolina hurricane response, they're just like, well, that's not our job. Our job. They're like, no, dude. FEMA was given so much money. Your only job is that. That's your only job. And then when you see the like people who were working for it, they're like all these old people. They were showing the videos.
Yeah.
And it's like these people get paid a lot of money. They're not. There's some of them are six figures, and this is what you're supposed to do.
That's government.
It's not about. That's what I mean. That's what it shouldn't be like that, especially in a time when people really need help. It's like, and then they're like, "Oh, you're just doing this because you hate Kamala Harris." Like, no, it has nothing to do with that. It's just about the shitty response.
Well, this is why, dude. This is why Trump. I hope he makes it to election, dude.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, that's federal government at its finest, federal spending at its finest, right?
But that's
you take away that income tax.
It's just depressing. It shouldn't be politicized at all. That's my point. And they politicize. That's their defense. Yeah.
I'm not happy that it's that way. As well. I mean, and they're very blatant about it, right? You can see the inaction that they're taking. They don't care, right? And then you wouldn't think that Americans would do that to other Americans, but we're seeing it all too often now. This is why the whole buzz about civil war happening. I'm not saying to that I want that to happen, but what I will tell you is make sure you get a gun. That's the only thing I'll tell you.
Oh no, I know.
Be prepared.
You really think there's going to be a civil war?
I mean, I hope not, but you can see what's happening, right? I mean, these guys are playing politics with everything, right? Like there shouldn't be, regardless of what your political affiliation, at the end of the day, you're an American and you're a U.S. citizen. So when the requirement comes in, and that's what you're supposed to be doing, that is literally your job, right? And you can't execute it for reasons.
Yeah.
Right? People are not gonna. This is how, and it's been building for a while, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
I agree. No, it's when it's something that happens to both people, like it doesn't matter about your party at that point. It's just about doing your job, and it's just a bureaucracy. It's bullshit. It just sucks. It's a waste of money.
Yeah, but we saw during the pandemic. You saw how people reacted, what people said to you, right? Like maybe you didn't want to get the vaccine, then you go into a hospital. They're like, "Oh, you didn't get the vaccine."
Yeah,
you need to get the vaccine.
It's big money. That's all it is.
But then they just everybody. It's funny, man. I saw this quote. I forgot who it's from, because I wouldn't credit him, but he said a lot of people would like to think that when in World War II, when they were coming for the Jews, that you would be the freedom fighter, right? And so he said, but after COVID, a lot of us said that you would be the person reporting on them, which I 100% agree. And I've seen so many people really quickly trying to like get people in trouble because they chose to take a vaccine.
Well, I think it's a half-half in America, because America does still believe in at least being. I know what you mean, though, that most people would. That's a bad. I mean, I understand the analogy with Hitler, but you can't.
Oh, not Hitler. It's on the people, right? Because people think that.
No. I mean, I know what you mean. Yeah, that the people are easily misled, and they'll keep doing the same thing just to keep.
I think in people's minds sometimes they think that they'll respond a certain way, and they don't.
I agree. You're right. Yeah, it's sad. That's a sad reality, but there are instances where you see the opposite. Like for instance, I saw somebody they showed this accident that was happening on a road in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And there's a fire in the car, and everybody went out to help. Now, most people would think, what would people do? They wouldn't do anything. They'd worry more about their own lives. But everybody went out to help. So, I mean, I'm not saying that's what everybody would do, but my point is that I still have I'm a little more, not that cynical, but it is bad. Yeah, it sucks that Because they were showing videos of too also in China, like a kid was being abused and then nobody did anything. It's like, oh, shit.
Yeah,
Like
China.
that.
Like, you guys saw the video of the Japanese kid.
But then I saw another video where they showed somebody abusing a kid in China, and then everybody beat the shit out of the guy. So I think it depends on where it's at specifically, time of, you know what I mean? You heard stories about that, like where a lady was being murdered, raped. Did you hear about that story? It was where it was something, I think it was like in Philadelphia in the 70s, and everybody just turned off their lights because they didn't want to hear it.
Well, yeah, they probably wouldn't want to be the victim as well, right?
Well, they didn't want to be involved. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, they knew that something bad was happening. They just didn't know exactly what it was. And then they found out what happened. She got murdered. She was raped and murdered. It was a big thing. It was in the 70s. You didn't remember. Anyways, but that's not representative of the whole country. It's just a specific instance, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it's human nature not to be involved sometimes. You don't want to risk your neck. So.
And David Cohen writes, "What is it? Anti-vaccine groups, not all vaccines are bad." I don't have a problem. Like, I didn't. So, David, I'll be honest with you, dude. I take vaccines because I have no problem taking the flu. Right? I don't have no problem taking the required ones that we took when we were little. In fact, they're probably gonna have to start doing that because there's outbreaks, right, of mumps and stuff that were not in the U.S. for the longest of time, but because of all the immigration issues, right? That's starting to make a comeback. So. My problem was specifically with the COVID one, because I didn't have any faith in what they were telling me, is what it is. And my biggest problem was them trying to tell me to take it. And I'm like, no. Right? And I think people should have that ability to tell them yes or no, that they want to take it or not. Because at the end of the day, this is what I told my kids when they were asking me about this, right? Because they didn't even talk about this stuff in school, which I thought was nuts. But since they're teaching them in school, and I want to educate my kids, right? And I'm like,
vaccines are important, though. Yeah.
But I told them this way. Look. Right? Plus, I have no look, dude. Their mom is a pharmacist, so she knows all about this stuff, right? So here's my thing, though, right? Is when they were doing that, right, for whatever reasons, people absolutely lost their minds. And so I told my kids, right, because they were having these discussions in school, which I don't think they should have, right? Because they should focus on other things. This is an adult thing that we should take care of as adults. But since they asked the question, I just told my kids this very, very simple thing. If the COVID, if the what is it, dude? Sorry, if the pandemic was as bad as it was always, because it was just in the news constantly, and they were just drumming on it, that it made people scared. And to my kids, I told them, look, if this thing was as bad as they said it would be, right, you wouldn't have to force people to take a vaccine. You would, if it was as bad as you'd have to fight, people would be fighting to get the vaccine. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because there's in human nature, people have this innate survival ability, or wanting to survival ability that they want. So if people like if you're walking around and if you listen to the news and people are just dropping dead, right, you would be like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And then you would get into your house, right, and lock yourself up. You would self what is that?
Medicate?
No, you would lock yourself in your house. And then the bigger problem would be people trying to get you to come out of the house, not people keeping you in the house. Because already, if you see people really being affected by it, that you could die from it, right? On that scale, a lot of people will instinctively self-preserve. That's what I meant to say. Self-preserve.
Oh yeah.
Right. That's just in built in us to self-preserve. Like if you see things, like if you see, and I'm talking like if you start walking on the street and like 30, 40 birds fall out of the sky and die, you stop and be like, oh, what's going on, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't have to. So that's where I knew this was. To me, this is my opinion. I'm trying
about vaccines or
about just not just the vaccine, but the reaction to the vaccine.
I shouldn't say all vaccines because there's a difference.
No, that's why I said in the beginning, right? Like I got the flu shot. I get the flu shot. My kids, the mother is a pharmacist.
Yeah, it's the COVID. That's the specific one we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
because they normally have to go through like years and years of testing. Yeah,
and then even after the testing, right? Some of this stuff doesn't. We've seen this.
It's not 100%. Yeah,
it's not 100%. But my point being is like when it got politicized, and let's be honest, that's what it is, right? It got politicized.
It's always politicized.
It's always politicized. Like right now, if Trump was in office, the economy would be 100% in the news.
It would be
All
what?
the time. Like the economy is bad, but the news really doesn't talk about it. We know it's bad because we have to pay for stuff, right? In real
Yeah.
time, right? Now, if Trump was running this and the economy was this bad, you would hear about it all the time. If Trump was in and the economy was good, they said it
Yeah.
was
Oh, you mean like the media, it's
The
just
media.
like the Xbox anti-Xbox media.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the thing that got me with the COVID thing was like what they were telling me and what I was seeing is two very different things.
Yeah.
That's
But
why
I
I didn't lose my mind over it.
But I think he's just talking about he didn't like that. Well, not he didn't. He's saying that because we're lumping. Some people might think we lump all vaccines. We're not, because
No, yeah, that's why I said what I said.
vaccines are a part of our lives these days.
Yeah, that's why I said the only vaccine I've had a problem with in my life, right, is the COVID one. Just for the simple fact that I just didn't trust these people.
Yeah, because they rushed it, and there's so much money to be made off of it, and everybody was like taking crash courses on all, going online, becoming doctors. You know what I mean? Everybody thought they were doctors. Like, I know what's happening. It's like,
yeah, it got to a point for me. I was like, okay, I don't want to take this.
Yeah, but I learned enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned
I don't
enough
want
to
to take
know.
it, so I don't want you to tell me to take it, because that's where I had the real problem.
Yeah.
Like when they were like, "Oh, you're gonna have to get vaccinated," I'm like, "No."
Well, I think it's because they don't have enough time.
Well, and here's the public. I'll throw this out there. Here's the political thing that really got to me too, right? Is because Trump did Operation Warp Speed, right, to get this vaccine up and running. Then we had the whole thing with the defibrillators, right? The breathing mechanisms that they wanted to use, which a lot of people didn't know anything about that. And so all of this stuff happened. So since he took that spear on that, this is why. Look, dude, there's a reason why Trump has the people that he has around him now. Because the people that he had around him before, man, they did not like him. They tried to bring him down, right?
He took the vaccine.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying that. So, like, you could take the vaccine. It could help you. It might not
could
affect
help you or could not. Yeah, it's
not,
not. It's not about that. It's just requiring it. That's the
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, that's
Because
all.
then what you saw that some people didn't have that same experience, right? There's other people that had experiences that were not good.
There was enough to be
Yeah.
that it was kind of dangerous for some people, like the allergic reaction they got, or like the well, they don't know, but I think there is something with the heart attacks. It's like some young people, their bodies didn't react.
Yeah.
Or they had the vaccine. Only the people who had the vaccine. Yeah. But the point is, I mean, this is the only way I would not forgive it, but understand is that if there was tons of people dying and they had to get it out, I could understand if they were required, but it wasn't like that.
Well, so
I don't want to say because people would say there was millions of people dying. I'm like, oh, put that number.
If the pandemic and then people were dying, and then you left people the choice, just let people the choice, even then, and then there's people that would take that risk and take it because they don't want to die.
Because it was mostly old people who died.
Yeah.
I mean, my mom died. I told you.
Yeah.
It was most likely from the complications from COVID.
No, so that's the other thing I was going to say.
Yeah, so
people had underlying conditions may not have known about it and took the vaccine, and that could have affected them, right? So
exactly. No, I'm not. Yeah, my point being that I was saying more in that I can understand if they did that, but made it required. But we don't know we won't know how dangerous the effect of the vaccines. That's the only reason that they shouldn't make it required.
Mm-hmm.
But I can understand if they think hospital workers because they think. But it was just messed up. Now it's all politics and it's bullshit. Because it's still important. I think it's still important that they get this shit, know what's happening, because viruses they're real. You know what I mean? People are joking about it now. I'm like, they're fucking real. They don't go away. It's a natural. It's a biology. It's how the world works.
It's just like everything else, right? There's like that one point, and then people react one way, and then they go the opposite.
Yeah, they go to completely opposite. So that's my only worry, that we go completely opposite. We should.
I mean, we're doing that now with video games, right? With the whole DEI stuff, right? There's people that now are really hyper focused on it, I honestly don't care, right? I honestly don't care.
Yeah, we don't care. But I mean, I do care because I don't want. I hate when I would just like a game. I mean, firstly, I don't even care about the story or who's what in a game. But if it's a narrative game, it gets kind of so noticeable sometimes. You know, it's
Oh,
so
okay.
childish.
Yeah.
It's like,
So
dude, I'm
let
an
so
adult here.
yeah. So let me be more specific. Sorry,
Yeah.
just to clear the air.
Mhm.
I don't care that people are hypersensitive about DEI. Is what I don't care about. I don't like DEI. I mean, if you guys watch my videos, we talk about Marvel, right? Disney, especially.
Well,
You know, I can't stand this stuff.
You just don't like it in your games. Yeah.
I don't like it anywhere. Because what it is like when I participate in these hobbies, it's all about escapism for me, right? So when
I
you
get it.
start
Yeah.
breaking that reality for me, or
Yeah. Well, I don't want. Yeah.
reality, that's
I
it
agree.
takes me out. It takes me out, so I can't enjoy it.
But yeah, there's ways to do it that. We'll see. Yeah, I don't even. It's a whole. There's a lot of like little. There's little things too, but I get it. Like, because the way they do it now, it's just they do it. I mean, because I think being progressive is enough. Is that you can be progressive without being DEI. What they do, because they're forcing it. That's the only thing. You know what I mean? It's like they assume we're like stupid, like we don't know what we're doing.
Well,
that
they've
we're
turned it into a religion, is what they've done.
Exactly. Yeah. So well, they think that if either or, it's an either or, and it's not like that in real life.
Yeah.
It's just like give the people the choice, and even if they don't do it, so what? They're not doing anything harmful. They're just they don't see it as an issue. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
let them
most
put
people
what
don't
they want. Yeah,
That's
most people don't care.
that's why they're so insufferable, because they want people to care, and most people don't.
Yeah, they're self-righteous. They're annoying.
Like what was it? Like 91% don't care about this stuff in games. There's some poll that they did.
Yeah, I'd say it's even more. Most people.
Yeah,
don't.
I think it's
unless unless it's like really noticeable, like you know what I mean. But most people know already. They don't care because it's so mixed in this country. Everything is we're not.
Like there's a game called Dustborn that came out. If that was in Game Pass, I'd play it because I'm really interested in the game because the premise of the game it sounds very interesting to me. The problem is the people that are saying that it's heavy.
It's
heavy,
a difference. Yeah.
Heavy DEI.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. It's basically the difference between regulating or self-regulating. You don't want to regulate everything. It's so fucking annoying.
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
People can do that themselves. That shit.
I'll be honest with you.
Not...
Less regulation better.
What?
For me, it's the less the regulation, the better.
Exactly. So now we're including another rule to things that it's just fucking stupid. Yeah. We should be past that. So.
Like for me, when things where the regulation comes in is when you do something stupid and there's consequences. We need to get back to that, right? Because that's the only way you're gonna learn. So
yeah, they're backing it up. The consequences are already there. You don't make money.
that
should be enough. You know what I mean?
But and that's another thing I have a problem with all this stuff. That if you truly believe in this, like you say, you do. For me, as a person of faith, like if I believe in something, I believe in it. But if you believe in something like you say you do, why aren't you proud of that? Why aren't you putting it out there and letting people decide? You should be confident in what you do.
You know why? Because it's a money making industry. That's why.
Well, that's the irony of it. It's not a money making industry, right?
No, but no. Well, if I'm getting 6 figures yearly for doing something that somebody's paying me, that's what I'm talking about. Not about the products. I'm talking about there's big money that funds these things because it's either a tax write-off or they're into. I think a lot of it is because they have an agenda. I don't know what it is.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like be proud of it. Where with pride? Like you guys have to throw the pride all over the place, right? Throw it out there, dude. Let us decide if you like it or not.
Yeah. Well, it's like those people get paid a lot of money. I'm sure those people at what's that one? What's the big one that was in the news?
Oh, Sweet Baby.
Sweet. I'm sure those women, well, not just women, but those people who work there, they make 6 figures. They make good money.
Really?
I wouldn't be. Look at how they're dressed and look at when they interview them. Look at their nice place. I'm just assuming. I don't know. I could be wrong. Well, I'm assuming they make good money.
They get backing. I know.
That's what I mean. These people make a lot of money. People don't. They make more than those the poor people at IGN.
Yeah. But this is also why I say this, David. Thanks for the comment, brother. And look, dude, trust me, I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm just anti-authoritarian. Yeah, that's a better way for me to put it. So.
All you have to do is go to like the governor.org and look up pay of certain people, and you'll be surprised how much people get paid.
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised.
You know this already, yeah.
I know this already.
There's like this threshold in government where once you hit this like wall, right after that, it's like gravy train. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like holy shit. They make like I know that because of my brother and my sister-in-law. They told I don't want to get into it, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, and then when you hit that wall as far as your career at paywall, when you hit that paywall, dude, it's just more than a paywall, right?
It wasn't always like that though. That's the scary thing. It just got like that since like the last 20 years.
Yeah, because people want to make money. Because people are
because a lot of private industry just milks the government for money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm not against like abolishing all these pages, right? But I'm against them like padding their own pockets.
Yeah, DEI or vaccines, yeah.
And so for the to get back on the DEI stuff, right? So just really quickly, so DEI, a lot of these people, like to me, like if I don't like them either way, man, because I'm like, look, dude, if you believe in this stuff, put it out there. Right.
Yeah.
But then as soon as they put it out there, look, dude, you're gonna have people that don't like this, like myself. Right. There's gonna be people that go the full smoke, give you the full smoke. Right. But at the end of the day, do you have confidence in what you put up? Do you think there's other people that feel that way? And if there aren't, then you learned a valuable lesson. Right. Maybe this isn't something it's not marketable, that's for sure. That's what everything's showing right now, right? And one of the reasons I don't jump on it, because it's a combination of things, is definitely a combination of the money. Right, because there's companies that will continue to do this as long as their bottom line was covered, which means that they do their DEI game, they do the big game, they do another DEI game. That's what they were doing. That's what and companies do this all the time, right? They have a passion project or something they don't want to put out, something they want to put their mark on, but they can't. But the funding they get from that is from the thing that actually sells.
Yeah.
Right? The movies have done this, music does this. They've done it for decades. Right. But what you're having now is a bad economy where companies can't take that loss anymore.
Yeah.
Like everything has to, like the stuff that was making them money isn't making them money. Right. It's there's more to the AAA failing than all the stuff we already know.
Oh yeah, for sure. But
at the end of the day, people don't have that shit. Yeah.
Because they're some of those games like say Concord. I mean, it doesn't look great, but the design of those characters are just so stupid. So. It's like so try hard, you know what I mean? Like they're trying so hard to appeal to specific groups for no reason. It's like just make characters you like. Yeah. Maybe that's what they like. I don't know. It's kind of like they, I personally don't have an issue with it. I don't really care, but like I would have played the game whether or not that game, but any game. Like I'm gonna play Dragon Age. I want to play that, even though some people think it's like DEI.
Yeah.
Like, and I played Outlaws, and I love Outlaws. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm about halfway through. It is not DEI at all. But the main character people think is just they made her. I think they specifically didn't want to make her like sexy, but they make her blue collar. That's the reason. She's not like, you know what I mean? She's grungy. You know what I mean? But she's not ugly.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's just another subject. But I mean, point being, there's. I understand why they did that. It's like that's what they did with Skyrim. There's no good looking, you know what I mean? Like the characters, they do that on purpose, not because of DEI, but because it's a belief. Like they want realism in the game. And it's kind of distracting to have like super sexy women everywhere, just like a lot of those Korean MMOs. I sometimes don't like it when they do that, personally, because it's like so. It's kind of childish to me. It's not because it's non-DEI, but because it's like I don't expect every woman in the whole universe to be like super fucking sexy and supermodels. It's kind of like I get it. Like I do like those looks, in a game, but sometimes it's distracting from the realism, the illusion. You know what I mean, right? Yeah.
Well,
That's all. I'm not saying, but I'm not against it. That's all.
Avante, if you're still there, man, we should do a video on this. And you can come if you want to do it, go. I was thinking about doing a video about this because it's so much in the news
About
South
DEI?
Korea. No, South Korea. And
What happened? What did he say?
no, what you're talking about, like the body types.
Oh, well, I was just using that as an example because that's one of the DEI issues. They want people to accept, they don't want, but that's not an issue with DEI. I think that's sometimes like I use Skyrim as an example because the designers want the world to be like realistic, like grungy. And that doesn't mean they're DEI though. That means because they don't want it to be everything is beautiful and good looking, even the characters, because people that are in like a Middle Ages, they didn't think like that. That's the world that they're trying to show. You know what I mean? But there are some good looking, like not good looking, but they're not ugly. I get it. People don't want ugly, but you know what I mean? Like in Skyrim, there's a specific look they have. They try to make it look northern, Nordic. No, there's no makeup. Nobody has.
Well, it's fantasy too, right?
That's my point. Yeah, exactly. So, but people used to like rag on them, like, why are all the characters like ugly? But it wasn't DEI.
Well, that goes to the argument of graphics versus art.
Exactly. But see, that's what I mean. That's the issue I hate when people. That's what I think about Outlaws. I don't think that's DEI at all.
Well, okay, so there, but
that's.
I
mean, you could think it is. I'm not arguing. I'm not saying it isn't or is. I'm just saying me personally. Yeah, that's all.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it's just a different time, right? We didn't think about this stuff when Skyrim came out, but it's such a point of contention now that
exactly, yeah,
hyper focus, right, on it.
It's
right?
annoying.
And,
I don't like it.
So do what we normally do as gamers, right? Play what you want to play, spend your money on what you want to spend on, listen to who you want to listen to. I mean, it's definitely there. The thing I hated about DEI is these guys were in denial, and then it was DEI from the jump is when they just attack you from the jump. Right, and it could be something as innocent as like, well, a Jedi really wouldn't look that way. Why? Are you a Nazi? Or do you hate women? Like that? Like they go straight for the jugular.
Exactly.
And that's how you know. That's how they
exaggerate.
expose themselves. And they were doing this for 2 decades. They basically killed comic book industry, and it was just DI.
Well, I mean, there are other issues with comic book industry.
It was a whole liberal bent on stuff, right? And so I'm at a point in my life right now when I see this, when I look at this stuff, I don't care. Like I stopped messing with you guys years ago because I knew the direction we were going, and I'm not going to stand up for you guys, right? Because you guys went hardcore, and now the pendulum's swinging the other way, and you guys got to take this beat down. And it's unfortunate because there's going to be games, right? Like Transformers the movie. Transformers the movie came out, Generation 1, the
one you were telling me to watch. Yeah,
awesome movie. But because of stuff that Hasbro done in the past and stuff that's going on in animation, right? People don't feel safe taking their kids to this stuff, right? And it's an actually great movie. Is it woke? No, there's nothing woke about it. It's actually a really good movie.
Is that why people didn't see it though? Or is that what you're saying? I don't know.
Yeah, people don't want to watch anime. Like people don't want to take their target audience for these people are families, right? And then you have Disney doing what they're doing, and since Disney's the real big problem. And since everybody associates animation with Disney, right? It doesn't matter if it's Disney or not. If if they had a bad experience with Disney animation, they just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
On top of the fact that people are broke.
Yeah. No, I mean, because it's like with Outlaws. I use that as an example because I think it's a really good game. It's not perfect, but it's like I hate giving those scores, but it's a good game, is what I'm saying. And some people would really like it if they really played it. Do you know what I mean? It's a slow burn game. It takes about 2 hours, 3 hours to really get what they're doing. Do you know what I mean? Because it's not. You can fly in space and you do all the ship combat. It's actually really good. It feels good. You know what I mean? Like the ship to ship combat and all that.
Yeah.
But I just hate when it gets labeled, even if it is like say there's some DAI in it, whatever we label it as. It's a game, so I mean it's different for everybody. I get it because they have a threshold. Like they didn't want to deal with that shit.
Well, I can tell you what. I can tell
You're
you
not
this,
gonna play it. Yeah.
No, not that. I don't.
It's not. I personally don't. If you play it, like I'm just gonna say, if you play it eventually, like if you ever tried to play it, like I don't know if you like AC games or Watch Dogs. Did you like Watch Dogs 2?
I didn't play Watch Dogs 2.
Did you play Watch Dogs 1?
First Watch Dogs, yes.
Watch Dogs
I didn't
2
finish
is great. It's a great game, but it does have. That's what I was going to tell you. Is that why? Because a lot of people consider that like one of the first main Ubisoft games to go full woke.
Well, okay, so here's my
because of the characters, and it is very progressive characters. Like they're
yeah,
all
because
there's a
it's
lesbian.
Ubisoft.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's still a great game, is what I'm gonna say. That's one of the best open world games I've ever played. It's Watch Dogs. It has great missions. You know what I mean? It has
Yeah.
funny storylines. The characters are cool. I thought they were. I'm just, and I'm not like looking for. I'm just saying that. But for some people, those type of characters they do not like. I get, but
No, so for years, okay, in the case of Ubisoft, they've always been this way, and I've known they've always been this way, but people just kind of let it go, right? And then these people, right, they started. Like, I'll just be honest with you, these guys started feeling themselves a little bit. They took silence as a yeah, we're doing it good, we're doing it right. This is what you want. That's the problem in all this, right? And then what happened was they instead of just like you're saying with this new Star Wars, right? Do you see a little bit of maybe possible woke, but it's not woke at all?
Well,
right?
I'll tell you why. Because they put that game got put in a ringer, and it's used. There's so many YouTube fuckers, and I'm just gonna. I don't like those people. I know you might like some of those channels, but they just use it for fucking. They'll put something and then they all agree upon. I don't think they do it like they have like something. Like it becomes like self-conscious. Like, okay, that's a woke. We'll put that like, and then all of a sudden there's tons of videos on one game, and it's like, dude, that game is not that. There might be some woke stuff in it, but it's like that's what bothers me. That's all. I'm not saying.
So it's the to me it's you reap what you sow. Okay, well there was no voice. There was no voice of this kind of stuff in the beginning. We just kind of let it go. But these people, man, the people making these games, right, that have these type of thought processes, right? What they started to do was they started to double down. Then when nobody was pushing back, then they started to triple down. Now when they started tripling down, right, like I was one of these people because I'm like, dude, what are you doing, right? Because for me, it's like I told you, it takes me out of the game, or it takes me out of the comic, or it takes me out of the movie, right? And so you would say something, right? And what they did, right, is they called you a racist, they called you a Nazi, they called you a piece of trash. If they found out I'm a Christian, I'm a nationalist.
But
right?
that's yeah.
So no, but here, just listen to what I'm saying. So, and this was going on. Now, this is years. This has been going on for years and years and years. And then what ended up happening was people were getting tired of it for various reasons, right?
But you're talking about the people that you think are in this game, or I don't. Well, how does that relate to just the game?
Not
itself?
this game specifically. I'm just talking about games, movies. Right?
Yeah, so that I understand. I know what you're talking about, but that's my point, though. That you have to not you, but like in general, that sometimes people have to separate because even if
but
even your favorite stuff will have DEI in it. You know that.
Well, so
right?
let me explain because you're talking about the people that you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking about those. I'm just talking about the games. That's it.
Yeah. So, but I'm commenting on what you said. So just let me finish. So what it is right. So what happens is you had years and years of this happening, and then years and years of these guys either name calling you, putting you on lists. This is how Gamergate started. This is how Comicsgate started. This is how all this stuff kicked off, right?
Yeah.
And it happened in the media, and it happened with a lot of these people who are politically motivated and politically charged. They got comfortable, and they pretty much infiltrated this. They infiltrated this space because they felt because the spaces have always been open to everybody, right? But what they did was they politicized it. They wokeified it. Right? They wanted to put their agendas on this stuff, and when people was like, "No, we don't believe that," like I have people trying to explain to me how X-Men is a racially motivated comic, and I'm like, X-Men was never a racially motivated comic. X-Men stood on a soapbox, right, to talk about anybody who is disenfranchised.
Okay.
And that's different from just because you're a certain color or a certain sex. No, it was about you being disenfranchised. That's how a person like me, who was growing up in basically a state that there was nobody else like me. I was different from everybody else. I read X-Men comic, and guess what it is? There's a bunch of people that are just like that. So that's what I mean. And so this has been changing this has been going on for the last.
I understand. Yeah. I'm not arguing against you. I'm just talking about games.
I just wanted to finish my point. So what ends up happening, and I actually
think they deserve it. I get it.
No. So I actually agree with you, right? Because what happened is now we went on this crusade. Now this crusade started, right? We had this crusade going, and everybody's just running roughshod because now, right? They're going to go after these guys, and we're going to stop them, and we're going to do this. But now what's happening, right, is that I agree with you. Some of the stuff is just getting hyper focused. People are hyper focused on it, right? To the point where,
Well, I
like,
don't
if
think
I
they're
want
focused.
to
I think
try,
they're just trying to make a buck out of it. That's
oh,
so
there's those
annoying.
people too. There's those people grifting,
You know that,
becoming
yeah.
hyper focused. But like for somebody like me, right? Like I would actually like to try Dustborn, even though people tell me that there's woke stuff in it. Just because I like the premise and I'm willing to take a chance on it. Now, if it's woke to the point I don't like it, then I won't play it.
Wait, which one's
Yeah.
Dustborn? Is that that's the Souls like, isn't it?
No, it's this game about a group of people, and look, they check the boxes when you look at the way the art design, the characters.
See, yeah, but see, that's my point. It shouldn't be an issue, but I get it. Go ahead.
No, but so when I saw the trailer, though, right? I saw the trailer and I'm like, oh well, I like that.
No.
Oh, that looks pretty cool. Or I would actually like to participate in that. There's a singing element to it. But how DEI is this game? Will it take me out of me playing?
Oh, this game, yeah, that's totally, dude. That's a.
But still, right? Like I love the way that they do
cool,
the
yeah.
storylines, the comic book, the thing they do with the comic, right?
I saw some of the.
thing.
It's really bad.
Yeah, so I'm willing to take a chance, and if it is DI, okay.
That's
I'll
a
wait for it
very
to go on
DEI
sale.
game, man.
Yeah, well, that's what everybody's telling me.
Yeah.
Right. So my point is like I understand what people are saying, and yeah, to some point, like what you said, I don't care because look, dude, I believe in consequences. You guys went
So
the
you're saying
hard.
because Ubisoft went so far, that's what they.
Not just Ubisoft, all of these people, right? Because they have no choice.
Everybody, even Microsoft and Sony.
So you weaponized it, dude. You attack people first, right? And so now it's your turn. And to me, it's like you need
They're
this.
already suffering, yeah.
Yeah, you need this ass whooping. You need this ass whooping to teach you.
You don't. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't do that to people.
Well, see, this is the thing. Now, listen. Okay, I'm not arguing against you because I agree with you. I hated that shit. But now this is the thing. Now that it's kind of like there's at least in video games, not because I still think it's more in movies now because movies are different, but they're a little different audience. But video games, it's very important, I think, now because they know that they're losing a lot of audience because the target audience is still most of the games that we like are mostly men or a specific type of audience that I'm not going to say all men, but you know what I mean. So they know they can't fuck that over anymore. I think a lot of them know that already, so they're backing off on it. You know, Microsoft already fired their whole DEI department, so I think they winning. But now there's invested interest, I think, on YouTube with some of these channels. I don't know if some of them you like or not, but some of them I see they're like looking for anything to like attach DEI to just to get views. They've been doing that for the last few months, I've noticed. So it's annoying. But I mean, they can do whatever the hell they want. But I'm just like, they make it worse though, is what I'm saying. That's all. Because there's some, you know what I'm saying. That's all. I'm not saying.
The biggest problem I have with some of these people, and it's not a personal problem, right? It's just the way I consume content. Nerdrotic, I'll watch Nerdrotic, whatever he does.
I like some of his stuff, but I just go ahead.
I'll listen to him. Some of the people he's with, I wouldn't listen to like.
Yeah, you told me. Yeah.
Because some of the problem is like when some of these people talk about stuff, if you're coming into my area and you're trying to tell me something that I know is not true, or something, I'm like, well, that doesn't bother me, and it's not true, right? Like the whole like it's just like when somebody tries to tell me about Xbox, I'm like, no, right? Where are you getting this information? Why are you saying this? Right? So there are people like that, and what it is like you're saying, right? It's because they cover DEI, but they're doing it at DEI in general. So when you look at Dustborn, like you just pulled up the picture, like they'll pull up the picture and like, oh, off the top of your head, right? You probably know that this is going to be, it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, right? That kind of thing. So, but I can, for me personally, I can discern myself.
Yeah, we both can. We know that. I'm just saying, but there's people that, it's not up to us, obviously.
Yeah.
It's just that's how it is. I can't really say. Like, I think there's other issues with that game, Outlaws too, but I think that was a big thing with it that got destroyed. It got destroyed because of that. But I don't think it's just that. I think because it's also people wanted something else from Star Wars. But I think a lot of people would like it. Not just that game, but there's some games that I think they don't get. Not because it's just DEI, but anything, and that they're missing out. I think they're good games. That's
that's
like
why.
any game. Mhm.
But that's why I don't care. That's what I mean by I don't care, because there actually were
I'm
people.
not asking you to care. I'm just
No,
saying.
no, not. This is me talking.
Yeah.
This is why I don't care about what's happening with the DEI stuff,
Oh.
right? Like because there were people I saw that didn't like a game because they couldn't get into the story. You're a Nazi. Oh, when I look, when you look at if you look at Star Wars, right? That wouldn't the Jedi
Oh, I
wouldn't
know.
do
I
that
agree.
because, and they're like, oh well, you just hate black people, right? And then so that's what I'm talking about, right? These people, that's what they would do, and you can't have a conversation. That's why I don't like them, because number one, they're not fans. You can't have
Yeah.
you can't have conversations, right? Because anytime you say something, they would just ready to hit you with the hammer. Well, guess what? The pendulum is on the other side now, and I see you guys getting hammered. I'm not saying I'm going to join in, but I'm not going to say anything. I'll just sit back and let you. Then how does it feel now? Like, how does it feel when people are doing that to you? Because you're right. I agree with you. There's people just doing it for clicks, like how they do clicks for Xbox. Xbox is dead. Game Pass is dead. COD is dead. We know.
Yeah. No, we know we know our, and plus we kind of go overboard too against, not overboard. Well, we get it though. That's the point.
Yeah.
We understand.
I know.
We're just trash
I
talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we trash talking. We know we're trash talking, and we know. Well, we mainly because we know that Xbox gets like treated like shit. They get the shit beat out of them in the media and with all these console people. But anyway, the whole. I was trying to think. There's just one podcast I listen to.
Mhm.
I don't know if you know. It's called what's the name of it? I mean, it's not bad. I actually used to like it a lot, but they were very progressive. You know what I mean? Like because they had a lot of females on it, but the one thing it started off small, but once it got to game around the time when Gamergate came out, that's when this podcast, to me, I just could not listen to anymore, because they used to go on screaming match. Like, this one lady would screech about how women are not represented, and I'm like, what the fuck is? She would flip out on this podcast, and then everybody would agree with her, and I'm like, dude, these people are pussies. I'm like, you gotta argue with this lady. She's completely wrong, because she's like kind of like projecting all her insecurities, and it's obvious when you listen to it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and I stopped after that, like this 1, 2 or 3 month period. There's a ton of podcasts I stopped listening to because of this group of women that were on this podcast. They would do that. I was like, oh my god, you just killed all my enthusiasm for your whole group. You know what I mean? And it sucked because I used to listen to them a lot. And what was the name of it? It was mostly a PC gaming podcast, but it was and it happened on forums. Then the forums got split up, and then it was really bad. And this was around 2014 to 2016, I remember. But I forgot the name of it. But it was just funny because this was just a precursor to how it is now. But I think it's dying down slowly right now because of the money issue, and I think they're not getting any fund. Their funding is drying up. So
yeah, everybody's
they're tired of it. Yeah.
I told people this about Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, switching gears a little bit, but
That's good.
Hey, what's up, Daniel?
I like this subject.
Yeah. Welcome, brother. So when it came to Marvel, like, I would tell people, like, look, dude, like they've had a string of hits, man. They've been untouchable for 3 phases, right? And then they went woke and they started doing that stuff.
Like, who are you talking about again?
Marvel.
Oh yeah,
Marvel Cinematic Universe. So, and then I was having a discussion with these one guys, and they were telling me, they were saying this. They were like, if they just hadn't gone woke, and I was like, no, dude. Honestly, there's no guarantee, right? When Avengers ended, on the note that it ended, they had to bring it. They had to bring it, and they had to raise their level, right? Now they went the woke route, which totally destroyed them, ended up destroying them. But for me, it's kind of like, yeah, dude, you could fail even if your stuff is good. In this day and age, you can fail if your stuff is good because people don't have the money. You can have like the best game, dude. That's why, going to your point, like somebody would say, well, that game was woke, that's why it failed. No, dude, that game failed because people don't have the money to buy it. You know what I'm saying?
Other things, yeah. I think there's actually more, really.
Like I would do 100%. Yeah, it was woke if it wasn't for the economy. being the way that it is. Like if everything was fine and if people were absolutely rejecting this just based on that, but we know there's a portion of there's people that they're doing that, but they're also doing it because they can't afford to take a chance, and then there's people that are just looking for reasons not to buy stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So you could have a perfect game and not do well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The timing could be right. Yeah, Astrobot.
Well,
Yeah.
it hit number 2, so it's selling well, I guess.
How much did it sell?
They didn't say. That's why I don't. I mean, I hope it does well. I don't want it to do bad, but not that I care. I mean, I'm not fun. But I mean, I want good games to do well if they're good. So, but they didn't say. I mean, but the numbers came out from NPD on PlayStation. It was their number 2 selling game for September, I think. Which doesn't mean it sold a lot, because normally those games September is. I think it was number 2, and then number 1 was. I don't know.
But isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
Like, isn't it crazy that there's like so many games out there?
Yeah.
And they're all a lot of them are just great games. If I'm being honest.
Yeah.
To the point where you're challenged to find the time
to play it. Yeah. Like look at I'm looking at what just came out in Game Pass. Like Clans, that MechWarrior Clans. I heard people saying that's really good.
Yeah, but
it's more. It's what MechWarrior 5 was missing. It has like a story, and you have characters you can join in your. You basically have a clan. You control a group of people in the missions. So that's good. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's a ton of stuff that's just it's. Frostpunk 2. I played a little of that, and I was like, I have no time to play this, but it's really good. I can tell.
Which game?
Frostpunk 2.
Oh yeah, Frostpunk 2. I like Frostpunk, the first one.
Yeah, Frostpunk it's hardcore, even on an easy mode.
Yeah,
so
this sucks, bro. It's like,
and it's like
hard,
people.
Dude.
What?
It's hard to like. I haven't even played Legion Mythologies. That's like one of my all-time favorite games.
Yeah, I feel guilty. Yeah, like
Yeah,
I feel like.
That's how I end up buying them. That's why I buy them. I feel so bad. I'm like, I gotta buy it.
Well, the ones I know I'm gonna play, I eventually will buy.
Yeah, that's what.
So, it's just but I know what you mean about. It's like you think about it, and they're like, man, there's so many good games, and it's just like, that some of them just aren't gonna sell.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I got turned into a pony pretty soon. Man, that game, I wish it sucked. That game sucks. I lie to myself. That game sucks. Xbox.
Then we'll be hypocrites. Not. It's just
I gotta do what I gotta do to save my money, man. I gotta be a hypocrite.
Exactly.
Xbox no games.
I mean, like 5 years before this generation, I probably wouldn't even think about shit like that because I had other things to worry about. I still do have other things, but it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we really shouldn't worry about that stuff. It's like, do I worry about what movie sold well or not? No, not really.
Well, I mean, Transformers 1. That hurts me. I'm gonna go buy that.
Yeah, because you want more, right?
Yeah.
You want to see.
And I want them to be rewarded because it's such a great movie.
Yeah.
Like you can tell, like the attention to detail, and when you watch it, you'll see.
Yeah.
But the attention to detail they put in it, you can see. Like it's a labor of love, and I'm like,
exactly.
It sucks.
It sucks. It's like it's also like with like Evil Within and Ghostwire Tokyo. It sucks that the studio left. Like he left, and they all left. Not all, but they had to close it because it sucks. But I like those games, and I wanted to see.
Well,
I really did want to. Yeah, they could still make them though.
Yeah. At least we got those, right?
I'm just using exactly. Yeah. I'm just saying I'm using that as an example because it's an Xbox game, but it sucks.
It sucks for me because I can't play those games. So I force myself.
You don't like horror games, right? Yeah.
I mean, not just horror games, dude. That thing was like a little bit too on the nose.
They're very. Evil Within 1 has some really like slasher stuff in it. If you know, like Saw.
Yeah. That's why. Like, I try to support these dudes, but I'm like, bro, I gotta tap out.
They said that's exactly why they toned down in Evil Within 2 is not like Evil Within 1. Evil Within 2 is very like slasher. It's intentionally.
I see.
It gets influence from those type of movies like Texas Chainsaw and
yeah.
Because he's a fan of that, which makes sense. This is what he wants to make. But they found out that people didn't buy the game because it was too graphic. the blood and gore.
Yeah.
So in Evil Within 2, it's a lot less. It's more zombies, just basic zombies.
Yeah, that's why I feel bad because I can play zombie games all day long, no matter
No, I
what.
get it. I mean, you have to be in the mood for those games sometimes because it's
I
like
just like zombies. What are zombie? Anything doesn't bother me. But man, dude, if you start talking about like in Ghostwire Tokyo, right? They went to that one place and had that little kid in there, dude. I turned the game off and say, oh, dude, I can't do that. I don't know if it's because I'm bad or I have kids. There's this room you go in with the little kid, and there's a demon in there, right? And already I'm dealing with
there's
that.
a lot of that in the game. It's
Yeah, so see, you can tell that in
evil
Ghostwire.
spirits. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
possession and stuff. Yeah.
but when I saw that kid, I'm like, dude, I can't do this.
That's why I liked it though, because it's kind of like an X-Files, but you're a ghost.
Oh, is it really?
I would think of it as like a Japanese Doctor Strange. That's how I see it as.
Oh.
Because you do all the hand symbols to do magic.
Yeah,
that
was pretty cool.
Yeah, the game it's like an open world magic.
It looked amazing, dude. I love this. I felt like I was just walking into. It looked beautiful.
It's very Japanese too. They make fun of the Japanese, not make fun of, but they do like stuff about the Japanese culture stuff because inside, yeah. But you go into the homes like of all people, so it's like it's kind of cool because you don't see this in a lot of other games. That's why I liked it. Dana played some of it too. She said, she says that she liked it. Yeah,
I don't think she finished it, though. I think she kind of.
Yeah, well, it's a big game. It's
I gotta ask her. I thought she didn't like it.
Oh, she liked it. She said she thought it was good. There's some cool levels like you go like because it's mostly outdoors, so you like can jump like you get to the height. Like I didn't know you would be going in skyscrapers. Yeah. You'll eventually go into like skyscrapers, and there's a lot of like jumping. And it's kind of like I have fear of heights, and I'm like, oh my god, you got to jump from building to building and shit like that. It gets deeper, but then the game just ends. And suddenly you have this final quest, and it's over. I'm like, oh man, you could tell they wanted to do more. It's still a long game. To finish it, it's a 25, 30-hour game. It's not short. Yeah, but if you don't like those type of like material, I get it because it's one of my friends didn't like that. He didn't like doing anything with like demons, which I get because it's like it could be. You know what he would tell me?
What?
He's like, you're inviting evil spirits. I'm like,
I mean, yeah, you.
If you believe that, then you got to be careful. Yeah.
You dabbling. So.
Dabble in that stuff, yeah.
So I mean, I was when I was younger, man. My youth director would talk to me about it because I would read comic books. I don't want to think anything of it.
It's like,
so
but
he explained some stuff to me, and I was like, oh, okay. That's fine.
Is that why you don't do Diablo? Just because it's
I just think Diablo is just evil, dude. Honestly, I played Diablo up until the new one. I was like, dude, what are you guys doing?
You're fighting against evil.
Nah, dude, it's just layered with. I don't know.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
It's a lot of occult.
Yeah.
They do their. I'm not gonna lie. They in this new one.
Yeah, they do their research.
I know a little about that stuff. They do their homework.
Yeah,
it's kind of scary, like how deep they go. People would be surprised how far their research goes in that game.
Because I remember back in the day, the games were getting because the whole thing was about the realism and the immersion, and then the competition, right? You had to one up. And so I remember watching. I forgot what the game was, man. But these guys were talking about stuff, and I was like, "Oh, I ain't playing that game." Right? Because and it's not like they're promoting it or pushing it or they believe in it, but it doesn't matter, right? You're dabbling. So.
You're dabbling in it. Yeah. No, I understand that view because like the character Lilith, they actually go deep into her story, like in the biblical, because it's not. This is a fictional world, obviously, but. It's based on that Lilith. You know who Lilith is, right? Yeah. Anyway, she's supposed to be she's the first Eve. You know that? Anyway.
Yeah, that's what they say.
No, this is real. This is not. This is an old Jewish tradition, But anyway,
it's from the mysticism, right?
So it's not.
That stuff.
Yeah, it's not in any of our Bible. Well, Christian Bible.
Yeah.
But it's in the Jewish tradition.
Because a lot of that stuff, like, because I'm studying that now because I find it interesting. It kind of opened.
It is interesting. Yeah.
Well, it kind of opened my eyes to because I've read it in the Bible, right? But there's people that have come along that's studying it who are Christian and are taking it to that next level. And I'm at a point when they're talking about it, I can see what they're saying. Like for me personally, like pre-flood, everything pre-diluvian, right? So pre-flood, I've always felt this way, like myself, right? Like how God just flooded the entire earth, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I know what you're talking about.
so for I've always felt like what was it? Like why? Like just in me, like why?
Yeah.
Like in the Bible, it says the thoughts of men were wicked continually, all the time. So it was nonstop, right? That's what the Bible says. And
Yeah,
so
it's the
knowing
first
that,
Genesis. Yeah.
so there's some guys I'm following now that are talking about it. In fact, me and Dale was planning to do a podcast on this.
It
But
is interesting. Yeah.
it's interesting.
Did you
And
see
so,
the
but,
movie?
well, go ahead.
Noah. Did you see Noah with
Yeah.
It's not. I know it's a more new age take, but it's interesting because they show they show like a pre-ancient world where they're advanced but they're very evil. Did you watch it though?
So
The whole point was that the big revelation was that they were sacrificing babies.
Yeah. So that's so.
And that they were hinting at that they eat them too. Did you? You
Yeah.
didn't see it. So it was like an evil world.
So
And so Noah, that's why he flooded the world.
well, so yeah, because so there's the talk now, right, of Nephilim, which is in the Bible.
Yeah.
And then people are looking at the Book of Enoch, and then you have people what they call watchers, sons of God, stuff like that, right? And the
They're
mingling
basically
of God
demons. Yeah.
with they all are, right? So sons of God, mating with the daughters of men, and this is how you get the Nephilim, who are giant.
And these are not fake. These are real beliefs of
This is biblical.
Yeah, but
So
I mean
it's
in
an
real
interpretation.
Yeah.
In the interpretation where people are like, but some of these dudes that I'm following, like it's the same thing that's getting blown up over what's happening with aliens and demons, right? Which when I say that to people, they're like,
Well, that's
"What are you
different.
talking
Yeah.
about? What are you talking about?" No, but
Well, they're saying it's modern
Well-
aliens are demons in the
well,
sky.
what I'm saying is that it's coming to light. This isn't stuff that just like there's people talk about stuff all the time when it comes to this kind of stuff. What I'm saying is there's like biblical people that are taking this seriously and doing the deep dives, getting the evidence of why they believe what they believe to the point where I can sit there and of course you gotta use discernment, look at this kind of stuff and kind of take, okay, well there's some possibility there. There's some plausibility there. And I'm not saying like look, nobody knows, right? At the end of the day, nobody knows, but they make strong cases for what they're trying to prove or disprove or just in the discussion. So to your point, sorry not to get on top, but to your point,
No, I agree. I mean, not agree, but I mean I know what you're talking about because.
So it makes me more curious, bro, about how what the world was like, the pre-diluvian, what the world was like prior to the flood, because you might have something that you could have a world from what I'm reading and understanding that's full of creatures and beasts and beings that are beyond what people are willing to accept. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I asked if you saw that movie because that's what that movie was trying to do. But it's not a great movie, but they have like golems and they're kind of like robots in the movie, but they don't look like robots.
Yeah, so that was his version of like what I would think would be Nephilim.
He made it kind of new agey a little, but
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
kind of at first I thought it would be like sacrilegious, like
Okay,
but he actually stuck to the Bible close, is what I was saying. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
My friend wanted me to watch it because of how he felt about it, and he trusted
What did
me.
he?
He didn't find it like so. A lot of the people are like, "We can't watch this; it's sacrilegious." So
I
he
can
was
see why. I can understand too why people think because I think that it is a little if you really.
Oh well, so when I went and watched it, and because he wanted to talk.
Oh,
about
you saw it then? Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I went and watched it. There's like maybe 5 people in the theater, so I knew the movie wouldn't do well. But I was more like, I also have a movie hat. So the movies that this guy makes are kind of artsy, like you said, right?
Yeah, totally. He's a new.
I already knew that about it.
He says he started off as an atheist, but he says he's more agnostic now. So.
Yeah. So I already know a background of the guy as a director, so I already had that luggage to carry. But as I watched it, I didn't find it sacrilegious or even blasphemous. What I found was this is his interpretation. Well, I found that this was his interpretation of what he was reading in the Bible. Now I don't agree. with the stuff
Exactly.
that he was
Yeah.
doing. I can say that, but I didn't find it to be so. And that conversation I had, because he was bothered that he didn't find it blasphemous. Right? 'Cause he's a
Yeah.
Catholic. He's a Catholic, right? So he's like, dude, am I wrong? So we had a discussion about it. I was like, look, I understand what you're saying. I definitely know this would not be ordained by the church, right? I know that much. I'm not even Catholic, and I know that much. But I didn't find that
because it's
either.
not the. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just writing. It's him, because, and plus the style that he does his movies, it kind of fits the way he told the way he narrated it, the way he told it, narrated, and the narration overall.
Yeah.
But I mean, when I watched it, I was like, okay, well, I know I've read that in the Bible, but the Bible actually doesn't go into detail. What a lot of people are kind of extracting from the Bible, and I don't have a problem with some of it, because what people knew back in the 50s or in the 1900s or the 1800s, 1850s, right? Over time, because of things change and things come to light and certain things have been discovered, so that's what people are doing now. So I have no problem with that at all. And so that's why I've been kind of studying myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, for that,
I gotta watch it again. But yeah, because I remember when I first saw it, it was more about, like, I think the director was trying to, because what amazed me about the movie is he recognized that there is a God in that movie. In the movie, at least, there is actually God.
Did he say God or like a higher power? I think
A higher power. He doesn't say God, but
Yes,
because remember he's talking about sacrificing his son, just like was it Isaac?
Yeah.
And so that was the big thing in the movie, that the world is gonna be sacrificed so that we can be better again. You know what I mean? So he does deal with that. That was the huge thing about it, because he was like, "Why, God? Why?" And then you find out that the world is really evil in the movie, and that's what floored me, because I didn't think he would go that route. Most people don't go that way because it's too, like, how do you do that? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
'Cause you're condemning the whole world. So the movie does that. So
as a Christian, I know.
you know what I'm saying, right? So, because I'm not talking about the belief, I'm just talking about the portrayal of it, because they usually don't do that these days anymore. You know what I mean?
Well, nowadays, of course not, right? That's
why, because that's why. So I respect the director for at least going that far to show an evil world, because that's the reason he did it. What?
I might have to go back and watch it to see how far, because I don't think I'm thinking back to when I watched it. I don't think he went far enough.
I think he went pretty far, because they were sacrificing babies and they were showing people eating it.
Oh yeah, I mean, just from some of the stuff I've been reading, especially lately. I mean, it's interesting. There's this place. I'll go try and find it.
They were showing them with evil eyes. It was a critical part in the movie. Remember? Because the guy, what's his name, gets on the boat. There's a lot of stuff they added completely to the movie to.
Yeah, they fleshed it out.
Yeah, what's his name? What's the actor?
Russell Crowe.
Not Russell Crowe, the other guy. Because he's not in the Bible. He's just some guy they made up. But
well, that's what just like.
But he's
a lot of liberties they took. We'll put it that way.
Well,
because they're trying to flesh out a story.
Well, he was basically evil, and the movie basically says he's evil, but he's trying to trick Noah. So how far do you go to do what God tells you to do? In that context, the movie is saying that no, you don't trust this guy. This guy's bad, and it's true. He was evil, and he was working against his family and stuff, trying to influence his family. I mean, yeah, it's just a movie, but I was just surprised, because most people would do that movie with the modern sense, and then they would ditch that. But you can't. You can't. If you're gonna do the Bible, you can't ditch that shit.
It was 2000. It was early 2000s, though, right?
It was like 2006, 2007.
Yeah, because they had Passion of
It's
the
not
Christ.
a bad movie. It's worth watching. Yeah.
Like, so Passion of the Christ had box office, so then people started making faith-based stuff, but they just weren't good. You know what I'm saying? Like, they tried.
That's a good movie, but it's 2014. Wow, it was later.
Was it 2014?
Yeah.
I thought it was earlier than that. Okay, my bad.
It's Darren Aronofsky. He's a good director, though.
Yeah.
He got some weird shit, though. Did you ever watch Mother?
No.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
That's actually a biblical movie. It's like, it's supposed to represent Earth. He even literally tells that in interviews. Yeah, that she's supposed to represent Earth.
Okay, so like he's on his little journey.
He's on his spiritual journey.
Yeah.
Which is fine. That's good.
But I mean, so
No one's doing that these
I'm
days.
gonna have to go back and watch it again.
Which
But
one,
I've just
Noah?
been, yeah, because it's been
It's
so
a good
long.
book. It's an interesting movie. Don't come at it at. That's why I think when people watch it, it's because there's a lot of
Oh,
it's a
yeah,
fantasy movie, really.
I've already seen it, but I want to rewatch it.
Oh,
So because I'm trying to recall some things, and so I want to kind of put it against some of the things I've been studying.
it has some cool scenes, like the scenes of the water. It's really good. It's like, I mean, the special effects are really good. But the only thing I didn't like about it was that it didn't feel like when I think of Noah, I think they kind of make him look too like too human. Like I always think of Noah as more heroic. You know what I mean? Like just because you don't really get like a true description of him in the Bible, but they made him so human that it's like it 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 doesn't. It's like it makes it less. You know what I mean? But it's a
Yeah,
movie, so
I don't know if this. I doubt he read the Bible. You think he read the Bible
what
to make this movie, the director?
did he? Oh, for sure. I think he read it,
Really?
but I think he doesn't. He's not worried about. He's just putting his own interpretation.
Yeah. How he wanted to.
That's all. Oh, there's a lot of shit in there that's not in the Bible for sure. Yeah, like the
No,
golems.
like for example, like the way Noah is described, which to me when I see as I remember what Russell Crowe was like, it's like to me when they said that's Noah, I'm like, oh, it doesn't feel.
That's what I mean. That's what I think his. But he did that on. They made him more human, just like
Yeah,
they
yeah,
did
yeah. I can see that.
Jesus and like when that movie, what's it called again? The Last Temptation.
That's the vision of Christ.
Like I think it's a good movie, but I think it's sacrilegious, man.
Yeah, I've never watched that.
It's totally sacrilegious because they're basically saying that Jesus wanted to be a human and that
Yeah.
he basically turns his way from God.
There's a reason why a lot of Christians sticks with the classic when it comes to Jesus, right?
What?
Because of the divinity that's recognized back in the day. Because that's what it is.
It's a different. I mean, it's a whole. Yeah, but I mean, I understand why people get offended by it. I'm not because my mom hated that movie. She's like, Jesus wasn't married. That wasn't what he came here to do.
They it's like the same reason why I can watch. Like I've had people say, "Well, how can you read about Greek gods and stuff like that?" I was like, "Oh, they're not real." Though interesting enough, though I've been watching this guy's videos, and it's awesome because he's talking about it because he draws a correlation between all the different cultures.
Yeah,
and how
the
each of them have
right?
these and how each of these have these stories. So he was saying like these demigods could have been the offspring.
Demons.
Yeah, well, the offspring of angels and humans, or on that level. But
you mean in reality or in the belief? Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying.
I mean, it's interesting, dude. I mean, I'll send you the links and you can watch it. It's amazing. So,
is it one YouTube channel or a few?
There's several. I'll send you everything. I'll even send you the aliens. I'll send you the aliens, demons. That's awesome.
I like watching that shit. It's awesome.
And you know what got me on board with that, dude, is because you know how anti-government I am.
Dangerous, man. Yeah.
No, but you know how anti-government I am, right? And so, like, the one thing the government's always been able to do is keep Area 51 and all this stuff a secret. Yeah. So I know something's wrong, right?
Yeah. Do you know what?
Yeah. Because it's like, why, of all the things that the government can keep under wraps, why is this one special? And what happens is, like, this guy breaks it down. There's a religious component to it, right? That if this is true, this could change the world. And I'm like, okay, that's why I tend to like understand and believe like I can go in that direction and actually listen to what these people are saying about it.
Yeah,
like that the aliens aren't really aliens, right? They're demons.
See, that's the thing. I mean, if you look at the world and what their agenda, it's not their. I mean, it's just people who think that they know what they're doing and they don't see. It's hard to explain. You know, like you remember the Olympics thing, with the Last Supper. The Olympics. Remember in France?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they knew that would be bad, but I think they don't really realize how bad that is. Like that they would do that and offend someone. But see, we're so used to it now. They're offensive to Christians, especially that they take it for granted that how far
there's a lot of people, even non-Christians, that were like, "Why would you do that?" Right?
Because a lot of Muslims and Jews were like, "Why do that?"
Well, you know why it's so avert?
Or
It's like
just
that.
anybody. I shouldn't say religious. It doesn't matter what.
Yeah, even non-religious people.
It's just it's
I saw atheists talk about that. Like, don't like Richard. I don't know if you know who Richard Dawkins is.
Yeah, you told. Yeah.
Yeah. So did I mention that right about him? Like, he's actually like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
because he doesn't believe, right? But he's like, you know what? There's like this
There's something
thing that
to
comes-
it.
Yeah, there's something to it.
Yeah.
So people like that are like, please don't do that, right?
Yeah, it's just disrespectful. That's all. It's
Well,
it
another thing
shows-
too, bro, it's just like the whole DEI thing, right? These guys have no chill, so they're going overboard with it, right? And so it's going to cause again another. There's going to be a backlash and a pendulum swing.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not saying I agree with that, but that's what's happening with DEI right now in gaming, in movies and TV.
They'll survive. They'll be fine.
So it is what it is. But
Yeah.
but I'll send you that dude because it's cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
It's interesting because this dude referenced Stranger Things. This
Yeah,
one
you were
guy-
telling me he doesn't watch it because he says it's bad, or
No. So he referenced Stranger Things because in Stranger Things, right? It's an alternate dimension.
yeah, the underside, the underworld.
Yeah, the underworld is
the
actually
upside down. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you read the Bible, right, it's like the powers, principalities, not of this world. So, so as science, as that now we're getting these telescopes and all this stuff that can go into space and go into deep space. A lot of the stuff that scientists thought about the universe are not true. Right.
Well, they're finding out. Yeah, that there's a
Yeah,
lot
they're
of stuff we
finding out
don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then plus because we've advanced technology wise, right, we understand our limitations. So all of this stuff is putting a strain on what people thought when it came to the Big Bang Theory. At least
Oh,
it's not,
yeah.
yeah.
Ever since the release of that satellite taking pictures.
Yeah. Because one of the faults, right, is just like if the universe expanding, then the universe that they're studying as they go farther out should be younger than if we're starting.
Exactly.
But it's not.
Well, they were expecting to see, like like old, like young galaxies as
Yeah.
they kept peering out, but
Yeah.
it's the same. It just keeps
It's the
going
same.
and going. Yeah.
So
They don't know
that's-
what the fuck they're talking about sometimes when I listen to them. Like when they
I mean,
say like when you ask them, like, not ask them, but when you want to know how did the Earth get created? Like not created, but like how did water get on Earth, or why is there a moon and stuff like that? They're like, they just have these weird like they know how it was made. You know what I mean? Not
Yeah.
made, but how it's like how the universe works. They already have it set that they know how it works. And they don't. That's not scary, but it just shows you how much we don't know about the universe.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. And it's interesting because that challenges what I feel is their faith, right?
What?
Yeah, that challenges to me what is their faith.
Well, it challenges their faith in science can
Yeah.
answer everything, and that's really about human knowledge, like our capacity to understand things.
Yeah.
We have a limit.
Yes.
That's
Agreed.
it. Yeah. Well, we don't know. I don't know what it is, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's funny because as this guy was explaining it more and more, I'll send you the links. I think I think it's an interesting.
You could just DM me the links.
Let me see if I can. Yeah, dude. Well, I mean,
I've watched a lot of those videos, just so you know. So anything you send out, I might have already seen.
Oh, okay. So, all right.
Send me
Like
the most
why-
hardcore. Not just joking.
Like I follow this one guy, Wise Disciple.
Oh well, you coming from the religious side. I usually come in from the UFO side, and then it goes into the religious. Do you know what I mean?
Well, so like some of the guys they reference aren't religious.
Oh really? Who?
Hold on, I'm gonna have to find it, dude. Because
Like there's the one I was thinking of was forgot. He was an old UFO. He's a French guy. I think I told you. Yeah, we had this discussion.
yeah, I think
He was yeah, and he said that it's all like supernatural phenomenon when they talk about UFOs, and it's true. It's like a lot of it doesn't make sense. It doesn't abide by our physics.
Right.
So, and he's a scientist. This guy's he's a mathematician, computer science, computer guy. He's still alive, but he was studying the UFO phenomenon, and then he switched to like language. But he still talks about it. I think he's like in his 80s now. He was helping. He was a. I forgot his name, but he helped on the movie Close Encounters. What's his name? That Steven Spielberg made.
Hmm.
I'll get his name.
I'm trying to find because I think we're talking about the same guy actually.
Well, this guy's like old. He's been in the industry. He started out as a UFOs as supernatural phenomenon.
Oh man, dude, why can't I find this?
I can give you the link eventually if I find it. But he kind of bored. He doesn't tell you what they are. He's just saying that he did a comparison, like when he looked at all the data of, and he looked all of it is around the world, not just America, and it all came. He says it's like weird that it all comes at the same time after, like most of the. He said there's stuff before too, just so you know, like in the 19. He looked at the past history, but it just blew up right after the atomic bomb. After what's his name? After the big case in America was in 47. What's the one in Arizona, New Mexico? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
What's it called again?
51.
Area 51. But what was the name of the town?
Roswell.
Roswell, yeah. That's the pin that he says it's something to do with he thinks it's like something more than just, it's something beyond our understanding, because it affects our beliefs, that we switched our beliefs. Not we switched, but like that's something, it's a kind of a mass conscious thing he was kind of hinting at. That's what I got out of what he was talking about, but he has no definitive answer. But he was just saying that it's more than just scientific. You can't prove it.
Yeah, I think I saw the same guy, but he was saying once we went atomic, right? And then
well, he's saying there's it blew up. So yeah, but there's other UFO phenomenon before that. I'm trying to find his name. Hold on.
I can't believe I can't find this, dude. This is crazy.
Oh, who? The guy or
the videos I'm looking for?
Oh, they're hiding it from us, man.
Yeah, maybe they scrubbed it. I'm gonna have to go look at my files then. Yeah, because it gave me a different perspective.
Jacob Valet. That's it. I'll give you the Wikipedia of this guy.
Why not just give me his name?
It's hard to spell. I'll link it in the StreamYard.
Okay. Yeah, did we miss anybody? Hey, what's up, Anthony? Sorry, brother.
See the
link. I was in Spanish to search my thing. Welcome, brother. Oh, I see. This one?
Yeah, that guy. But he was the one that he's a scientist. He's not like because a lot of these people are like, some of them are kind of like, they just jump on it to make money. But he's a real scientist, and he's still alive. Oh, he's 85. Wow, he's really old. But yeah, if you bring it up on the video, you can see. If you look at his Wikipedia, so he says, I don't think they say he did paranormal research. So he personally had a weird and he also does miracles. See, he says Valet's ideas about miracle at Fatima and Marian apparitions they are a class of UFO encounters.
Oh no, this isn't the guy. But I've seen him before.
Well, he's just trying to scientifically put them together because people believe that they're real. So, the solar dance at Fatima was a UFO. But see, he doesn't say what a UFO is, so people already have preconceived ideas of what a UFO is. Like what they are. They're like from outer space. But he just uses that as a description of phenomena that are the same.
Yeah. Now,
similar.
The video I was watching, I believe they referenced this guy.
Oh yeah, that's why I say it's good to know this guy, because he's like one of the big guys.
Yeah, he's the big authority, right?
Well, it's not just him, but he and this one writer, the guy. Do you ever see the movie the one that's in West Virginia about the bridge that falls? The Mothman prophecies.
Oh, I never watched it.
Well, it's a movie about this guy. Well, it's it's a true story. The true story is this guy was doing all these he did all these investigations on the sightings of this Mothman. And he's kind of like this creature that looks like a Mothman. He's kind of dark and he's kind of almost demonic a little.
Mm-hmm.
But all these people were seeing this picture of a Mothman. This is like in the late 60s. And so he did this while he was doing the investigations. He was asking these people, what is it? What is it? What are they? And so he was like, he was going to do a story on it. And then he was like, oh, okay, whatever. So all these people were asking about this Mothman. Do you know what it is? And he's like, I don't know, but I'll just report on it. And so he did all his reportings. Then he left town.
Mm-hmm.
And then he left town like right before Thanksgiving or something. And so after he left town, he heard there's news in the story that one of the bridges in that town in West Virginia, it collapsed, and something like a lot of people died, like 100 people, almost 100 people. And then the sightings stopped after that. Oh. So they were all the sightings were happening up until that point, and then after that, there's no more sightings. Isn't that effing weird? So he did that, and he went back, and he wanted to know why. Was it just like a mass hallucination? Because he was wondering why would they all of a sudden, like all the appearances of like the Mothman stop. And so some people think the Mothman was there. It's like he's from the future. There's all these different hypotheses.
Mm.
Yeah, some people think it's fake. It's just a coincidence. It's not. Some people think it's a government project. There's all these conspiracy theories. But it's weird because it's a fact that the guy went there. He wrote a book about it, and he was writing news stories about it because at that time UFOs were popular in the public. But there's no explanation for it. So he just reported on it. That's all. But the fact was there was a lot of sightings in this town, on the border between Ohio and West Virginia. And then all of a sudden, all the UFO appearances they were just a lot less after that. The Mothman didn't appear as much, not at all. He stopped after the bridge collapsed. But they were saying that he hinted at there's going to be something bad happening. Like if you watched a movie that was based on, like he was saying there's something is going to happen on the river, like that he was giving cryptic, things that were going to happen. Now there's stuff that they're saying that the Mothman came. This is kind of like almost like a fairy tale, like modern fairy tales now. Like that every time there's like a big, what's called something bad happens, that the Mothman's there. So I don't know, but
like an urban legend or something.
Yeah, urban legend, exactly. But this one is a real. This is not like he made it up because he actually reported these articles and printed before it happened, before the accident happened, and then after the accident, there's all the drop off. So it could be a coincidence, then people didn't believe anymore, or it could be real. That there's a phenomenon that was related to it. That what would you think it is? I mean, I don't know. It's just crazy.
Demon maybe.
Why would a demon tell you something bad's gonna happen though? See, we don't know if it's good or bad. I don't know. I'm just saying. Could be an angel. Who knows? Did you ever hear like if they describe angels, they look there's almost no difference until for demons that the description of angels they're like super powerful beings.
Well, they're spiritual beings, and also they have the descriptions of them is also kind of tied to their function.
I don't know. I'm not an authority. I'm just saying what I've read that the image of them is supposed to be awe-inspiring and it's supposed to instill fear. Both images, both angels and demons.
Yeah.
Like it's supposed to be severe reverence. Yeah, something like that. I don't know if it's. You tell me. I don't know. I'm just saying. So what they did was they tried to get not Old Testament, like a Jewish tradition, because the Jewish tradition has more description of the Bible than the Bible, because the Christian Bibles don't have a lot of descriptions as much. So they put like the descriptions. You could look it up on the net. Just look up like supposed descriptions of angels, and if you look at it, it's kind of scary how they look. The descriptions of the old Jewish Testament, Jewish Bibles, or Talmud. I don't know which one, but.
So what did they say though?
No, they were just saying if you look at how they describe them, they look scary. That's all.
Yeah. So yeah, because number one, they're spiritual beings. They're also close to God, right?
Yeah.
That's why you have fallen angels and various
yeah, exactly.
hierarchies of angels, right? So
powerful. Yeah.
Yeah. So so in the Bible it says the main thing, the one thing that they always say is be not afraid. Every time they present themselves, right? They're like, be not afraid.
Oh yeah.
Because some of the descriptions of the angels in the Bible, you can't even visualize what they look like. In fact, if you look at Elijah, when Elijah was trying to describe angels, right? It's something like you never would have thought an angel would look like. At least what you traditionally think. You know,
Yeah,
the wings.
I'm asking the AI how do they describe the angels.
But yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not surprising to me at all.
Oh yeah, that's why if you look at because they have they do AIs. People have done AI videos of show an angel. You can actually do it, and they'll probably show you the same thing.
Yeah, I'll show you. I have.
You saw it. I was just wondering if you saw that. That's all. Because it's kind of like far low. They look like birds. They don't. They have birds with. They have a lot of eyes. That's the main thing.
Here, I'll show you. I'm not saying this is what it looks like, but
no. It's just interpretations. They're like wings and eyes. That's the main thing I noticed. There's a semi-human form. It's not really human. It's more bird-like, and then.
Here, I'll share this.
You just show it in the StreamYard. You just. What are we talking about? We just go on everything. Yeah, exactly. See, isn't it? That's kind of creepy, isn't it?
Well, it's often in right. It's based on the description. That's like I said. If you read what is oh my gosh, come on. Ezekiel was talking about, right? He tried to give a description, and this is probably some of the closest thing you can come with it. But yeah, they have eyes. About the way that they move. The reason it says that is because the way that it moves, people equate it to the way that the Ophanim move. It's almost like a gyro. That's the best thing that people can come to explain it. I'm not saying.
Hey, look at that one on the bottom left. It's creepy.
Yeah, well, this AI.
AI is it's not. Don't believe it. They're trying to make us.
Oh, but I just you can tell it's borrowing from stuff.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I like it, like Lord of the Rings stuff. Because it's talking about how they look, right? Like with the wings, they just don't have two wings, like most people think.
Yeah, exactly. That's what people think. Like they're a human being with wings.
And so they function, right?
They're not human and looking at all. That's the point. Yeah.
But that's why a lot of times in the Bible, when they introduce themselves, they always have to say, "Be not afraid."
Look at all these AI pictures. Look at that one, the middle one.
This one, yeah.
The next with Obama.
Oh, this one. All right.
Why are they in their faces? Jeez.
Oh, that's Benny Johnson. Yeah, he always does stuff like that. Oh, dude,
that's
man.
An AI picture. Though.
I saw the COD. I'm like, oh, we're not even talking about COD at this point.
COD's awesome. Did you play it yet? Yeah.
No, that's why I did this video so I can I wanted to get.
Just play. We could play some zombies of it this weekend, maybe.
Yeah. Let's play, man. Let's play. Let me see.
We could do it for one round.
Kavari says, "Well, Kavari, you're the first person I see with a Kamala what do you call endorsement." Speaking of the biggest Bible, thoughts on someone selling Bible? Oh, what is that, Kavari?
Thoughts on married man who sleeps outside of his marriage while his wife was late pregnancy?
Thoughts on married man?
What? That's bad. You don't have to be.
That's adultery.
Well, that's terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, you should honor your wife.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Are you talking on
You don't
this?
have to believe in the Bible for that. That's just being a good person.
Speaking of the biggest Bible, thoughts on someone selling Bible, or are you talking about like the Book of Enoch, the Ethiopian Bible? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I think he's just. I don't know.
Oh,
The biggest.
well, come on, yeah, you can comment.
Someone selling the Bible. I don't know. What time? Oh, that's recent. It's like a few minutes ago. Speaking of the biggest Bible, thoughts on someone selling Bible? Oh, you mean the idea of selling it? I don't know. I mean, Trump did all those. He sold the Bible?
Oh, he sells his own Bible, right? The Trump Bible. Yeah, he has a Trump Bible, I believe.
What? Really?
Yeah, I think so.
The Trump Bible, his Bible about.
I could be right. Hold on, let me look.
Wait,
I
Trump.
don't know.
You mean a Bible of the Bible? His
No,
own
it's
Bible?
just a Bible, but I don't know what version.
I mean, the Bible is also a verb, not a verb. I mean, it's an adjective.
No. It's like
his Bible on business.
Hold on, let me.
Maybe this guy might not like Trump, so.
Oh well, he likes Kamala, so he probably doesn't like Trump. So.
No.
Oh, he has a God Bless the USA Bible.
I don't like Trump for everything. Just because I'm voting for him doesn't mean I agree with all his thoughts.
Yeah, that's most people do.
Yeah. No. I respect Trump, but I don't like all. Like he says some stupid stuff. Anyway, I don't want to get into that. But speaking of I was just wondering what he meant. Thoughts on someone selling.
Well, right here. Well, this is from NPR, so it's a bit of a slant. But yeah, Trump is now selling a $60 Bible, U.S. Constitution included. So what kind of Bible is it, though?
Is it just the Bible?
It might be a Bible. I just don't know what version. Like who wrote? Like what Bible? Like where? Like for me, it's always KJV, King James Bible, King James version.
That's King James Bible is just the Bible translated from King James.
Oh, but now they have the new translation. They have I don't know, so I can't tell you.
No, I understand. Yeah.
Oh, right there.
It's still an important Bible. It was the huge Bible that they. He spent a lot of time. He got a lot of people to work on that. You know that? I had to learn that for English history. So.
Yeah. Then President Donald Trump. Oh, well, this is
beautiful.
Okay, I'm not sure. I can't really find anything. Oh.
Yeah, you got it. It says Donald Trump is selling Bibles for $60 as he.
Oh my gosh! AP News says Trump has long. Am I on? Can you see? Oh, sorry. So Trump has long blasted China's trade practices. His God Bless the USA Bibles are printed there. So this God Bless the USA Bibles were supposedly.
I mean, he can sell Bibles. He's spreading the word, I guess. If that's how he sees it.
I mean, look. So I've had people trying to, because they know I'm a Christian, right? And they'll be like, "Oh, how can you vote for Trump? He's this, and this." I'm like, dude, I'm not looking for a pastor. I have one.
Exactly.
I'm not looking for a God.
There's a lot of people who are voting for Trump and they don't even like him.
Yeah, I mean, so what it is for me is just like I'm just looking for a person that can be president, right? That's what I'm looking for. Like, can you get my energy bill back down to $90? Because that's what drives me nuts. Every time I look at my electric bill, it keeps on going up, and my usage is down. My usage is at the same level or below, right? And I know why, right? It's the rates and all this stuff. Everything's. So I'm like, yeah, I want a dude that can change that. That's what I want.
Yeah, people would say it's tacky. That's all. I mean, in the term of you're selling a Bible for your election.
Oh, here we go.
You can do whatever you want. So.
I think he's talking about Stormy. Are you talking about Stormy Daniels, dude?
I'm not going to go into politics. I don't really care.
Let me see. I mean, Trump did all of those. I mean, I just saw the Bible, so you're right about that. I don't know what his thought process is on that. Like I said, I have my own Bible, brother, and I recommend that Bible, King James Version.
He might be a pony that hates Trump.
Are you a pony, bro? I don't care if you like Kamala, but if you're a pony,
yeah, it's more important. Are you a pony or are you the Xbox? There's people who like Xbox who like Kamala. Come on.
Oh yeah. There's people that like unfollow me on Xbox side that don't like my politics. But I won't say their names. I don't want drama. I've had a couple of people.
You get pretty political. I do. I join in on it. So
yeah.
But I'm not on. Yeah, but, you know that. You know
There's a couple
already.
people on Twitter. Yeah, there's a couple people on Twitter. They have opposing views than I
Yeah,
am,
'cause
but we still talk about Xbox. It's
Yeah,
fine.
what do we? No, but I mean, we talk about political stuff. I think some people might don't like. I can see.
Oh yeah.
Especially with the Bible and Trump and.
Dude, I don't know if he did the whole thing about stepping out on his wife. There's nothing to show him. Why vote for a
So
man?
he's saying all that stuff about him is he's evil. I don't want to get into this.
So why vote for a man who has no morality? Well, then we can't vote for anybody.
I don't think. First off, what he does doesn't mean we believe it. First off, I'm not voting him for because he's God abiding. I'm voting for him because I just don't like the other party. Not the party, but I don't like the other
person. Yeah, that's that.
It's not that I don't like him. No, it's just I don't want to get into this. It's so stupid.
That's fine because there's a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like me.
for
Now you know me. You know that I've told you I'm very liberal in a lot of things too, and you know that. Do you know that?
Yeah.
But I haven't voted. Democrat for presidential since 2004.
I mean,
I voted. I voted for Obama once, and then the second time I didn't vote for him. I went libertarian just because I was protesting. I didn't like either of them.
Yeah.
Voted libertarian, and then 2016 I voted Trump, and then I voted Trump again because I don't fully believe he's anti-Washington, but he's better than not. I mean, than the other choice. Only because I think they need a shake up there, man.
Dude, he cuts that income tax. Then you'd be a believer.
No, but because they don't like him, I get it. But if there's any change that we can get, he might be the only chance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm being honest now. This is not me like. But I don't like him in certain things. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. But
no, I mean, but that's a lot
exactly,
of people like that,
exactly. You know what I mean? That's why. But I'm like a lot of people that are like me that believe in him. Well, they don't believe in him, but they think he's the only better chance than the machine. Kamala is just part of the machine to me.
Yep.
They're just look. They just got. She didn't even get nominated. You know, she was just chosen because Biden. Like I said before, Biden. They knew he was gonna lose really bad. So because he's getting old. You know, and I don't hate them personally. I don't hate these people. You know what I mean? They're just human beings. I mean, it's so stupid.
Kavari, are you voting for Kamala or are you voting?
He just doesn't like Trump. I get it. A lot of people don't like him. My brother doesn't like him. My brother, my sister-in-law, the ones who are colds, they hate him so much.
Oh yeah. My dad hates Trump.
Yeah, exactly. So I get it. I mean, I get why they don't like him. So I'm not gonna argue that. I can't argue with people who don't like him. That's their belief. Not belief, but they just don't like him.
So Kavari says selling the word of God is pretty evil. Yeah, no, I think you mean to say Kavari is like, what's his intention?
Democratic Party is the working. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No. So I think you mean to say like, what's his intention of selling the word of God? Because people sell the word of God every day. You can go to stores and buy it, or you know. So I go to a Christian bookstore to pick up. Like I just picked up my brand new Bible, not too long ago. So I think what you mean to say is like you feel like he's profiting off of it, like he's not honest, he's not true. But if you have a problem with that, I mean, because there's a lot of Christians not voting in this election because they think they can't square themselves away with Donald Trump and they can't stand Kamala.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah, there's conservatives that don't like Trump.
Yeah, there's conservatives not voting for Trump
because they don't trust him. Yeah.
Yeah, or they don't like him because of like the income tax, or like the like there's
abortion is a big thing too. They don't think he stands.
What is that we were talking about earlier? Tariffs. They don't believe in tariffs.
Well, I also know that they don't think he's strong enough against abortion.
Yeah, a lot of
very pro-life. There's some people who are just very pro-life. They don't like it,
and that's fine.
That's fine. Exactly. I mean, people have. I just told you why I'm voting for him. I don't. It's not like I'm. Oh my God, I love him. No, I just think he might be our only chance. He has a better chance of making some changes that we need.
Let me see. Kavari says, since your gamers' thoughts on the right wing calling for gaming industry to be dismantled because they're woke and evil. I don't know. I don't know anybody right wing that plays video games.
Since your gamers' thoughts are on the right wing calling, oh, he's saying that the right wing are calling for the gaming industry to disband. Well, he's talking about the people who are extremely, they say they're religious and they think that it's evil because of all this stuff. There are people but there's nobody right now. I don't think there's anybody.
I don't know anybody that. So when
that
you,
was like the '80s with like the D&D crisis.
yeah, there are people. I think what you're trying to reference is the moral majority, like the back in the day. That's back in the '90s.
80s,
Since your gamers thoughts on right wing calling for now, if you're talking about people who are against DEI, I don't know what that means, Kavar. You gotta expound on it. I'm not trying to sidestep you. I just don't understand what you're saying. Because most people that I consider right wing don't play video games.
The Democratic Party is not the working man anymore, man.
Yeah, they're not.
And I don't believe none of. I would say even the Republican Party is closer now, only because the Democratic Party bought into big government and big corporations. They get all their donations from them.
Dude, there's a reason why the people on the ground are voting for Trump. You might want to look into this, because the Democratic Party, man, they're the party of big business now, and the Republicans too. There's
the Republicans too. Yeah, it's just I think the Democratic Party has more. They get more funding because for some reason they think they're gonna win, but I think they're now getting big funding because they hate Trump.
Like they have the union backing all that stuff, but that's all politics too. But you have to really look into that, dude. Because if this is why you believe in that, there was a time where the Democratic Party was the working man's party.
Never vote party anyway either.
Yeah, especially in this day and age, Kavar, you can't vote party.
Parties
you vote party, you're gonna be sorely disappointed.
Yeah.
Now, if you just say Trump, then I see.
I mean, I'm not. Some people might like Kamala's policies better over Trump's. They believe her, and that's good. That's for you. I mean, you make that choice. So I'm not gonna try to convince you because I don't go too deep into it. I just go based. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of go based on what I see, and then how I feel about it. And I'm not backing away from saying that. It's just sense I get. You know what I mean? Some people will say, "Oh, you're making a bad decision." It's like I'm just voting. Just shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? It's like relax.
Have you looked at Kamala's policies versus Trump policies? What is Kamala's policies? Because I don't even
know. I don't even care. I mean,
I know Trump's policies.
That's why I said I don't. Based on what my readings, because I did go into it a little before, but it's kind of like you how when you meet somebody and you kind of get those feelings.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm going on.
Yeah,
that's it. I'm not gonna. I won't lie. I'm not gonna like say, oh, because of this and that, because it's not. It's basically what I just said. And people would say I'm stupid, so then I'm stupid. I don't care.
Oh, you can vote whoever you want.
Exactly. I'm just saying because I used to follow politics a lot up until like in the 90s, actually, right after college, and then I stopped. Somebody I was dating at the time we were so liberal. Oh my god, Jesus Christ! It's like another world almost. Another time.
Were you listening to your...
I was very liberal. Yeah, I used to listen to NPR all the time.
Your Pearl Jam. Were you listening to your Pearl Jam, smoking your doobies?
Not that far, but I mean, yeah, I was listening to like Nirvana and all that shit. Yeah.
Oh, see, that's what it was.
You either like Nirvana or Pearl Jam at that time.
Did you play your CD backward?
I like Pearl Jam now. What?
Did you play your CDs backward to get the messaging?
Oh, I did like astrology, and I still do it sometimes.
No, I mean liberal messaging.
The backwards, yeah.
Yeah, you play it backwards. It's just like, who's the president? Vote Clinton.
But I believe in like the DEI stuff. I'm okay with that. It's just I don't want it forced down people's. I don't want to jump into that subject, but I'm just giving you that. Some people would consider that progressive, so I guess I was. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong. Everybody has some side that they're a little liberal or conservative on, but when it comes to like economy, I'm very conservative for sure.
I'd like to say that I've never strayed.
Yeah, I know. You know, I told you that. Like I think I'm like first time I was on that some issues I'm very liberal on. You know that.
Yeah. Well, I'll say
everybody is different. I would bet a lot of the people on your show, some of them have liberal.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I like to use the tag. I don't want to say liberal because that word's changed.
I think liberal's better than leftist. I know that much.
Yeah, leftist is more implies like government, how you want the government to be more control, like over everything. That's how I see it as.
Yeah.
Left-leaning socialist social policies.
Like it's funny to me because there's a coalition on the right that's having to hammer out some issues, right? Because you have people who are coalescing now because they've been ostracized by their side, are coming over to to our side, or to whatever to my side. Well, the Trump side is good for them, right? Because Trump is MAGA, right? So they don't have. But I'm talking
Trump
about
is moderate. Did you say?
No, MAGA. He's MAGA.
Oh, make him yeah.
So a lot of them coming over are like, look, I believe in gay marriage. I believe in IV whatever, the IV4 thing. That's a big deal right now. I believe in a women's right to choose. But I believe in strong borders, and because of that one thing that she believes in, that's against that one little thing, her friends don't talk to her anymore. Right? She's basically booted out of the party, right? So they end up coming over to the right side, and then they meet other people like themselves. Right?
Yeah.
And that's why I can sit here and tell you, yeah, most of these guys are not Republicans and they're not conservative, and
it's fine.
That's what's working, right? This is what they don't like. The media, like look, Kavari, man, I think that's what you don't understand. I think if you went to a Trump rally, dude, you find more people that you have a lot of agreement with, and then you'll find a lot of people like some of these people go to the Trump rally, and then people will say stuff like, "Look, dude, I don't like the dude." I don't like this guy, but my gas is expensive.
Like
there's reasons why. They have reasons.
Like their strategy recently, like attacking him, like calling him Hitler, is not working. They're stupid. I don't know what they're doing. It's just like bad.
They're desperate, but
they're desperate. Yeah. It's just
people are numb. They've heard it so many times.
It's just a waste of money because they're funded by them all big money. Even you don't want to hear it, but Microsoft and Sony, they're probably funding the Democrat side.
Well, I know
not all of, not the people inside, but you know what I mean. There's a
like most of their employees do. Right? Maybe okay. Well, I'm sorry. From the last election, it was like 90%. Maybe this election, with all the economy and stuff like that, it might be different.
Yeah, a lot of these corporations they fund the Democrat side because they have more power. And even if Trump won, they still have power. It's just. I don't know. It's a thing that you don't. It's not changing in Washington. You know what I mean, right? When we're talking about Washington, we're talking about how things run and how things are getting done.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's what I mean. And it's like it has to change. There's got to be some changes. And I don't think Trump went enough. That's why he should have won in 220 to finish what he tried to do. But I think he just kind of like.
Didn't even get started on 20. But I can tell you about 2016. The mistake he made was he trusted that the people that were with him were behind him.
Yeah, that's he had a lot of people inside that were not. They didn't trust in what he believed in. I guess that's what one of my sisters is telling me that.
They had their own agenda. A lot of them turned on him. This is why, and then the Republican Party, even back then, didn't like him, right? Yeah. So
they still don't like
him. Yeah, well, it's worse now. So this is why, if you look at his lineup, right, he has Vivek Ramaswamy. He has
Vance.
What's his name? RFK
Jr.
Tulsi.
Those are outsiders, man. That's good. I like that.
Yeah, that's why I said if you're on the left and you feel ostracized, you end up on this side, and then you end up in the MAGA thing, right? That's because I mean, I don't have a problem with MAGA. I want to say this. I'm a Christian though, right? So that comes first for me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I like Christian, conservative, Republican, and the Christian is the most important.
Yeah. The only problem is I've heard some good arguments against Trump, but I don't want to get into it right now. I mean,
I've heard great arguments against Trump.
Yeah, so it's like not like we're blind. We know, we understand. We have our own reasons and logic. And like I said, my logic is more kind of like intuition based instead of like completely, because there really is we don't know the true facts of how people are going to do what they're going to do. Even with their policies, people say they're going to do something and they don't do anything. It could be both sides. It could be Trump and Kamala. You know what I mean? So I like when he said about the policies, have you looked at their policies? So
I mean, I know they're worried.
Close.
I know they're worried if he comes into the presidency because I think this time he learned his lesson, and he's going to Katie bar the door. Dude. He's just going to go in. And
He's gonna what?
he's just going to go in full force, Katie bar the door, and just bust it wide open.
I hope so. I hope he does.
Because he already experienced what happened the first time. Because that was his biggest problem last time. He trusted these people, and a lot of them turned on him. A lot of them are coming out against him right now. People that served on his cabinet, people that served under him, right? And he should have fired all of them. He should have 2016. He should have done a what is that show he has, The Apprentice, and just went in there and just wreck shop.
Yeah, he had some people stand against him recently in the views. I think that's what they got some people from his old administration recently. They're trying everything. It's just pathetic. It's just whatever. Yeah, I mean, on the media, like recently was they did that McDonald's thing, making fun of him with the McDonald's, and then
that's
it's just like so stupid. Who cares? We don't care about that.
I mean, I love that though. I mean, I like that they do it because it just bolsters them.
Yeah, I mean, so far it looks like. I mean, really, they say he's gonna win. It's just a matter of if they fix it. Because he has those states, the swing states. Those swing states are polled very much pro-Trump, like gonna vote Trump.
All I know is in 2020, I was tired. I had to work the next day. I thought we had it in the bag. I went to bed and bammo.
Yeah, I think
Biden's president. I was like, what?
So do you think they stole it?
Hell yeah, I think they stole it.
Yeah, I think they did too.
And when people question me on that, I'm like, look, bro, if you're gonna count votes, right, you don't count votes. Every single vote is for that person, right? If you're gonna cheat, at least do like 5 for me, 2 for you.
I think it was close enough that now this is the thing though. He won the states, but they were trying to make it portray it like he lost the popular vote. But it was so close. It doesn't matter the way. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter. So he has to go by what the voting. What is it called? You know what I mean? What they call when they have the states vote for the party. Electorate. Yeah. So you have to just get the electoral votes. So
yeah,
they all know that. Yeah. So they were saying he won it. So yeah, I was like you said. We remember it was like 11 p.m. like my time, and it was like, oh, Trump is winning. Everybody was down. All the Democrats. I remember like all the people online.
This is okay. So
and then suddenly he won. I was like, oh wow, really?
Just to give some of you guys who might listen to some clarity, right? Across every metric, Trump met or exceeded every metric across the board, whether it was counties, states, seats, all of this stuff, right? He surpassed all of it.
2020, you mean, right?
In 2020.
Yeah.
Right. And this was the first time ever that somebody who met or exceeded, and he exceeded every metric, lost the election. The first time ever in the history of elections. That's how. So a lot of these people are able to make certain predictions throughout the night.
Yeah.
Right? To a guy, right, who hardly campaigned, basically stayed in the basement, right? And this dude has no charisma like his predecessor.
You're talking about Biden.
Somehow this dude got more votes than the dude that preceded him.
Well, I think it's supposed to represent the vote that hated Trump. That's how they portray it as.
Dude, even if you factor all that in, the amount of people that had to vote, right? In some of these states, they're looking at it. Dude, there's more ballots counted than there's people registered. This is why they didn't want to look at the books. Right? This is why we have to bring it to the court. Right? They didn't want to look at all that stuff. Just based on some of the processes alone that happened during the election, there should have been cause for investigation. But everybody just rolled with it. Trump sucks. And then we have to go to 4 years of hell because of this BS. So now I'm getting pissed off, right? Because this is what pisses me off about this. Like, dude, my 401k is shot to hell. Dude, I'm paying a ridiculous amount of money. I stopped buying stuff because of this crap. I have to budget, right? There's all this kind of stuff. Our lives are being affected by all this crap. And I had to do this for 4 years just because you hated somebody. Or for you women because...
I mean, I'm not going to blame everything on Trump not being in there, but I know what you mean, yeah. You think it would have been better. I don't know. There's some things that he couldn't have done unless he did like a major You know what I
No,
mean?
yeah, I think it would have been
The
better.
president
because-
doesn't have superpowers.
So
I'm
I
this
think
is just
it
me.
would have
This
been
would
better.
be.
I think it would have been better. Okay.
I agree. I think it
We
would have been
learned
better
from
too.
2016, right? And so when he goes into office this time, we'll see. Because if he does go roughshod, then you know why they went against him in 20. Dude, deep state, all of that stuff is real. I don't care if this channel gets canceled. I don't care what
Deep state is. Oh, for sure. It's not. It's just a label. You don't have to call it the deep state. It's just you can call it the status quo. That's the most
No,
acceptable.
dude, there's people in government. I know this. I know
Yeah,
this
you work. Yeah.
because I work in government, right? There's people's livelihood and there's money being made that this dude is going to affect. This is why I said this income tax thing he's talking about, dude. That's dangerous. That is dangerous talk because there's whole and I know why he's doing it. I know.
When did he say that?
I believe he's going to do it, right? Because he doesn't like. He thinks government is inefficient, dude. How many months has he been talking about putting Elon Musk in charge of a federal or an agency that's just going to look at government spending and just chop everything, right? He's been
So
saying,
this was recent. I didn't know about this.
yeah, I know. See, if you guys watch the regular news, all you worry about is McDonald's and French fries and his hair and that he's fat and that he sleeps around and all this.
Can you imagine if we didn't have to pay taxes?
Yeah. Meanwhile, if you look at everything that's going on, right, and do your research, right, he's been talking about this stuff for the last year. Yeah. So if you take away taxes, dude, where do you think federal government gets its money from? Federal government doesn't get its money. It's not a private organization, right? Everything government has. This is why there's no government funding. It's taxpayer funding. That's the appropriate way to say that. So that's where all your taxes go. And then these guys, so basically you're giving these guys money, right, to run the government, right? And you're basically running this as a blank check. And this is why you get stupid stuff happening. Right? This is why people are pissed off about money going to wars that they don't support. Right? That these guys are just doing whatever they want to do because they've done it for so long. Then you get this dude coming here, the orange man. You got this guy coming in and he says something like, okay, I'm going to get rid of income taxes. Bro, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. I don't wish any harm on this dude. But I'm definitely people right now are kind of like, damn, dude. You know, because this affects people's, there's money. It's money. At the end of the day, it's money. So take with that as you will. So Kavari, man, I mean, dude, look, vote for whoever you want to vote for. Right? But I ain't going through 4 more years of this.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Dude, I ain't paying for other people's choices, and I ain't paying so that you can send your kid to a private school while I gotta struggle with my kids. You can all kiss my ass. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I don't expect him to save the world, so I just think it's worth. Yeah.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care about saving. There was a time where I felt this way. I don't care about him saving the world. I just want to save my pocketbook. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Yeah. But he has a lot. I mean, he has even if he gets elected, there's still a lot of shit he has.
Yeah, and then because we have a president, we don't have a king, so he's gonna do what he's gonna do. Hopefully, he can save me some money, right? Get me in a better spot. I'm ready, and then because when he's gone, what happens after that?
Who knows? Who's running?
Yeah. Then what's gonna happen? Because at the end of the day, the
no
problem.
TW, man. Not joking.
At the end of the day, the problem is also your problem. I say this all the time about video games. You know, when people complain about the cost of gaming and why do people buy loot crates or special editions? It's because gamers buy it, right? So why you're in the situation you're in when it comes to politics is because people vote a certain way. So it's the people, dude. At the end of the day, it's the people.
Exactly.
That's why I don't think this country's gonna make it. I love this country. I want to see it succeed.
Well, that's where I was at. I'm like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Trump, but it's just like he's just one man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's just one person. And here's the sad reality of it: he shouldn't be that man. Because we don't
elect other candidates that we can do.
Well, we don't elect the president to do these kind of things.
Right? Exactly.
Because in government, they're supposed to be checked, but none of them are checked because it's incestuous. I say this all the time, dude. It's just incestuous. Yeah. Like these guys just do whatever they want to do. It's a uniparty at the end of the day. That's what pisses people off.
You see it, and you said you saw it in your job. You said you'd like data analyst or something.
Well, it's there because there's a the thing about government is it's supposed to run a certain way, and in that way, I agree with the largesse of it because of the largesse.
Yeah.
Right? So you need checks and balances.
Bureaucracy.
Like,
Yeah.
the bureaucracy, and people like bureaucracy not in a negative, bureaucracy as in a process, right? Because you have a responsibility to handle the
Checks
people.
and balances.
Checks and balances.
Being
Right?
recorded. Yeah.
But-
It's actually a necessity. People don't realize.
Yes, it is a necessity. But the problem with that is,
when it
right,
gets over.
it's not optimal. That's not the way that you really want to do. You don't want this in your everyday.
Not everything. Yeah.
Yeah, not everything. So the answer to that, and this is a very libertarian thing, but I've always been this way. I think I know you libertarians kind of glom onto it. I just put it this way, but I'm all for it. Whatever party you're in, right? It's small government. That's what it boils down to. The government just does too much stuff. It's too much in your business. It's all up in your Kool-Aid, right? And that's the problem, right? Because at the end of the day, right, these people, they're a bunch of Karens or a bunch of hall monitors, and a lot of them rely on a paycheck, and they have a job.
Yeah.
And that's why all of this is going to be hard.
So what have you been playing recently?
Well, that's why I want to get into COD, man, because I want to play that story mode. Because I think conspiracy is reality. With the smoking gun, like I said,
COD's real. The Black Ops 6 really happened. Not sure.
No, but like I've been playing 2 or 3. I forgot one of the older Black Ops. I went back and played.
Did you play Cold War? Because that's the one that's pre.
Yeah, I think that's what I was playing.
That's what the guy who looks like. He looks like Robert Redford with a scar.
Oh no! So I'm playing the one before that.
Oh, you got it. Yeah, that's the Cold War is good.
Yeah, but I like that one because it's like you playing through the thing, and as I playing the game, when you first played it, it's like, oh wow, it's a pretty good story. Oh yeah, the conspiracy and all that stuff. But now you play these games and you're like, I knew it. You know what I mean? It's all it's real.
Yeah,
there's like the X-Files, right? The truth is out there.
I only played the first mission in Black Ops 6, but they go straight into it. There's a conspiracy. There's like a paramilitary group within the government.
Yeah,
right away. They go right into it. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to play that game then. I'll probably Black Ops 6 or do the campaign for that first, and then go into it.
It got a 9. Yeah, we talked about it, didn't we?
Yeah, you said it got a 9.
It got a 9 on IGN, so that's surprising. Yeah. Not surprised.
Dude, I didn't even realize what time it is.
Yeah, it's already. We've been on pretty long. Holy shit.
Yeah, we've been on a long time. Yeah, well, we can wrap it up, dude. Kavari, man, but you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to the podcast, dude. No matter how you vote.
Yeah.
But if
half my family hates Trump, so the other half loves him.
I live in a blue state, dude. I know a lot of people are shedding tears because Tulsi went Republican, went red.
Did they? Oh yeah, I can imagine that. They're like, no.
I mean, there's some people like here that are, like we have Trump trains here too.
Wait, when was the last time Hawaii went red?
I want to say Reagan.
Yeah, that's where most of the blue states went. Reagan was he won every state almost.
Yeah, except Minnesota.
That's weird, isn't it crazy? You saw those videos, you saw those graphs, right?
Yeah.
Minnesota's completely because Minnesota has Illinois is kind of like that too, but then they went a little more conservative, I think.
It'll be interesting to see how the map plays out, man, because there's so many people moved.
Yeah.
How many people move from blue states to red states? Then you got to factor in the illegal voting from the immigrants or illegals. Yeah, all that stuff, dude. I'll put it all out there. I don't care. I'll probably do some subscriptions today. I don't care, bro. You be you, man. I'm looking at the bottom line. You know what? If I didn't have 2 kids, dude, I probably wouldn't care as much. I'll be honest with you.
Hmm?
If I didn't I have 2 kids, so if I didn't have kids, it probably wouldn't bother me as much.
I don't have kids. I still care because I know what you mean though. Yeah, because it's like stuff that you worry more about your kids. Which is good.
I got to think about their future. Like for me, dude, we're old, bro. I'm not saying we're old.
Me personally, I don't care. Yeah, about my own. I mean, I do, but it's like it's already past the point where. I mean, it's not actually. It's not, but I'm just lazy. But no, the point is, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. I worry about my nephews and nieces, and
yeah. That generation. Yeah. So that's what bothers me the most, man, because they're gonna have to live with this stuff.
Yeah, I have 16 nephews and nieces.
Dude, I have choke.
What?
I have like
Well, how many
20.
brothers and sisters do you have?
I have 7.
So, oh my god.
No, 8. My older brothers.
So you probably have like your nephews and nieces are a lot too.
Probably like 25, 30.
Holy shit.
Yeah, around there.
So
Like me and my sister, the two oldest, or like we have an older brother, then my sister, then me, and then my other sister. Like me and my sister, the one that's next to me, we're the only siblings that had 2 children. Everybody else has like 5 plus. So,
yeah, one of my sisters has a lot. Yeah, so it's yeah. I don't want to say anything. So what if they know I'm listening? They might listen accidentally.
dude, I think we probably lost them at this point.
No,
but
I actually I had mentioned to one of my nieces, my oldest.
Yeah.
I told her about. Oh yeah, I'm on a podcast. She's like, really? Give it to me. Tell me what it is. So I gave her a link, and she said she listened to it one time.
Dude, she'll like the next Thanksgiving. You'd be like, Uncle's a right wing.
She said it was long. I was like, yeah, it's long. She's like, I think she listened to one of the old ones.
Oh yeah, dude. I don't. Yeah, it's all about the. Again, man, it's Google Hangouts, dude. I miss Google Hangouts. We used to do this all the time on Google Hangouts.
That's cool. Yeah.
And that was before we started putting stuff on YouTube. We just hang out and talk. So.
Yeah, I don't really. That's what I like about. Well, what I like about the YouTube stuff is that it's just easier to find than Twitch or. I never went to Google because it's just I never tried it.
Oh yeah, like me, like dude, I'm not gonna sit here and go, okay, you have this many time, okay, just move on. I'm like, dude, speak whatever. That's how we end up going all over the place. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of people was expecting some COD stuff, but they're gonna get a whole lot of extra.
It's weird how your channel I found accidentally. It's weird.
Yeah, man.
I'm trying to remember who did I click. No, because I saw you. Your channel was the only one at the time. I think it was like late 2021, 2020, and then everybody was complaining. Actually, it's not. I don't even know. You know how people always complain in the Xbox community on YouTube? It's like it gets so insufferable after a while. It's like, God, shut up, jeez. I mean, I get what they're saying. Something they're like, "Where's my mini?" But it's like after a point, you get used to it. You get tired of it, and then you were directly saying something against that, and I was like, "Oh, this guy's good. He knows what he's talking about."
Now you're like, this dude is nuts.
No, not at all. No. And then I found out. Then what's his name? I remember
Unlimited. Oh.
Not Hebot being on other channels too, because I remember him. Because I used to listen to other channels for a while, like Rand's channel. What is it called again? DRD. Randall Thor. Nah, I don't like him anymore. I mean, he's a nice guy, but he's totally. Oh my god, him and Jez, they're just like Colt, that Colt Eastwood. It's like, I don't hate them personally. I just their takes are just so stupid. It's like, dude, you say the same shit every week. You expect like these pony games. It's like, dude, look at the studios they have. They're not coming. They don't make those type of games. They might come, but it's like that's what they expect because they want to defend Xbox from ponies. You know what I mean? They have this like weird. You know what I'm talking about? Like that self. Like they're kind of like they don't want to. What? They want to keep it real. You know what I mean? They're keeping it real, so they have to be hard on Xbox. It's like so stupid. It's like, no, Xbox has a good service, even if they might be off on some games, because they basically have to redirect the ship. You know what I mean, for the game, for first party. Mm-hmm. Like the recent argument is that we have no games since till Call of Duty. We had no games except what's it called again? The girl game with it's called Hellblade 2. That was our only game. I'm like, no, we had all these third-party games in Game Pass. That's not nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know
I mean, that's the hill that these guys are that'll die on.
That's my point. It's like, dude, if that's what you're looking at, then yes, of course, go ahead, become a pony. Don't even argue it. Just shut the fuck up and don't even talk. Don't expect it, because you're not. This is a different console. It's not the same. You know what I mean? It's annoying. It's just like if you don't see the worth in it, then there's nothing will ever. You know what I mean? They're setting up sell, and they always have to abide by the standards of ponies. So you know what I mean? So
I think it's funny because the way things are going, man, they won't have any exclusive either. Right? Like they announced, yeah, because they're announcing all this stuff coming to PC. So I'm like, all right.
oh yeah, it's so stupid. But they're gonna be like, well, it's PC. I'm like, trust me, they're gonna come. Some of them are gonna come to Xbox, and not everything is going to PlayStation. Idiots, they're so dumb.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
What?
I mean, even though like it could, but I don't see
But
that.
some games, I'm not. It's not like I'm waiting. I'm just saying, if Sony was smart, they would try to make as much money as possible. I'm not expecting the big games or anything. I'm not. I'm just saying in terms of the reality of the market, they would put games that would sell. Like I would think like a game like Spider-Man would still sell on the Xbox because it's a broad title. But God of War, anybody who wanted to play that game would have already played it by now.
Yeah, you think they're bringing it? These games?
Well, actually, that was one of your argument. You had a. I don't. Do I think PlayStation's bringing games to Xbox?
Yeah. Just your opinion. Do you think? Yeah. Oh,
okay. Not in the near future, no. But if it gets bad enough, not bad, but I do think there's a worry on their Sony side that they don't think they're not selling enough because their model is still selling games, and they don't have a lot of gas games. I mean, this is not a console war thing. This is economics. They're worried about the future because Microsoft really is hurting them. They know that in the long run, the content war, Microsoft's taking those games. So, not taking them, but they're making money off those games that they don't make off any money. So, they have to make their own, So, Call of Duty, whether they like it or not, people are going to play it on Xbox. It might be slow at first, but it'll eventually catch up because more games are going to come to Game Pass, and it's already at the point where you're kind of stupid if you really like the game, you're not on it, in my opinion.
Right.
So, but yeah,
I mean, they ran into. All of them. They ran into a buzzsaw. I just think Microsoft was just more diverse with their portfolio, so they're doing okay. They're doing good. But Sony, I can't say enough about Nintendo, but I'm just saying the economy, man, it just wrecked a lot of people's plans. Right? I think that's why Sony's suffering. So,
and I think that a lot of their plans, Sony's plans, have been of a dead Xbox or an Xbox that's not even here.
Yeah.
That's why they had PSVR 2. It's like, why would they release that? Or even PS Pro, PS5 Pro. It's like, why are they releasing that? It's so stupid. I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but it's just stupid to me.
I mean, a lot of the stuff they do seems to be that way, right? Yeah.
I think because because I think their plans were, like I said, this is my belief that they had these plans in like 2019, 2020, and this is before the pandemic, and they were already planning. They had all these games already lined up. They're like thinking, by that time, there's going to be no Xbox. Nobody will be on Xbox.
Yeah.
They were wrong. There's enough people on There's more than enough people on Xbox that it's a big deal to them, So it's like 30 million. That's a lot. You can't just say, "Oh, there's nobody." That's so bullshit. And the real numbers are that I was told. Somebody said this on a podcast. It was 49 million. That's the real number. So the real number is like 49 million sold of PS5, and Series XS is around 28, 29. So it's a little closer than what they're saying, It's like that's not like a kill. You're not killed. Those numbers don't tell me that Xbox is dead.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't know how they can make that in this economy.
What?
I don't know how they're able to sell that many.
Sure. No, that's believable. I think it's believable. I think that, but this is the thing that people forget. That we're in a market now where there's, like, the highest concurrent count for Steam users was 36 million concurrent. So that's the same market they're in. Now, if you think about that, that's what Sony sees and Microsoft sees. That's concurrent, so that tells you how many real people are on. That's over 100 million. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's 150, 200 million users. That's way that dwarfs Xbox and PlayStation, and 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 Switch. So these numbers they don't realize. I think people don't realize the numbers that when they see those numbers, they're like the console numbers are very small compared to. But I think this is the thing: consoles still spend a lot of money more than PC because PC they spend on cheap games. You know what I mean? And they're pirating or they're only buying specific games like the microtransaction games, a lot of them. So that's where the console market is still a big deal because of that. You know what I mean? It still has traditional gaming people who still buy traditional games, like you know what I'm talking about, like Ubisoft or whatever. Anyway,
Well, it's interesting to see the type of games. Like I see a lot of games come across my feed, but they're going to Steam. But I guess I get it because I subscribe to like indies and small, like these small pocket game
yeah.
stuff, and so it's probably reading that and then showing me. Though I don't have Steam, so.
Well, see, the thing is, like, PC gaming is so easy because it's easier to buy a computer than to buy a console in some parts of the world. You know, that's it. That's all it is. It's not about whether it's better or worse. It's just it's available.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm
but I'm saying this not as an Xbox fan. I'm just saying that as a fan of gaming. You know what I mean? Look, what I do, I still prefer Xbox over PlayStation, but PC gaming is huge enough that it's a big issue for consoles. Period. Not just one or the other. You know what I mean? That's why they went to Spider-Man 2 is coming out already. So anyway, yeah. So, but that's good. That's why I think Xbox will survive. There's still more than most of their money is still. I think it's like more than half is still coming from the console. You know that? So that's still, you can't just say, oh, I don't want to make consoles. That's why these people are wrong when they say they want. I think Microsoft wants to grow it still. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So.
I mean, they're making so much. I'm pretty sure they're making really good money because of the engagement alone. On the engagement alone.
Yeah, I think they're doing better than people realize. They just don't want to advertise it.
Yeah, that's why I don't think they sweat the details. Like at first, I was like, maybe some people was like, oh, they don't want to show their, their real face.
Yeah.
How things are doing. I'm like, nah, dude, they look like they really don't care. Honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing they care is when like what happened with Indiana Jones, and then they did that podcast, stuff like that. I see them get involved.
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, the third party thing is the big thing. I think I agree though that it's bad for the brand, but you have to remember we're a small group. You know that, right? Like the console war, Xbox versus even the PlayStation. There's not that many that think that way. It's just nobody cares. I mean they care about the brand, but they don't care about like, oh, is my console better than yours?
No, I mean I get all that. Just the only thing is just the narrative. Right?
Yeah, exactly. The narrative is in the gaming media is annoying as shit. That's why I got into this console war stuff because I hate it. It's so annoying.
See it every day, man. Because I search for Bing points every day.
It's worse now. Yeah, it's worse. Oh. After ABK, it got worse. Yeah, way worse. And
like these dudes are saying, oh yeah, like they just because of this, all these games are going to go here. I'm like, dude, you don't know that. Dude. Why are you saying this? And you're supposed to be an Xbox podcast.
Oh, that one guy. He said like every game. He even said Halo. He said that because they have all the PS5 Pro kits. That's why they're gonna be. That's what the rationale is. It seems. I'm like, no, that's just professional. You have to have all the kits for the consoles you're designing the games for. They have to have it.
Yeah.
That's a necessity. That's not. You know what I mean? So even if they're not gonna take advantage of it, they still need those kits to make sure that the game runs on PS5 Pro, even if they're not taking advantage of it. So his assumption was that, oh no, it's going to be on PS5 Pro. Well, they're getting the PS5 Pro, so it's going to be on PS5 Pro. So it'll be on all PlayStation. No, they need those kits for other games too, just in case.
Yeah. What's up, Phil, man? What's up, brother? Yeah, we've been
doing,
going for a
man?
while.
Yeah.
So, but we're gonna wrap it up.
Hours. Wow. Yeah, let's wrap
6
it.
hours.
Hey,
You know, I had to do a long one, man, because I heard Unlimited say he went 3 hours, man. And I'm like, nah, dude, 3 hours. That's nothing.
you know what's funny? We always end up talking about anything but gaming, though.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are gonna tune into this. They're like, what in the
It's all
world did these guys talk
politics
about?
and
Yeah, we did go off on a tangent, sorry, but to wrap it up, dude, COD,
yeah.
Black Ops 6, dude. If you have Game Pass, celebrate.
Xbox is fine. It's an
Xbox is
awesome
good.
game. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna enjoy this. I think you're gonna enjoy this game if you're like me and like your old school COD, especially because I played the demo, man. And I had a really good time. Looking forward to playing this one as well.
Yeah, play the zombie. It's good.
Yeah, well, we can.
See me online, message me. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll link up. Dude.
Yeah.
But it's like the level zombie. Yeah, it's not like the open world zombie.
It's old school. It's more old school, but with more stuff in it. They have some cool stuff that. The second map is actually like in the Philippines. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It goes deep. It's like it has a roundabout. You know how they go around in a circle almost.
Yeah.
The maps. It's cool how it does. I don't want to explain it, but you'll have to see it. You can play it solo too. They kind of targeted the game, the zombie mode now, where you can play it solo, but it's hard once you get to like level 15.
Yeah, and that's what I'm hoping they'll do with the. I know this is the first game releasing under Xbox, or Microsoft, but that's what I want to see in the future for COD and for all their service games.
Do they have solo?
No, that they incorporate more gameplay modes and do it in a sense of as a, on the I know they call it the HQ.
It is in there.
Yeah, so like just offer different options, right? Because like if they put every game, especially if they put every game on, I don't know if every COD game is on Game Pass. I don't think so. But
no, it's not. It's just the last two are in Game Pass. But those are the biggest ones, though. I mean, those are the ones that are most players. But I know what you mean. Yeah, they should put. I don't know what their plan is. Who knows?
Because engagement, they're so big. They're so big on engagement and numbers that.
I think they're leaving it as Well, first they have to port. Well, they don't have to port it. They just have to put it there. But I think they have to plan how they're going to do it. I think that's the big thing.
Like how they do the dashboard, right? You have a dashboard that tells you where to go, what you're looking for. But in Game Pass, right, you can take a title that is Call of Duty because it has its own ecosystem already within Call of Duty.
Yeah, I think their biggest concern probably is they don't want it to eat into the current. You know what I mean? They want to keep people playing on the current version, which I would want to be honest. That makes sense, but they should put them on there eventually. I think they will. It's just I think they want to do it in a way. They might actually do it in like make like MCC type stuff. Do you know what I mean? That's my guess. They have time. I mean, some people. That's one of the other arguments too. Is that they're.
Oh wait, Kogo, I'll be right back. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, one of the arguments is that they should. Why aren't they putting all these games? Where's the games? The Activision games? Dude, they just put freaking Diablo and the last two CODs. It's huge.
Sorry, you can continue talking. I just had to use the bathroom.
Oh yeah. I just what was I saying? I forgot what I was talking about now. I was looking at Twitter. Oh yeah, just about the new argument is like they're not even releasing the games on AB King games now. I mean the Activision games. I mean I think they're trying to maximize as much as they can, and they don't want to just release everything all at once. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think
they have to plan it. They can't just. I don't think they can just do that too either.
I think if they were at the point they thought they were going to be with Game Pass, we would have got everything. So, my personal opinion. I think.
What do you mean?
Yeah, so I don't think they did hit their milestones that they thought they were going to hit with Game Pass.
Oh, for sure. I don't think so either. Yeah, I think they even said that. They told us that.
I mean, I'm not saying that
money.
I'm not saying that's a fail. What I'm saying is they had expectations, but if you guys look at how everything kind of turned upside down, where people going after COVID and people started.
They still want to sell it, is what you're saying. I think
so. So I think that's why they kind of peeled back.
I think they're gonna still come back with some games from Activision, but they haven't. Which ones have they? Have they put any? Just no, they haven't put any.
The Crash games are in there, right?
I mean, other than Diablo and Call of Duty, which are huge. Those are the most huge ones. Those
Overwatch is in there now.
Yeah, Overwatch.
But
Overwatch is a free-to-play game, but still, it's still big.
Oh yeah, so what they did was they put it in Game Pass and they gave stuff, which I thought was my daughter likes that.
Yeah, see, that's the big thing because Activision still is tied to Blizzard's what's it called again? The Blizzard launcher. So there's also but there's games you can buy on COD for the old version.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think they're not in a rush. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I think they want to. They don't mind selling it first. They're not in a rush, and like you said, since their numbers are low, not low, but they might as well maximize as much as they can. So I get it, but people are expecting all the games all at once, and that's the argument. But I think they still give us a lot of good games. I mean.
Oh yeah, and plus keep in mind, guys, that it's you know, like you said, right? They have to do certain things, and it takes time to do that stuff too.
Yeah, I think that's also the issue too, is they don't know, because once you put it out there, it just stays out there. You know what I mean? Like you could do it again, but it's a waste of money to just keep release it and then say, oh, we're gonna re-release it as a package of like Black Ops 1 through 3, like the trilogy or something. So you know what I mean? They'd rather do it all as more planned. So it depends on what they want to do. I think they're still planning how they're gonna deal with it. You know what I mean? So I'm not. I mean, I would like them all to go there. I already actually bought. I bought the rest of the CODs I didn't have once what's it called again? Because I had a few that I didn't play yet, like Vanguard.
Yeah, I didn't get Vanguard.
Black Ops 4. I didn't play Black Ops 4, so I bought those, and then because I was thinking, should I just wait for them to go to Game Pass? But then they were on sale for like $20, so I just bought them. Yeah, there's people still playing them. It's amazing.
No, that's why I kind of want them to kind of do that.
Yeah. This is the thing. This is the thing. COD's so popular, people will still pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they don't have to do that. I mean, I hate to say that. I mean, I want them on there, but you know, if you were in their shoes, you do the same thing. You know what I mean? You would sell it first, and they don't have to sell it for expensive. They can just sell it for cheap. That's what they're doing. They go on sale every other month. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I own them already. So.
Yeah. Oh, you own all the CODs?
Except for I threw Ghost away. It pissed me off so much.
Why? I like
that
one. There's some cool missions in there.
Yeah, I could stand it. Ghost I got rid of, and then I didn't buy Vanguard.
I finished Vanguard like 2 weeks ago. I actually really liked it.
I just didn't, because I got Modern Warfare, and then what was the other one? Modern Warfare 2, right? The newest one.
Yeah, and Cold War. Cold War is good too. Yeah.
I have to find. So I was looking for my old disc. So
I think they're all good, man. I don't think they chintz on any of their games. Even Black Ops 4. Oh, go ahead.
No, so I have the cases, but I went and opened it up. Dude, I can't find the discs.
Oh yeah, that happens to me when I lend my discs out and I get back the.
Yeah, so
my nephews do
my
that.
son and my nephew, because they would play it. They probably put it in one. So I gotta have to search through my disc.
So then that means you have to rebuy.
Oh no, so I'm sure it's in there. It's just, they probably put it in another game sleeve, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to go look through all. And at least my collection's not as big as Sega Man's that he buys. But I didn't realize how many discs I had. I have over 100. So I'm gonna have to.
You have over 100 Xbox discs. That's
360 and one.
Xbox One and 3. Yeah, I don't.
Okay, and then in fairness, some of them are double. Like I have Marvel vs. Capcom two copies. Or no, that's so some of the fighting games I used to play with my son. So he played on his Xbox, I played on mine. We play online. So
cool.
so I do have doubles of that. So yeah, I shouldn't count that. That probably dropped me down to like 86.
Wait, what time is it in Hawaii right now?
It's 12:30.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's already 5:30.
Yeah, dude. Nah, yeah, we can wrap it up, bro. I know you.
So
gotta
you
go.
started the show in the morning. Oh, you're off today, huh?
Yeah, so I went to the gym.
Oh.
I came home and then
cool.
yeah, I kind of waiting for my son to call. So I was gonna, but I don't know if something came up or what's going on. Yeah.
Well, if you want to do some zombie, I'm up to doing it right now. If you want to.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I gotta make sure I got everything downloaded. I think I did.
Yeah, because I was gonna go get something to eat anyway later. But
No, yeah, go grab something to eat. I'll probably be on, dude, because I'm gonna go do that.
Okay.
Now.
Yeah,
Yeah, but go eat first,
dude.
Don't not eat. Go eat.
Okay.
All right, bro. Shut yourself out. Then we'll call it a
Okay. Thanks for the show. Xbox better than PlayStation. I don't have any YouTube, whatever. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem, Google. Thanks for being here. Thanks to the chat, Vontae, Faded Blaze.
Vote
Realist.
Trump.
Yeah, Donald Trump. Dea, thank you for coming in and being a part of the podcast, Dea. I always appreciate your perspective. 100, thanks for stopping by, brother. Realist, shout out to you, man. I sent you.
Realist. Why didn't he come on?
I think he might have been because I did send him.
Oh, you know what? I told him to play Subnautica. I was arguing with him about that. That game's awesome.
Oh yeah, I like Subnautica. The first one.
Isn't that awesome? I told him, I go, you could just see. I wanted to see what he said because I kind of lied to him about it, but I'm like, no, just play it. It's good. You just have to get into it. Isn't it awesome?
Subnautica, I like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't play. I played as much. I mean, I didn't play.
How far did you get in it?
Not far at all.
Oh, okay.
But the problem I have when I play games like that is I just I like the swimming. Honestly, it's just
but
I'm just going around. I was like, oh, because it was the coolest water I've seen. In it.
Yeah, because it goes very deep. The game, I mean, literally, like the oceans.
Yeah.
The way they designed it is just, I think, there's no other game like it. That's why. Well, anyway, I was just because I remember telling him that, and I kind of lied about something, but about the bosses. I didn't want to. Just to see. No, because I want people to play it because it's a very huge game, but I think a lot of console people don't know the game as much. But the ones who do find out about it and then actually stick with it, they love it. Like, because I got my nephews into it, like
those games
years
are
ago.
to me, bro. Because what I do is I don't really play the game.
It could be a long game. It takes 30 to 40 hours to finish if you finish it. You don't. Some people don't never finish it, but.
Well, I spent just like the same thing with Starfield, dude. I put up a ton of hours with Starfield, but those hours are me flying to like just about every single planet, landing, walking around.
But see, that's what's good about that game, though, is because there's stuff to explore, and like they have like a tech tree, but they don't tell you about it until you play it. So,
okay.
Yeah, just play it. It's pretty good. And you might like it because it's like island. Well, I don't know.
No, like I said, from the jump, dude. They're usually.
I don't want to say anything. Yeah.
But I like those type of games in general. That's why I play like.
If you like crafting games,
crafting sims, exploration, like survive.
Yeah, it's a huge exploration game, and there are bosses in it. But I kind of like fibbed. I told him.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was gonna see if he played it. I wanted to ask him, but anyway.
Also, shout out to David Cohen. Thanks for being here, brother. You're always welcome, man. No worries, man. Like, look, dude, I'm not anti-vax.
What's his name? Wasn't there here? Oh, because he's not. He's usually here at nighttime. A Siri, the pony who likes to argue. Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. Daniel, thank you, bro. Anthony, man, cheers to you, brother. Kavari, man, hey, dude, I know we might not agree on politics, but if you like Xbox, that's cool.
It's all matters. Yeah, you can't do it.
That's what this podcast actually is. Even though a lot of people are like, what?
He has that picture. That's the Watch Dogs 2 guy. That one picture of his.
Yeah, that guy. Right?
Yeah, I love that game. Yeah. Anyway.
Toolman, and last but not least, Toolman. Thanks for being here, brother.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll get on, and then I'll try and send you all that. I gotta find it, man. I know I created it. That's why I know I have a playlist. All the stuff we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, whatever. You can also just send it in Twitter. Or I can give you my email.
I'll Twitter it to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I gotta send stuff to today as well.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right, brother, man. So hey,
okay, take care, man.
Shout out, bro. We out of here.
Yeah. What do I say? Oh, bye-bye.